protagonist slid into his seat with his comrades and stared at the table, weighing one brutal question. Could he even team up with this curse hanging over him? And could he forge something cursed right here today with what they had? Right then the blonde guy shouted his name. Gale snapped his gaze up and answered, only to get hit with the news. They were breaking the contract. The guy said they were kicking him out of the Wolfpack team, and the main character froze, totally stunned, because he couldn't make heads or tails of what was happening. Gale scratched his head, desperate to know what was going on, and Cash, the boss, just kept repeating, "You're fired," like it was the only answer. The whole team jumped on him, and Melissa asked if she should comfort him one last time. Then Luke snapped, "Stop," and Norris muttered that it looked like somebody still didn't think they could get fired. Right away, the protagonist sprang to his feet and ordered them to hold on, then demanded why they'd made that sudden call. Cash pushed the question again, asking if he truly couldn't see the reason. Gale couldn't stop thinking back to how they'd forged their team 3 years ago, back when his low rank meant his job was crafting the right curses for the crew. He blurted, "I don't get it," and Cash shot back, "It took me forever to finally understand." He went, "My class is trash for support. Literally all I can do is weaken a mob with a curse consumable, and that's it." Then he added, "And I'm also the lowest level on the whole team." He told everyone, "My class has zero potential." Yet with his brutal curses and relentless quests, he blasts through tasks anyway, even if the curses barely bite, because priests can always strip them away. Gale bragged that he doesn't just rely on consumables, then yanked a decoration from under his collar and said it mows down mobs passively, only for his team to snap back. "That's awful," and they immediately questioned if he's even pulling his weight if he's wearing something like that. After that, Cash blurted that they'd tracked down a replacement for him, Mage Mora, who can blast buffs and slam debuffs at will. And when the girl finally met him, she lit up, saying she was genuinely happy to meet him. Gale believed she was drop-dead gorgeous, and the rest of the team greeted her like, "Nice to meet you." Then Cash whipped around, asked if he finally got it, and said they didn't need him anymore. The protagonist told them to hold on and give him one more shot, because he's sitting on a brutal curse he hasn't even unleashed yet, plus a whole stash of other surprises. He didn't even get to finish his speech. His words tripped the moment his boss's gaze pinned him in place. Gale snapped, "Would you regret it?" And he shot back, "No." And deep down, he kept thinking about how he'd been backing them ever since the team was first formed. The pain kept hammering him, and Cash practically dared him to swallow his pride and try the curse shop for himself. Melissa nodded and said it was all true. "Sell to shady customers and you'll make it work." Norris grinned and swore he'd post ads for his shop, and Luke chimed in, at least it meant he didn't hate him. Mora stood there, silent as stone. Then the main character blurted that it was all crystal clear to him, thanked them for everything, and walked off, but not a single person even glanced his way. Gale couldn't stop thinking, what's eating them? They'd been side by side for ages. Then it hit him, Cash's words about the rent, and the math he'd already run on his curse costs so nobody would ever have to pay him for it. He stared at the symbol in his palm, stuck between secrets and what he couldn't say to their faces, so he enchanted their gear, blasting their powers higher than ever. Gale figured this wasn't his problem anymore, so he snapped the spell back. Then a magic seal burned into the air above him and stung him, only to vanish a heartbeat later. He hunched over, fighting for air, and thought, turns out cursed stuff isn't just bad, some of it boosts your stats by a set amount. After that, Gale finally felt it, like the world had unclenched his chest, his body was back to normal, and the curse was gone from the team, so he didn't waste a second. He was done here, and he was jumping to the next team. Then he ripped open the stats window. Cash sat at about 50, his personal level jumped to 48, and boom, he was now in the Curse Master class, with his other stats and personal points boosted too. The protagonist bragged that Cash had around 5,000 attack and 3,000 defense, and he'd leveled up like a beast. Then the innkeeper demanded how long he'd be staying since he already checked out, and he quickly apologized. After a while, he slipped out of the hotel grounds, mind racing, no money in his pocket, just a pocket full of curses. Then he heard it, the seller shouting as he hawked fresh apples to anyone who'd listen. Gale has even toyed with the idea of opening a shop, but he hates the thought of everyone praising his big dream like they know his heart. He just wants a tool shop out in the middle of nowhere. After that, the protagonist finally believed he was untouchable, sleep when he wanted, eat when he wanted. He masked the curse like a secret, then threw himself into research he actually enjoyed. For once, he thought, freedom meant doing whatever he wanted. A grin lit up Gale's face. He threw his hands in the air and yelled like he couldn't contain the hype. Then he set his sights on one thing, start raking in money from sales, starting right now. In the Silver Wolf Pavilion at the hotel, Melissa perched on Cash's lap and started chatting, saying the food was so refreshing it hit the soul, and praising how great it was that the main character had finally left. Norris spun toward Mora and said he was spoiling her only because he was new to the whole thing, while Luke snapped that they should have kicked him out ages ago. Mora stayed quiet, and the guys immediately stared at her and blushed hard, swallowing their words. Cash swore he and Gale had been together since the team was born, and Melissa insisted it felt like he was shaping himself around every single one of them like a living spell. Then seals of magic erupted over the whole team, all at once. Cash shot up right away and demanded to know what it was. Then they started bragging about their gear glowing, and Mora leaned in like, "Is that a dispelling spell?" Right after that, the seals began to vanish. The boys started trading confused guesses. None of them knew what it was, but as they spoke, every last one of them felt their magic thinning out and their bodies getting weighed down, and Mora went completely wide-eyed. She fired a question at the boys about what they'd said, then declared it looked like an advanced form of a dispel spell, and the second she said it, they pounced on her to ask all over again. Cash shot back, "Was it really Gale?" Melissa hesitated, then said it was probably him, because he'd already done something to them, and Norris was convinced he was only taking revenge. Luke's face hardened. "We should have killed him." Mara couldn't shake the weird feeling. She didn't know if he'd cursed them, but taking a curse away usually didn't leave someone feeling this awful. Cash admitted he had no clue what they were planning, but he couldn't shake the feeling about what Gale could pull off right now. Melissa nodded, and warned that if he so much as tried anything, they'd shut him down before he even moved. Mora tried to warn them it wasn't an attack at all, it was a spell, but nobody even heard her, and Cash snapped that he was the leader. If Tem treated him like an enemy and ignored his words, then Tem would be the enemy of their whole group, quoting Tem's own rule, "When in Rome, do what the Romans do." Norris told Luke, "Come near me again and I'll torch you to ashes with my magic," and Luke said, "I tried warning him, he's turning into a devil," but the reality felt even uglier than that, and Norris just brushed it off like it was all in his head. Luke swore that if he were in Gale's shoes, he'd cut off his own fingers, so no more spells could ever leave his hands, and he's dead set on seeing Gale scrape by on the streets, while Norman just nodded along like, "Yeah, Luke can absolutely do that." Moore didn't chalk it up to her imagination. She knew it was real, like a chill crawling under her skin, and after she cast the spell, a faint premonition started whispering to her. She can't shake the fear that their status has been shoved down, because in her mind, they've always been riding high thanks to the main character. Mora snapped her head around, and Melissa immediately asked what was wrong, then pressed a mug of drink into her hands, and Mag said thanks. She couldn't shake the thought, if the curse could be this useful, that felt downright strange. Mora couldn't shake the feeling that some kind of cursor, someone out there, could pull off a stunt like that, and even the S-rank Wolfpack group. She refused to believe it, until her mind snapped back to the member who'd already vanished. Back then, she had no idea he'd been booted from the team, kicked out as a comrade and as the Wolfpack's main muscle, while Gale stomped through the forest, snapping curses at an owl, begging for his curse back. After a while, the hero finally made it to the Merchants Guild, wheeled on a man, and asked point-blank if he truly wanted to open a kiosk. He nodded hard and said yes, and then the man started firing off ideas for where to place it. Once they picked the bench, the man snapped that it ran 4 gold coins a day because the spot was packed and pricey, and right then, Gale started digging through his pockets, rummage after rummage. He pulled out his coins, grimly thinking 3 silver pieces were all he had left. Then the man said the street stalls on the way to the square were cheaper, and the guy just shut his mouth and stayed silent. After a while, he finally reached the spot, and the main character actually smiled, standing in front of his stall that looked downright wrecked. Gale grinned. Yeah, it was kind of grimy, but it did the job for him, then replayed the talk with that merchant who had handed him the starter kiosk, and he couldn't help but think, what a good guy. The protagonist figured this was his moment to unload a stack of magic tools and some interior gear. Then he finally finished sorting everything he had. Then Gale couldn't stop thinking about what price to slap on it, and if he could sell it for more than the materials cost, this whole thing would finally be profitable. As he stared at his goods, the main character frowned. Nothing about it looked appealing. Then the merchant barreled in, blurted that he'd forgotten to explain, and slammed the counter's bad presentation. The man bolted over to help, promising he'd set everything right, and after just a few tense moments, things started looking way better than before. The protagonist thanked him, and the merchant shot back. Sure, stores can have their own personality, but if they don't understand what they're selling, they can't move it, and once they can't sell, that store's gonna hit real trouble. The man said training was done and he'd finally come back, and Gale felt a sharp, sweet sting, because those team memories were full of pain, yet this kindness still reached his heart. After that, the main character yanked the curse right out of the gate, then realized he'd actually liked the talisman, but he couldn't wear it around his neck, so he just hung it on the counter like some display item. Then Gale flashed a smile and finally decided to sell, but his first ever business had his nerves screaming. He couldn't stop wondering what would happen when the townspeople saw those curses. Would they accept them, or would they react with joy? The main character burst into loud shouts, claiming the adventurer was at their beck and calling, with curses stacked up, all sold cheap. A guy stepped up and demanded to know if it was a curse, saying it felt way too strange to ignore, and then another girl chimed in, asking whether magic you can weaken somehow beats a curse. Gale says the curse is a consumable item, anyone can use it, no magic needed, so these things are snapped up fast by certain seekers. One of the men bragged that 5 coins for the poison general was a steal, and the protagonist shot back that he'd totally tell everyone to grab it, mostly because, in his mind, it was practically free. Gale said there are curses for all kinds of conditions, curses that slap debuffs on your stats, and he even added that, with his solid performance, it's cheap enough to grab. Then the man's eyes snapped to the weapon, and he demanded, "What is that?" Gale leaned in and said it was a cursed dagger. When it's used, it hits the monster with a nasty defense debuff, and as a side effect, the status boosts get cranked up by 1 times. He yanked the dagger into his hands, and when he saw the curse crawling along its blade, he snapped into a full scream, leaving Gale totally shocked. The guy demanded to know what it meant, and the hero snapped back that it was a drop in protection. Then the buyer threw his hands up and declared he was done for, because that dagger was cursed. Then the man whipped around to Gale and said, "Sure, this all sounds great, but tell me, who in their right mind is gonna buy this damn stuff?" Then the main character stepped in from a whole new angle, showing that dagger off like it was just a fancy piece of decor, and fired a question at the man. "Think this handle's not insanely cool?" The buyer said using it inside wasn't a problem at all. He wasn't against the design either. Then he picked up other stuff too, and admitted he'd grabbed this one as well, since it looked great and helped keep evil away from his home. Then the main character handed him a dispel bonus spell, 3 pieces free, no strings attached, and the man lit up, calling it incredibly thoughtful as he thanked him, just like Gale planned, laying out exactly what would happen next. So if you touch this cursed item, every indicator spikes to 1 5 times, but boom, you don't just get power, you get cursed too. He admits the design is gorgeous and fancy, then he promises he'll cast a spell to strip the curse right off. She even pulls out cursed shoes, paying a price so her agility jumps 5 times, then she curses them, forces a servant to wear them, or can lift the curse whenever she wants. Yeah, it's exactly that. And on top of that, he's got a cursed crossbow. Its power is boosted to 3 times everything else, plus every shot lands with a must-hit strike, but that curse comes with the price, and it was sold for people to use at the annual hunting party. Right when the protagonist finally let his thoughts go, another man came in asking about the curse. Then the guy grinned and said he'd heard it before, like the story was etched in his memory. They said the legendary hero had a berserker in his team, and he'd always strap on cursed armor, so people started whispering that cursed gear was pure, unstoppable power. That word curse sounds nasty, so he built the spell set with a curse remover, and he even spells out exactly what the curse does, because it can be lifted, plus the side effects and those mood-boosting changes. After he finished his tale, a huge crowd surged in front of his stall, buzzing with excitement, everyone arguing about how weird it all sounded and whether he truly sold dispelling spells for his wares. After a while, the main character found himself staring at an empty stall, and he muttered that everything was gone today. Strangers had flooded the place instead. One of them even bragged, "That cursed metal death of yours is awesome." And it made him feel ridiculously fired up. Then Gale spotted a crowd sprinting toward him. Right away they bombarded him with, "Is this the only place that sells cursed stuff?" And when they pushed for more, Gale just shook his head and said, "Nope, everything's sold out." The men dropped to their knees in front of him and begged him to cast the curse right here, right now, only for him to tell them the store would open tomorrow. Then he just cut them off with a goodbye, asked for forgiveness for today, and sprinted off before they could even react. One of today's shoppers leaned in and told his friend he was about to slip on the cursed ring they grabbed from the kiosk. Then his friend warned him, "Don't pass out from the curse." And the shopper shot back, "I'm not planning to faint." Then they noticed right there side by side that his status had shot up by 1.5 times, just one ring, and it did all that. They couldn't believe it, and the questions started flying. How on earth could it be this powerful? Then the buyer leaned in and asked how much the Bogalubov dispel spell cost, and he bragged that you could rake in a fortune flipping it, only for the other guy to snap that he better not say that out loud. The blonde whispered that a spellmaster was in town, and the brunette snapped back that every guild would want him, so the blonde corrected him fast, saying he didn't mean a spellmaster. He meant asterisk this guy, the most bizarre caster they'd ever laid eyes on. Back in the shadows, those whispering adventurers had no clue a cursed cursor, haunted by the fates of 4 people, was still limping along, pushing himself on despite his wrecked health to keep the team moving. Even crazier, there's a cursor that can carve a curse so lethal it climbs all the way to the S rank, and nobody suspects the truth. He was kicked out of the team, and now hustles cursed items on the streets. While Cash and his crew battled the monster, their leader got launched and slammed into a tree, hiding his back like it might explode, and the rest of the team just froze in pure shock, clueless why this chaos had started at all. Org snapped and started yelling, while Cash gripped his sword and demanded, "Why won't this monster break and lose?" The team once grilled the leader, asking if it was truly safe to take an S-rank quest with Anubai, and the leader shut them down fast, said he'd checked everything, knew Anubai inside out, and even heard they were some of the best fighters in the whole guild. Then the guy whipped around to Mora and grinned, saying it was exactly what they needed, so Mora nodded, the two of them stepped up, and they went after the giant org, ready to take him on. After a while, Melissa snapped at Luke, yelling that what he was doing was stupid and slapping the insult, "You're a failure," in his face, until Luke fired back that he wasn't getting nowhere. Melissa called him a bad person too, and right then, boom, someone struck, blowing her clean off her feet. Norris stepped aside and started reading his spells, and Cash blurted out, "How long are you gonna sing?" And Norris just said he'd wait a bit. Then a magic seal popped into existence right in front of him. When the seal vanished, a tiny flame flickered where it used to be, so Cash demanded to know what kind of magic that was, and he admitted he couldn't use it to beat the org. Right then, the monster lunged and he dodged it. Mora swore she'd do it, strike back for everyone and slam buffs back to back. Then, as the words left her mouth, she realized her mana was already running dry. She raised her staff and slammed it into the ground. Wham! Magic seals flared beneath every single one of them, and she snapped that their stats had doubled and ordered them to rip into the monster. Cash practically melted at her words. Then he bolted at the monster, raised his sword, and swung. Org shoved him back with one hand, demanded in his own language whether he truly wanted to fight, and all the while he was casually picking his nose. The team leader couldn't believe it. His strike got shut down in an instant, and right then Org snatched the guy off the ground with his sword and blasted him through the air. Cash got absolutely beaten up, and the second the monster lunged, he bolted while Mora snapped up a tiny barrier. Then he snapped at her, calling her a terrible support mage, and demanded she double her stats, claiming she was useless. Then he added, right then and there, that she'd use the cursed item the last owner left behind. The girl warned it would weaken the very thing, so Cash lunged, snatched her clothes, and demanded if she was really going to use Gale's curse, while he insisted the curse wouldn't even work. She replayed the letter where Gale promised that, through the experience he was giving her, he'd lay out the support methods he'd used before, and even drop a few curses. Mora told them she'd learned the truth. Before either of them even fought, they'd been cursed already, so the second Cash heard it, he snapped his grip and she crumpled straight onto the ground. The guy insisted he'd figured out it wasn't a spell at all, it was a curse, and the rest of the team nodded like, yeah, he's right, because they all knew they were cursed. The boys kept hurling insults at Gale, then shrugged it off and pushed on, still miles from the mountains where the hippos roam, while they somehow forgot all about Mora, and Org demanded to know if the game was really over. Cash stared down the dangerous road ahead, packed with A-class monsters, and thought, yeah, this is bad. His teammates snapped that they didn't get his disappointment, because the curse stripped them of their full power, forcing them to fight like they were still in training and nothing less. They insisted they weren't running away at all, they were just pulling back like it was strategy, and their opponent was now caught slipping. Cash grinned and said that was perfect. If the curse did the job, then it didn't change a thing for him. Mora leaned in and asked if they were quitting already, or if it was too soon. Then Cash grinned and said they were shocked, because she hadn't even thrown everything she had at it yet, and that hit the girl so hard she froze in disbelief. The others nodded along, trashing her as a total newbie who could barely fight. Then they turned and left, and Mora's rage lit up, because she's a support mage with zero way to fight back. She screamed after them, insisting they couldn't do that if it was true. Then they spun back with a grin, told her to handle the rest, and bolted, leaving the girl alone with the monster. Org told her, "I'm sorry for you too," and that didn't calm a thing. Morris just stood there, trembling with rage. She snapped, "You've got to be kidding," then hurled a curse straight up into the air. After that, she stormed after the guys with zero hesitation, and right there, loud and clear, she snapped that they were dead wrong. After a while, Cash and the crew finally crashed for a rest, then the whole group started spilling their feelings. One guy said he felt disgusting, someone admitted they'd lost their favorite lawn, and Melissa broke down, saying she honestly thought she was going to die. Nora said he usually handles multiple spells just fine. Luke insisted they never should have gotten worn out from that quick run, and Melissa snapped that it was totally Nora's fault, right down to her great virtues. Norris insisted this wasn't the only explanation. Before even the supporting magic kicked in, everyone's movements already looked awkward and out of sync. Luke snapped, "Why didn't it take twice as long to cast?" and the guy grinned like it was his own joke. Honestly, I went a little too hard. If I'd been in a good mood, I'd have burned the whole thing to the ground. Cash snapped that it was the protagonist's fault, plain and simple, then wondered how he could twist revenge any other way, right as Mora burst into the clearing and said she'd finally caught up with them. The leader snapped that she was late, like the task was already done, and Mora's fury boiled over, because a tiny monster was stuck to her cape. Cash demanded what it was, but Mora shot him a glare and refused to answer. At that moment, the main character strolled through the city streets with a huge grin, belting out song after song, shouting to everyone that being a street vendor is straight-up fun. Some people lean into the store just to stare at the shelves. No buys, no bravery, while cursed magic still hangs in the air for adventurers, because half of them aren't shopping at all, they're hunting for spells. The merchant spotted him and immediately went, "It's been forever," then leaned in and asked how things were going, only for Gale to say he'd been thinking about moving the store, and the man shot back, "All right, where are you planning to go?" Gale snapped his eyes to the aristocratic quarter at once, then pitched his stall a full 10 meters from the main street, because those rich nobles don't dress like commoners, they demand to be right in the middle of the newest fashion. Right then, Mora leaned in and told the other team members, "I didn't come for praise." Behind her, the monster crumpled back into its true form as the curse item ran out, and the whole group jolted with instant, bone-deep fear. The girl snapped that she'd handle it on her own, then she shoved the baton into their hands and bolted, so Cash shrugged and told her he didn't care what she planned to do next. Then the whole team snapped their eyes to the monster, and Melissa immediately barked out orders, while Luke leaned in and told it that the meat tastes softer and better on women. After that, they all bolted away from him. Then he watched them go and deadpanned that he was, of all things, a vegetarian. 4 days later, the team came roaring back to the pavilion, dropping into their seats with their faces pressed into the table like they couldn't bear what they were seeing. Cash kept begging for water, while Melissa was all about needing a bath, and the two of them just stared at how wild it was that they'd end up stuck in another forest this desperate to get out. Everything felt awful, and the smell was absolutely brutal. Right then, the hostess leaned in and asked Mora if they were from the same group. Mora just snapped back that they were going to get what they wanted. Then a voice ripped from their table, blaming it all on Gale, and they called the hostess. Cash begged the woman for water, or even just a towel, while Luke jumped in beside him and demanded where her service was, and right then, a glass of water slammed onto the table in front of them. She said she'd hand over just one glass of water since it wasn't free, and the moment she snapped at them like they were nobody, rage flared in their chests. Then she even told them not to refuse the costs for the accommodation. The landlady even called them low-class clients, and that stung Cash so hard he snapped, "What did you say?" The woman told them she'd been paid up front for the day before, so if they drank the water today, they could leave the hotel. Then she shot out her hand and asked if they wanted to fork over extra for one more day. Rage surged through Cash as he lunged for the cash. Then it hit him they had zero money. His comrades barked, "Pay already, don't let the hostess think she can underestimate us." And right then, the guy's face went ghost pale. He tried to deny it all, but the moment he looked at Melissa, he froze. There was her brand new dagger, shiny and ready, because she always loves new things. Luke got his gear reworked, battle-scarred gloves and all, and Norris showed up with a fresh spellbook and a new wand. Then everything vanished like it never existed. Cash's custom sword got repaired too, only for the blade to fall apart again from that very same monster fight. As the realization hit each of them, they all realized their group was broke, and the hostess snapped up the moment, demanding to know what had happened. She said they'd have to cough up 5 silver coins a night for 5 people with too much op, 6 if food was included, and then she demanded, "So can you pay?" The guys snapped with rage. In that moment, Melissa shot a glance at the glass of water, realized she was dying of thirst, blurted out an apology, and started chugging it like crazy, while everyone scrambled to yank the cup away from her. Mora didn't even glance their way. She spun to the hostess and demanded ale and some food, while the crew stared on as Melissa downed every drop of water with a totally unreadable expression. Then Mora realized the entire team was staring at her, so they blurted out that they were in trouble. She'd never paid a single penny into the common treasury, and the moment she saw how grim it looked, dread started crawling up her spine. She drew a hard line and told them, "This is MY money. Our treasury only comes from the quest rewards we earn." Mora suddenly remembered that old talk when Cash told her not to worry about money, because they'd get paid well, and once that was done, they'd handle the rest themselves, since they were S-Ranka. The leader snapped at her not to spit nonsense. It was tied to the quest, period. Melissa nodded like he was right, then grabbed the girl and declared, "It's all mine now, and anything that's ours belongs to everyone." Mora lunged to stop them, but their eyes were already hungry for blood. Nari's snapped that if Mora held a grudge, then she should be furious at Gale. Then they grabbed the money bag and declared she'd be serving all of them, including her own money. They tore open the money bag, confirmed it was packed with cash, and told her she was rich even as a support mage. Then Morris snapped back that she'd beat them all. Cash burst into laughter, swearing he'd never buy that a support mage could swing a real attack, like it was just a mosquito bite, until right then he took a brutal blow. The guy shot sideways and knocked a chair and barrel over with him, and right away Melissa shouted to him, then swung the chair straight at Mora. "Don't let those gray virtues swallow you," she warned, slamming her point home. Melissa swung her strike, but the girl vanished. Only a robe fluttered where she stood. Then Mara burst in from behind and slashed at her too. Luke and Norris immediately shouted her name, begging her to cool off, because that kind of behavior just isn't right for a girl. An enraged Mora snapped at them to shut up, calling them small fry, and Luke and Norris fired back that she needed to stop messing around before someone got hurt. They crashed into each other, and while chaos swirled, the girl straightened everything out with everyone, then broke into a satisfied smile, apologized to the owner for the rampage, and promised she'd pay only for the owner to tell her she shouldn't pay a single thing. Mora practically glowed with relief. Then she strode over to the guys sprawled on the floor and announced, bluntly, "I'm done with the group today." Right then, the main character was hawking his wares when a blonde woman with a fan swept up to him and told him he'd better take a look at the weird antiques she'd found here. She made a point of the lizards, then turned their live act into something wild and oddly captivating. Gale swore they looked like basilisks, blurting out that she had an eagle eye, and it hit her hard because it was his damned Cantara. The woman instantly snapped into panic, demanded again that they talk about the cursed one, and blurted that it terrified her to the bone. Then a mustached man shot up from his seat and told her to hand the whole mess to him, leaving our main character completely stunned. The stranger leaned in and dared him to sell the cursed thing to a nobleman. Then Gale snapped back that it was just interior decoration, and the man immediately shoved for more details. After he spilled everything, they took off and the protagonist sank onto the box, stunned, because she really did seem like a noblewoman, and with the price he'd named, they would have paid way more than she was worth. Even if they sell it, that spell is still his creation, earned and owned. He's not about to waste time on cheap, expendable spells when combat hits. Gale figured everything was moving fast and decided to close. Then his mind snapped back to today. Whoever they were, the moment they laid eyes on his damned stuff, they were already trembling. Even though every nobleman swore this strange design was unusual and interesting, not a single one admitted they actually liked it, so he understood exactly how he felt, but there was no time to dwell on it. Just as the protagonist manned his stall, a young girl stepped in close. He figured she was a noblewoman at first, until her simple look gave it away, and then he realized she wasn't the one sneaking around it because someone was watching them from the corner. The stranger leaned in and asked if he was working, then she peered at one item and said, "What a strange design," but the moment she added that she liked it, she flashed him a dazzling smile. Gale looked at it like she couldn't believe her eyes, and he blurted that he was stunned she even liked it, because she'd been a mystery to him, yet she was clearly there on business, and the protagonist insisted he was shutting it down so he could hand it over for less. She lit up with excitement, but then admitted the cash was locked up inside the castle, so Gale pressed her again, and she confessed she'd left her wallet at home, meaning she was broke, and Gale just burst out laughing. He told her the price was so brutal she couldn't possibly not afford it. Then she tried to push back, but he cut her off, reminding her she was the first one to hype his design, and when he slid in that he gives discounts to regulars, he flashed her a wink that sealed the deal. Then the girl shoved a massive gold coin into his hands, and Gale froze in shock, thinking, "Is that really all you've got for me?" He opened his mouth to call after her, but she was already gone. Then she sprinted off and waved back with a bright, carefree smile. Then it hit him he'd completely forgot to tell them what the curse actually does, or how it fades, so he spun around, but the stranger was already gone like he never existed, and he clutched his head as panic kicked in and he scrambled to figure out what to do next. The impact is tiny, but the defense power gets tripled straight up, and even with only instant death resistance, once she slaps it on, she can't just rip it off because the curse locks it in. Gale figured that since she lived in luxury, she must be able to shatter the temple spell. Then he planned to apologize next time and hand over the cursed spell, but the moment he pictured the castle, he froze, wondering what she was really talking about. At that moment, the stranger got yanked straight into the gateway, and she burst into shocked screams as she begged to be let go, then yelled again when she realized she was being grabbed. The night girl just snapped that she'd finally been taken. After a while, they marched straight to the castle, where the 4 guards were sprawled on the floor, and the knight basically laughed off the whole situation, swaggering up to the stranger and calling her Princess Kara like they were nothing. Right then, the main character was cutting down the street when a hand clamped onto his shoulder, and a stranger blurted that some man wanted a young guy, black hair, a blue jacket, selling at a stall nearby. The details matched him so perfectly that he asked them to let him show his face. Gale spun around with a fresh grin and told him he still looked young. Then the man froze, sure he'd made a mistake, and begged for his forgiveness. Turns out the protagonist had been using a cursed relic to twist his own face, and now he's scrambling. Why's the royal guard hunting him? So he races to get ready and bolts out of the city fast. In the castle right then, they warned the princess that the thing she'd bought was blasphemous against the church, and she shot back that there was nothing wrong with it. The girl spun around the room, glaring at the strange design and admitting she still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Then the princess smiled and said she was still far away, calling her Vivian. She said the next morning was packed. She had to meet the neighboring country's ambassadors, so everyone needed to get ready, and right then Kara slipped that ring onto her finger. Vivian snapped, asking if she was really showing up to that meeting with the ring on. Then the girl shrugged and said she was only trying it on. Right now, Gale was crammed into the Adventurers Guild, stuffing himself on amazing food, lost in thoughts that used to haunt him when he was alone. Because back then he could only dream, and now he could do anything, and he was finally proving he had the talent to back it up. And he's gotta grab those materials, like, right now, because the quarry is teetering, and rescuing and fixing what's about to get thrown out is exactly the kind of quick work that saves it. Right then, Cash and his crew demanded to know why they couldn't get a loan just because they were an S-ranked team, asking for 10 or 20 gold coins, while the female administrator hesitated before giving them her answer. She told them bluntly that ever since they got promoted, their search had stalled, no progress, no funding, and then she snapped, "Did you meet the client yet?" Because the complaints about them being nowhere were piling up fast. Cash shot back that this monster was a total curveball, then the administrator dropped the bomb. It was an A-rank threat, while they were S-rank, so the guy just grinned and called himself a mutant, something unmistakably strange. The girl flashed a smile and told them she knew all about their secret org training near the city, and how they'd done something else too, so did they really underestimate the guild? Cash snapped in fury at her. She told me Mora slipped out of the group a few days back, then guilt hit them hard. They'd filed a complaint, got stuck with a bill from the innkeeper at the pavilion, and ended up paying her off. Gale watched the whole mess unfold and knew they were about to drown in trouble. Rage flashed across the administrator's face as she demanded, straight up, if they truly meant to borrow money right now. Fear crept in, and then Cash blurted that it was all Gale's doing, making Gale's eyes go wide in shock. Melissa snapped that, thanks to the curse, the hero's stats tanked and all buffs turned to trash. Luke even added that Mora was pointless too. Then the administrator let out a hard exhale. Then she leaned in and told her that Mora isn't just a support mage, she's ranked in the top 5 across the whole capital. She had bad history with the old crew, so she pushed for a fresh replacement group, and when Cash and the team heard her say it, they were completely stunned. She strutted around thinking she was untouchable, and somehow they still managed to slip past her and lose her. Then the girl said, about Gale, I'm not even sure he's evil, but trust me, almost no curse caster is as terrifyingly good as he is. She blurted out antidote spells right away, then asked how much they cost, while Gale suddenly flashed back to the days when he made spells for the guild. Cash snapped and called the whole team, saying it was time to leave. Melissa pressed him about Gale, Norris insisted they lock in a quest, Luke backed him up, and the leader barked for everyone to shut up. They started grilling them, so you're really Ezranga now, and Cash insisted, yeah, I think so, but it hit him fast he was wrong. Gale stared on, worried sick, are you guys even okay? What do you mean by the curse? Because he'd already broken his long ago. The protagonist called it time to leave. No way he wanted to cross paths with them again. Then he thanked the cook for the meal, stepped outside, and Bam spotted 2 guards sprinting down the street. One snapped, why are you sprinting? Our enemies on the attack. The other shot back, no, I heard it. Princess and Vivian are fighting again, and this time it's way more vicious. They were betting it would take a whole army of adults to stop them. Gale swallowed the thought and knew, even then, the kingdom's soldiers would still get deployed. He started down the street, and the idea hit him out of nowhere. Right then, palace guards lunged in to block Vivian, insisting she was inside and needed to calm down. But she snapped, yanked herself up under a blanket, glared like she wanted blood, and screamed that the ring was cursed, while everyone around them went pale with fear. The knight replayed the princess's words in his head, asterisk, she'd just try it on and then slide it onto her finger, and the moment it happened, dark shadows erupted around her. The girls froze in terror, because none of them even knew what they were seeing. The older man dropped into a chair right in front of Kara and demanded she rip off the ring, only for Kara to snap back that she couldn't remove it. Then Vivian snapped that there was no escape, she had to cut off her own finger. She snatched the sword and swung hard, and the second it landed, shouts erupted from the room as someone demanded, protect the princess. After a stretch of time, the princess finally stormed into the hall and shot the guests an instant apology for the delay, calling them dear guests. They complimented her looks, and Kara smiled and thanked them. Then they stared at her finger, and she admitted she'd barely nicked it. Soon after, the guards stepped in to report that guests from a neighboring country had just arrived. The princess said they were probably wiped out from the long trip and offered tea, but they brushed it off. Then they gestured to a huge box and bragged that it was packed with top-notch tea and mouth-watering sweets. Kara noticed there were tons of them crowding the place, nodded and agreed to give them a shot. Then someone told her, yep, they really did haul in a whole lot. Two bandits burst out of the crate, weapons in hand, bragging that they'd make their empire's taste felt. Vivian snapped, enemies are here, and everyone had to get ready. The guests who arrived wasted no time pulling out their weapons, claiming the crossbow's arrow was tipped with a poison that struck fast, killing you quickly without pain, so the guards instantly roared that they had to protect the princess. A swarm of arrows screamed toward Kara, but she shut her eyes and clapped her hands over her ears, yet not a single one ever landed on her. The enemies gaped in disbelief. Vivian was just as stunned. Then they surged back in to strike again, but their arrows slammed into an invisible wall, and that wall finally shattered into nothing. Princess Kara snapped her eyes open and demanded how she'd managed to throw up that barrier. Then she quickly decided it had to be because of the protagonist. Vivian sat right in front of her and asked if she was hurt, and the girl waved it off, saying she was fine and thanking her, while the knight's mind raced over why the guests were acting like an empire, because first, they had to get to a safe place. Right after that, two men showed up before the princess. Vivian turned to Mr. Uriel and Arizal for their take, while Kara grilled them on whether this was a horrific curse. Uriel shot back that stripping the spell is actually easy, it's just that the one in front of them is way too advanced, like the maker has perfected the craft of cursed creations. This ring is forged with crazy-level complexity to crank its rewards to the max, and the owner's status shoots through the roof, because it's packed with curses so nasty they'll make the ring vanish. The man insisted Arizal will handle it next, and the other guy hurriedly admitted, I'm sorry, I apologize to the princess. Then he snatched her hand, and Vivian blurted out to him at once, while he stared at the ring and said it was a cursed relic-class band. He never dreamed he'd lay eyes on something this wonderful in his entire 10+ years. Then Vivian immediately smacked him on the head and demanded to know how long he planned to keep holding Kara's hand. She even claimed the church relic angel shield sparked the same kind of effect, and Arizal shot back that, if he wasn't mistaken, he had that skill too. The priest swore he'd never seen anything that big slap instant resistance to death back into existence. Then the princess snapped back that it exists, the Empire's treasure, the heart of the Demon King. This item blasts you with wild perks, instant death resistance, and faster magic casts, but the cost is brutal. Using it drains your life force, and it can kill you. Vivan said, if you want the real punch, you've got to pay the heavy price. This is the real truth of the world. There's no cost you have to pay for it. It's not just some relic, it's something bigger than that. The princess snapped Vivan's name like a warning and asked, do you remember that boy? Vivan nodded, then it hit her. Kara had bought the ring from him. The knight broke into a grin and teased that she really wanted him to catch her and kill him, so the princess shot back that she wanted to thank him and demanded he be escorted straight to the castle. Even though the ring is cursed, it still hauled her back from the brink, so yeah, that's the whole point, and now she's desperate to see him again. The protagonist grabbed a whole new look, an overcoat with hidden inner pockets, gloves and boots packed with built-in shin guards, plus tough clothes laced with steel wire, and he couldn't stop thinking how badass he looked. His pack was stuffed with spells and a homemade dagger, and now he had one mission, get them to his destination. He stared at the city and finally, decisively, chose to move. After some time passed, he couldn't stop wondering what the royal capital would look like, and then he finally exhaled. Gale was strolling along, feeling great, until something caught his eye in an alley. He skidded to a stop and stared. Turns out they were from his old team, ice cold but still trying to get warmed up. Melissa snapped, don't grope me, and Norris just shrugged, there's nothing to grope. The girl's indignation flared when they called her a board, and the guys shot back that they weren't calling her that at all, while the main character felt a strange, familiar pull from these people, like he'd seen them before. Gale bolted into the market, snatched an apple, and started nibbling. Then thunder of hooves hit as guards on horseback tore past, yelling that they needed more men. Since the castle gates already had guards, he figured everything would be fine. The protagonist stared at them, his mind racing as he wondered why the royal knights were here. Then he noticed the royal guard too. Then he spun around and spotted a wanted poster. This young guy with dark hair is selling dull jewelry, and witnesses are told to rush back to the castle with information. The knights pressed the guards, have you checked the square? and the guard snapped back, "Yep," bragging that the Royal Capital Army is patrolling it right now, so they won't miss a thing, not even a fly. These men were scrambling to figure out if the kid was at the inn or with the guild, and Gale actually liked getting stopped. Until this time, the boy didn't match the description at all. Suddenly, one of the knights leaned in and told him, "You're like me, jewelry doesn't do anything for you, and you're not out here selling it," and Gale snapped back, "That's rude." As the night rolled on, people whispered that this guy wasn't dressed right at all, and the flashy jewelry he was hawking, it carried destructive power, so everything about him felt even more dangerous. The man told Gale she could go, and rage hit her hard as she fumed, because he couldn't shake the feeling that giving in made him look like an idiot. He had to bolt out of this city fast. The protagonist scanned the area and realized there were horse-drawn carriages everywhere, like he could pick any road he wanted. Only, if he wanted work, he'd have to head straight for the big city. He stared at the map and spotted two targets close by, the trading city of Imbalance and the military city of Grossius Ford. Then he realized he could also head for the ancient city of Gronstadt. Then he realized they had just 2 months left before they shut down for good, so they started pushing a discount hard, and this guy baited him. For one measly silver coin, they'd take him straight to the agricultural city of Farmage. Gale pictured a farm and a mountain of vegetables, shot his hand up and blurted, "I'm going." Then another hand shot up right beside his. The protagonist stared at her like he recognized her, sparks of "I've seen you before" flashing in his head. Then he pushed his way through the nerves and tried to ask her. Mora, she tore off her hood, flashed a smile, and asked if he was really Gale. He answered, "Nope, I'm in Cash's group." After that, they climbed into the carriage together, snapping into place like a storm finally found its target, because he still couldn't forget the nasty thing he'd said, right before she swung her hand and slapped him across the face. Gale assured him they wouldn't be long, and with a sharp, worried smile, she added that she hoped so too. He let out a quiet chuckle, and right then the girl snapped that he was too close, so they both tried to scoot apart, but he shrugged and said there was nothing he could do. It was too cramped, and she spun away, cold as ice. He scanned the scene: stacks of imported goods from neighboring countries, iron products ready for sale, an escort of mercenaries, a handful of regular civilians, and that fearless girl who didn't flinch at a single thing. Then his mind snapped to how she'd left the team early. The protagonist craved a break, but his body wouldn't let him, so he blurted to Mora that they'd stick to their own beliefs without butting in too hard, and then the girl dropped a thought he hadn't even imagined. Gale figured the girl wasn't the reason. He was pretty sure Kasha got fixated on her beauty, and that's what led to the mutilation. The way he kept circling him told me this wasn't the first time, like he'd been trying to get to him for ages, and honestly it worked out for the best, so the protagonist finally asked her why she left. Mora blurted out exactly what she wanted him to hear, still stunned that he'd managed to stick around with them for this long. The girl snapped that Cash was useless as a leader, couldn't fight at all, and that the other three were terrible with a sword, and she doesn't even bring up whether they can use a bow. The protagonist asked if it was truly Cash, and she nodded, then demanded who else could it be, so the guild swept her away, and now she can't stay in the capital for a while. Mora told me that every time they hit a problem, they point at the other person, then just drop it like it never happened, and she's convinced he knows it too. She shot an apology his way, and he brushed it off like it wasn't a big deal. Then he admitted he was sorry they turned her life into trouble, and she snapped back that he shouldn't apologize at all. The protagonist stared at her and instantly realized she must have slipped out of the group and vanished from the city without a trace. He snatched food from his backpack, whipped up a sandwich, and shoved it into her hands. Then he told her they were both trapped by the same group, so he wanted to know her for real. She just smiled and replied with the kind of perfect words that could only hit exactly right. She stared at the food and her mouth started watering fast. Then she thanked him. Right after that, Gale began handing sandwiches out to the other passengers. Mara declared it was absolutely delicious, then praised how fast he pulled it off, while he shrugged and said the secret was top-notch ingredients and the perfect wine. The girl shot him a question right away. What did he want to do with her? And she poured him wine to drink. When she spotted it was expensive, she hesitated and asked if he was really sure, and he just smirked that the money in his stall was all his hard-earned. Mora heard the streets roaring about the artifacts pulled from that stall, and he snapped right away. Who in the world could it be? The girl took a sip of wine and smirked, saying it felt like the princess herself had been searching for him. Then that sweet girl popped right into view before his very eyes. Then he shook his head like, nah, it can't be, because Mora told him she had no idea he was making money from the stall, yet he just flashed a sweet smile and teased, do I look like the kind of guy who sells artifacts? She broke into a laugh and snapped, you're right. He grimaced and said it was awful, wishing desperately that she'd admit it was true, even if it meant she was lying to herself. Mara said if you're gonna pull off something great, you've got to head somewhere holier than the city, and Gale nodded, even joking you could always disappear and live like a hermit. Then she burst out laughing and agreed, and they pushed on down the road. The girl said he had her laughing and that she liked him, and the main character shot back that she didn't disgust him either. Then they slammed their palms together. If one of them was the vanguard, they could join forces, Mora backing them up, and him tearing things apart with his damn spells. Then the carriage slammed to a sudden stop. The org blocks their path, looks like they just hit that column hard. Outside, the fighting sounds brutal, and things are looking bad. One of the men blurts out that the mercenaries are dead, then begs for help. Peeking outside, they spotted a whole bunch of orgs waiting, and Mora snapped that things were getting ugly, like they'd just seen their carriage roll by. The girl figured that even if she and Gale fought from the back ranks, they'd still struggle, because here, there was literally no one else to take the battle. She grilled the protagonist, did he have a weapon, then slammed the truth down, they had no other choice. All she had was a magic staff and a tiny knife. Gale shot back that he only had a one-time debuff curse and a tiny dagger, then she basically told him to go wipe out the enemies. Mora snapped that dying without ever doing a thing was worse than falling on the battlefield. Then she flashed her confidence in her support magic and told him to trust her. Gale told him she understood he'd be stuck on the front lines, so she needed to watch his back so no one snuck up from behind, and she nodded, apologized, and promised she'd be careful, while he said everything was totally fine. The protagonist grinned and promised to unleash the S-rank power on the spot, then the enemies instantly bolted out of there. Gale realized they were still playing it too safe. If they wanted to win, they had to strike right now and drop at least one of them, and then he spotted something. The protagonist swore the protective wall could take hit after hit, then Mora snapped at him to go, stop stressing, and let her power-up strengthen him, and he nodded, ready to move. Out of nowhere, she spotted a dark, twisted thing clawing out from his side. She snapped, "What is that?" And right then Gale was gripping a dagger in his hands. Mora warned that the buffs don't kick in instantly, so timing has to be perfect. Land it right, and one strike wipes out an org, then a curse locks the next enemy down, letting them delete another before it even moves. Gale spilled exactly what he knew, because if they stalled, a patrol would roll in to check what went down, so they couldn't afford to slip up. Meanwhile, the girl snapped with rage, replaying every word he just said. Mora stared at the dagger in his hand and demanded to know what it was. He snapped back that it was just an ordinary blade and that it was cursed. When she pressed him again, he told her to back behind him, and the girl tried to stop him. She dropped to one knee and slapped a magic seal into place, knowing it wouldn't hold as steady, but they'd have to overpower it anyway. Then she fired off the skill increase maximum power ****. At this moment, the main character's power finally surged. Then he ripped into a swing, launching the object straight toward the org and shouting, "This position is perfect, look at that flight range. The time to move was right now." The object was covered in writing, and the moment it hit the air, the words started clawing into the monsters' minds. Mora froze in total shock. She couldn't shake the feeling these were Gale's curses, and they weren't hitting people, only monsters, and the thing she'd been watching just kept getting worse by the minute. The protagonist yelled that he'd chop them into tiny pieces, and Mora tried to yank him back, because it was way too early for that madness. She realized Gale wasn't fully pinned in midair. He lashed out, swung at the org, and one brutal strike tore its head clean off, leaving the girl frozen in pure shock. Mora couldn't even get words out, while the main character kept going, slicing off another enemy's head like it was nothing. He sprinted through the chaos, carving up every monster that dared block his path, because those things were terrified. The protagonist stared at his dagger and burst into laughter, then swung his attention to Mora and praised her buffs, only for her to shoot back, "Nope, it wasn't the buffs." The girl swore that debuff was an area curse, because surviving in that kind of place felt nearly impossible. Ignoring the defense, shutting down recognition no matter what's true, because the impact never stops. And after that, he's still out here calling the legendary item ordinary. She's totally lost, grabs her forehead, snaps that he's an idiot, and right then, Gale's body gets swallowed up by magic. He spotted the seal under his feet, and Mora's buff surged through his status like a storm. He even said it was all because of her, but she snapped back that he was wrong. The protagonist said he could keep fighting, and the girl just stared like, you look like you're tanking this without buffs." Right there, she realized his status had been crushed, but the guy didn't even clock it. She shot him an apology and promised she'd set everything straight because the buff's power had finally fizzled out. The protagonist swore that if their combo keeps working, he's untouchable, and then Nora snapped, "So you've really lost it, huh?" Gale stormed back in to attack the orgs again, took down another one, turned around, and saw a whole wave of them closing in with that nasty screech, because yeah, there were even more. Then he hurled an artifact straight at them. When it struck their bodies, it carved tiny wounds, and the moment it landed, their flesh started to dissolve. The hero lunged in instantly, driving a dagger at them, and shouted that thanks to Mora's buff, the orcs got hit by his slowdown curse. Then they just froze in place. The girl stared in disbelief, thinking, "You called that slowing down?" Then she watched him sprint straight to the biggest monster and go on the attack. He wasted no time. He swung and cut off his head. Right then, skeleton spirits poured into view behind him, and for a split second, it felt like the moment his death had finally arrived. It's an insanely rare thing, and you can't just handcraft it from scratch. She still doesn't get that, not at all. The protagonist declared, "I've won," and she snapped back, "No, you defeated us." Gale laughed it off like it was nothing, especially with Mora throwing support behind him. The other passengers leaned out from behind it, staring, and Gale and Moro burst into waves. Then the second they saw them, those people sprinted over with big smiles. After a while they slammed to a stop. The main character admitted it was his very first time fighting monsters, and yeah, fear was creeping in. Mora snapped back, grilling him again, and he just nodded. The girl pressed him on how long he'd been on the team with Cash, and he just shrugged it off, claiming he wasn't anything special, only one of the earliest members, and the real truth, he was a master of cursed objects. Mara snapped that Cash was wrong to throw him out, and Gale shot back that she'd told the same thing, because she knew it was the only right move, then added that he just didn't have enough self-esteem. The girl swore that this dandelion coffee was delicious, and the guy laughed that it could do a ton of things, like all-powerful level, until he snapped back that she was just exaggerating. Then she swung her feet up, said she was heading to bed, and thanked him for the coffee, so he shot back a warm good night and let her go. Gale suddenly stared at the idea that he was omnipotent, and he'd never even questioned it before, because even today everything ran smoothly thanks to Mora's support. He remembered that day with the crew, while everyone clashed in the chaos. He moved like a silent shadow behind them, and today, when he faced the monsters himself, that guilt finally didn't hit. Then Gale chuckled softly and praised her kindness, wearing a bright smile as the girl fought to fall asleep. Fresh day broke, and they were right back on the move. Then Mora suddenly blurted that they arrived, and Gale's jaw dropped as they sprinted straight toward a rural town where farms rule the land. They had to trudge the whole way, and by the time they reached the houses, exhaustion hit hard. The main character told her they had about an hour left to reach the border, and begged that he stay on the cart. She nodded like it was totally expected, saying this was just the same non-stop grind. Mora leaned in and demanded what he was about to do, and he shot back that he'd hit the guild first, drop off the materials he'd taken from the orgs, and then hunt down quests. She told them to first find out who else was hunting for recruits to join their squad. Until then, they'd stick together. He nodded right away, insisting he wanted to stay close to regular, everyday people. And he warned her their mission wouldn't be easy or straightforward. Soon they reached the Adventurers Guild perched on the farm's edge, and right away they dove into the pile of quests, until Mora blurted out, "Can one person pull this off?" And he shot back, "Yeah, it'll be fine." Gale quickly asked if she could tag along with him to wipe out the undead, because this is an A-class mission. She shot back that they were both rearguards, so victory felt out of reach, and he still believed she could come through for him, because he blurted that this mission was the only lifeline he had left. Then a girl suddenly popped up beside them, staring like she'd forgotten everything, until she asked, "Are you new?" Gale answered, "We're from the royal capital." The stranger lit up and said, "That's awesome." She clutched the protagonist's hand and flashed him a sweet, warm smile, while Mora raged behind them. Then the girl turned to the mage and asked, "So, are we friends?" And the mage replied, "No, companions." Then that stranger flashed a grin and claimed she was a support link. "This role is super popular," she said, turning to Gale and asking what his position was. He shot back that he too was a rearguard, an expert in curses, and she lit up like, "Wait, what?" Then he admitted his real job was support, but when it came down to it, he could still throw hands. After that, the girl tossed him an apology and admitted she just didn't see a curse master every day. Then she picked the perfect little tease, winked at him, and walked it right back into his world. She told them she'd toss them a couple missions just to get them rolling. Then she pored over the quest and said they picked a great one. There were more just like it waiting. And yeah, there weren't many priests around. Plus, evil spirits lurked that could wipe them out, especially now when barely anyone had the guts to take on this mission. Then she said maybe luck would finally smile on them, and the stranger leaned in asking if they were ready to take it on. This was basically fighting death itself, so he nodded without hesitation. The girl promised she'd share some advice, because anyone who refused the mission would be left alone, and she swore she wouldn't send a rescue team for them, either. The protagonist asked, "Do you have a map?" And she grinned and said yes, then tossed in extra items too, but he shot back, "Nope, just the map." After that, she stamped the guild seal on the mission. The stranger leaned in and dropped the real bombshell, a skull from a fresh discovery, and it belonged to one of the adventurers who tried to run this mission alone. She strode up to Gale and warned him to be careful, because they'd already been through so many fierce bouts, and the city's situation was getting ugly fast. Then she turned to Mora, laughed, and said, "Guess what? We're really friends." Then the girl snapped back to it, lit up, and told them to meet her in Farm Edge. "I'm Gimli." Gale finally said it was all good now. They'd kick off the mission tomorrow. Then Mora shot back, asking why they were rushing, insisting they should rest up after the journey. As they stormed out of the guild building, the girl fumed because Gimli wouldn't let it go. She said it was just unbearable. The protagonist asked what she meant, and she snapped back that she wasn't doing anything like that. Mora dipped her head and declared she had no choice now. She had to ride with him on the mission. Gale didn't argue, but he pressed, "So why'd you suddenly change your mind?" She burst into screaming, yelling that she didn't care. She just couldn't stop worrying about him, and the second it hit, her face flushed bright red. Then the main character smiled and told her to stay put. No reason to raise her hopes, because he'd find it so much easier to handle this alone. Morris warned that anyone who dares to challenge the undead is walking into real danger, and that's why she can't stop worrying. And the main character shot back, "No worries, these curses will only help me," grinning as he couldn't wait for tomorrow. Gimli sat there, locked in thought about Gale and every word he'd thrown out, stunned that he could weave curses like a master, yet even more shocked because his curse wasn't like any ordinary one. A brand new day rolled in and the protagonist sat down with Mora for breakfast, until she teased, "You sleep so much it's basically lunchtime," and he just shrugged, "I can't help it." They clocked it, heads were turning, eyes locked on them. With hardly any armed folks or adventurers in the city, those people are basically unicorns, so everyone stares like it's an event. After a while, they finally reached the mission site, and the main character snapped that they had to finish this job, no shortcuts, just to earn the money. Gale demanded to know what she'd lugged in, and the bag spilled out a silver knife, an incense amulet, and holy water, while he scoffed that it was still a pitiful haul. Then the main character snapped, "I'm all good, undead are my specialty," but the girl admitted she was way more worried about this place. They went down together. Mora warned that if anything terrifying showed up, she'd bolt, and Gale nodded, saying the dungeon wasn't some easy walk, so she'd stay close too, and insisted he run with her. They sprinted down the hallway toward the glow at the end, then burst out and froze as skeletons littered the floor. Mora's voice shook as she called it horrible, and Gale shot back, "Undead did this." Before he tore into the remains, scraping until he uncovered tracks. She told him this used to be a dungeon, until it rotted into a cemetery, all packed with bones and zero justice to be found, like the place itself was mourning. Gale pressed, "If we go deeper, can you still say the same?" And Mora instantly prayed the bones would finally rest in peace. Then those guys just laughed and called her religious like it was the punchline. Right then the main character snatched up the skull and thrust it toward the girl. She just stared, unmoving. He started to move his jaw, and the moment he did, she slammed the skull down and shrieked at him to die. Gale begged her not to be scared, and she snapped back that they were monsters and he shouldn't do that again. Then Gale even thought, if she was that terrified, she could have just waited outside. The protagonist said, "I want more rewards," and then he vowed to push deeper, while she could just stay outside and wait if she's scared. Gale snapped that holy water was being wasted, shoved the lantern into her hands, and apologized, then said he had to go. Mora's eyes went wide. He'd just vanished, ditching her all alone. When she spun around, a dark corridor stretched out in front of her. Then she snapped her head, bolted after the main character, and shouted for him to wait, only to end up right in the middle of a pile of coffins. She pressed against him and whispered that she heard something. Then he shrugged and said maybe she imagined it. She apologized with shaking breaths, admitting she was terrified. Then Gale shrugged and said it was only a bat, but Mora shot back that she'd known it was nothing, and still, come on, there were tons of undead crawling around here. Just then the girl snapped her head around, and there was a skeleton right behind her, rattling and groaning like it wanted her terrified. So she screamed and dove into the main character's arms, eyes shut tight, insisting they were moving, and he told her to breathe and calm down. She dropped to the ground, tears pouring down her face, and when Mora insisted it couldn't be real, she begged her not to scream. Then she looked up and saw the undead standing right there, and her panic attack detonated. The girl yanked him by the collar and shoved her way through, wiping out the skeletons with his body, and the guy was left stunned, frozen in disbelief. When every last undead went down, he finally checked on her and asked if she was okay. Then she nodded, said she was calmed down, and apologized to him. The protagonist admitted he was a little shocked. If she was that terrified, then why was she still tailing him? Mora snapped back that she had no choice, because running solo on missions is straight up dangerous. She admitted she was worried, and then Gale grinned like everything was okay, and hey, he even loved fighting the undead. He thanked her with a warm smile for caring about him. He told her he'd plunge straight into the very depths, then asked, "You ready to come with me?" and even dared her to close her eyes. "If you're scared, just grab my hand and follow me." Mora actually listened. She shut her eyes, grabbed his hand, and both of them froze into a total blush fest. Gale swore he was joking, but Mora really went and did it. Right before the protagonist slips out of the capital, the story explodes inside a forge. Cash and his crew demanded to know if that place was truly a forge, then offered to buy the gear on the spot, until the man snapped back that it was way too filthy and told them to get out. After a while, they huddled near the wall, buried in rags. Cash kept grumbling about hunger, Melissa shivered with cold, and everyone else cursed the fact they'd need to chase money again, meaning they were stuck sleeping out in the field all night. Luke had brought several missions. Staring them down, Cash declared, "We're S-rank and these missions feel like a joke," and Nora snapped back, then calmed down. The man snapped that everyone was wiped out today, so they couldn't finish that brutal task, because if they didn't, they'd never stand back up again. Cash stared back at the tasks and scoffed. "These are trash jobs, low pay across the board. The priciest one still barely hit 60 coins, kill an org." That name lit a fuse in their head. An old enemy was back. Melissa jumped in and pushed the C-rank job, because D and E were basically pocket change, and the whole crew started arguing over going after the org instead. Cash promised they'd stop at level C, and the girl shrugged that skeletons were a joke, while Luke just realized, way too late, he'd be stuck sleeping in the field all night with an empty stomach. Nora spun toward him and said, "We'll do it because we're doing it," then waved it off like, "Those skeletons are nothing but small fish." Norris asked if Melissa and Cash were going to be all right, and Cash grinned back that they'd wipe them out fast and chow down on steaks right off the bone. The man claimed that these two are the ones who always end up seriously hurt, and Luke snapped back that the only thing that matters is your health. After a while, they finally stumbled upon an abandoned church out in the suburbs, and Luke scanned the place, then snapped, "There are tons of them." He sketched a diagram and said, "There are 20 hiding in the dark out in the cemetery," and Cash shot back, "Easy," while Melissa backed him up. She pulled the others close and demanded their thoughts, and when the leader burst in, he snapped back that he'd prove what a knight could do. After a while, they finally pulled it off. Cash blasted the holy light, Melissa darted in with her dagger and carved through the enemies, and then she snapped at Norris to start moving. He pulled out his book and dove into the spell, and right then, Luke wiped out a couple more enemies too. Victory felt sweet as they celebrated. Cash practically exploded with relief. This was his plan all along. He told everyone, "These are the knight's abilities. Melissa's attack will torch them, and Luke will sweep in and finish them off." And yeah, it was perfect. Norris made it crystal clear it would work, and Luke swore they'd hold up behind the wall and jump in with backup the moment their turn hit, so the leader nodded, fully on board. Then he and Melissa marched up to the gate, and Cash leaned in asking if she was ready. She nodded hard, right as the cleric barrier popped open for a brief moment. The two of them sprinted straight at the skeletons. Cash promised he'd pack every one of them up, while Melissa snapped that it was all a waste since they'd been stuck out in the sun for nothing. At the same time, they launched into the air to strike, but the skeletons snapped back instantly, and their hit landed first. Cash and Melissa blasted back, and Luke and Norris just stared, cool and unmoved, like they'd been waiting for this moment all along. Skeletons ringed the couple and started bashing them nonstop. They screamed through the pain, and Luke yelled to Norris, warning that this could be their last moment. Then Norris opened his book. He instantly forged a tiny flame for himself, but Luke scoffed. What good was something that small? The man grinned and said he'd packed the heat on purpose, and sure enough, that little spark hit like a truck. When it finally hit the skeleton, it didn't land a scratch, it only fueled the undead with rage. They snarled at their own kind and fled in terror. Mission, total failure. The very next day, they grabbed a mission with the org Melissa said she'd handle him, then sprang onto his back and slammed him to the ground. He jolted upright, snatched her hands, and hauled her off the ground. She screamed for help. He eyed her up and down, the org released her and walked off. Then the guy smirked and said she wasn't his type. Tears streamed down her face as she demanded, "So what's funny about this?" And right then, Cash snapped that the org had turned away for nothing, then swung his sword, only for the blade to slip right off his back and skid to the side. Org's rage flared and he spun around. Then the leader warned that things were falling apart, but the monster smashed them all aside with a club, and the whole mission crumbled. A few days later, the whole team rolled up to the Capital Guild, looking wrecked, like hope had been ripped out of their chests. They dropped into their seats and went off on the main character, swearing all their failures were his fault, then admitted they were broke, pockets in the red, and sold off their best gear. Nora said they had to make money fast and get back in sync with Gale, so Luke pitched opening a shop. Cash agreed it was an option, and then he snapped, "Good news, because today we've got a quest with goblins." After a while, they crashed back into the guild, each one battered, bruised, and wrecked, and the administrator snapped, asking if they'd messed up again. Cash snapped that it had to be fraud, because he still remembered how those strangers rolled into the village, and people warned them that Ezrings almost never show up. The head told them, "Now that you're here, don't worry, these residents have your back," and the residents swore they'll help in every way they can. The man said this was their first run-in with goblins, and Cash grinned back, "Don't worry, this is ours, you won't lift a finger." When the time finally hit to take on the goblins, the villagers stepped in and handled them, right up close, but Cash's group still got hammered hard by those monsters. Cash stormed up to the administrator and told him the villagers were calling them useless, no point, no pay, so nobody would get a single coin. Then the girl leaned in and urged they drop their rank even lower while their skins were still intact. The leader snatched her by the clothes and demanded she hand them an easier quest on the spot, only for the administrator to yank back and smack him herself, sealing his fourth straight loss. Right now, he can't stop thinking. The deeper he goes, the thicker the air turns with lost souls, and in this underground cemetery, you just wait. Mora sat beside him with her eyes still shut, and up on that brutal high staircase Gale screamed into the air, begging for anyone alive, but all they got was silence. They ducked down and he snapped that there was nothing to grab. Then Mora felt a jolt, and out of the pile a massive skeletal hand erupted. The girl burst out screaming that she knew something was there, then blurted, "Can I open my eyes?" Because the moment they were shut, pure fear swallowed her. The main character figured the open air would make it way scarier, then mumbled that no one was here, before he started carving spellwork into that massive skeleton. The undead vanished the second after that, gone, just like that, so Gale snapped her gaze to the girl and told her, "Maybe we can finally open your eyes." Mora shot him a look and asked if he'd really just blasted the undead with Dispel. He fired back, "Did you actually see it?" And before he could finish explaining, time ran out. The girl pressed him, asking if he'd ever even heard what that word really meant. Dispel. A spell meant to break curses, not pry open the dead, and she'd never once seen it work on undead. Where he laid it out, priests and other folks used it, only for her to gasp, "That's an exorcism." And then he explained that the priest's whole job was to purify people with divine magic. The main character admitted he knew it wasn't really all that good, and the girl shot back, "What are you talking about?" Before he said, "I'll explain." They kick things off with a premise, because in his case, he isn't tossing anything aside. He's listening to the undead instead, cradling a skull in his hands and staring at it with this eerie, gentle kindness. Then the main character snapped his gaze to the girl, and her face went white with shock. "What do you mean by listening to the undead? How does that connect to what priests do?" He told her, "Don't rush me, I'll explain everything." Gale demanded to know what was driving the undead, and she snapped back that it was magic and malice. He couldn't deny it. Then, right then, another undead lunged out from behind them. The protagonist pressed on with his tale, then faced him head-on, saying this urge runs wild in cemeteries, and he demanded, "Do the undead even hate exorcism and purification?" Mora just shook it off and said, "It's only natural." Gale said that to his side of the story, an exorcism isn't some calm ritual. It's a random stranger barging in and shouting condemnation, even though he's trapped in this world because of a grudge. Mora leaned in and asked what he was doing, and he shot back that he was hunting down ghoul fluid. Then he fired the question at her, wondering if getting scolded as a kid still made her snap with anger. The girl instantly flashed back to her childhood, back when her father warned she wouldn't be able to handle it, so she snapped back that there were tons of female adventurers, and before she could even finish, he shut her down and told her she talked too much. Right then, the protagonist shouted her name, snapping her out of her spiral, and she blurted out an apology for getting lost in thought. Gale told him, "If you've got a grievance, speak up, I'll listen. If someone else died starving, I'll make sure they eat their fill. And if anyone died all alone, I'll break for it, because slander and cruel torture are unforgivable." The protagonist told everyone the truth. Grudges cling to life itself, and if he makes it clear he understands the undead's pain, they'll finally quiet down and the whole world can breathe easy. Then another skeleton tore out of a nearby coffin like it owned the place. Mora shuddered as it loomed huge and furious. The girl lunged onto the main character again, terrified, staring at the undead like she'd just spotted the Dark Knight in a walking skeleton. She gripped Gale for dear life, sure that whatever was holding him together couldn't stand up to a monster like that, and if he got any closer, he'd turn way worse than the liches. When she asked the guy to let him go, he only said one thing: he had nothing left to breathe. The protagonist shoved himself upright while still clutching Mora, and she demanded, "Why are you trying to hug me?" but he snapped back that she was the one who wouldn't let go. Just as the girl noticed the skeleton winding up to strike, she screamed. Just then Gale barreled up to the skeleton, jammed his finger into its skull, and boom, a magic seal flashed into place, like it was ready to answer his call again. The skeleton froze on the spot, and the protagonist snapped at Mora to go down, then she spun toward the undead like the fight wasn't done yet. The skeleton vanished, and in its place hovered the outline of a young man in midair, while Gale beamed at him, and the girl froze in total shock. With a burst of grateful words, the sky's spirit crumbled away, and all that was left was a silent skeleton sprawled on the ground. Mora stared with her mouth hanging open, and Gale told her, "That's how it goes," but she snapped that she didn't get a thing. Then this B-level monster spit out a young man, who vanished like he was never there. The main character snapped that the guy never got to say goodbye to his bride, and that regret ate him alive. Mora leaned in and asked how he knew, and Gale shot back that somehow, when he forged cursed objects, he learned to read the souls of the dead. Then he finally listened, got the full picture, and that storm in him blew over, calm flooded in. Mora leaned in and asked if he truly believed the undead just wanted sympathy, and he shot back that they used to be people too. The protagonist declared this was his one-of-a-kind exorcism, and yeah, it beats a priest's rough purification every time, because his method digs up the real, high-quality materials needed to forge cursed items. After he crushed the magic that was feeding it, the young man said there wouldn't be a single curse piece left, and warned that the undead are an enemy that never dies. The girl frowned like it hurt, then snapped furious that he'd just shattered every idea she had about them. A guy and a girl strode down the pavement in short cloaks. She gripped a staff like a weapon, while he only carried a bag, and when she stared at him wide-eyed like that, he couldn't help but ask why she was watching him so openly. The girl figured he must have thought the undead were nothing, just easy prey he could handle, so he swallowed his panic, stayed calm so she wouldn't freak out, and told himself the undead were only work, nothing more. Rage exploded in the girl as she snapped around to him, seethingly repeated his words, and demanded he apologize to every priest about the working material, like she truly believed it was the only right thing to do, and the guy just couldn't get it, asking why she'd react that way. The girl and the boy halted at a huge staircase that dropped down, and the boy tried to reassure her. Using Dispel on the undead is a win-win for everyone, but it still felt terrifying. Then the girl snapped up, screamed that his way of thinking was awful, and the boy shouted back, "Don't scream." The couple marched down the stairs together, the young man gripping the girl's hand like it mattered, shoulder to shoulder, always on guard. Then he flashed a smile and declared, "We're here." He said they were stuck on the very bottom floor, where all the undead piled up, and as they scrambled, the girl hid behind a column and still shot back that this level, somehow, was brighter than the floors above. He jumped into the story, spilling the secrets of this floor just to surprise the girl, ghoul throwers, skeleton knights, even creepy dark phantoms and wights, because, he insisted, they're all tied to this same world. They kept crouching behind the column, and the girl's nerves were screaming as she stared at the dead. There were about 50 of them here, which is why this place glows so lightly. "Look, they're giving off that light blue spiritual aura," she said, shaking. The guy could tell she was terrified of being here, so he asked her to close her eyes to help her get through it. Then her temper flared and she snapped that she was used to it, but he didn't buy her for a second, not for one. The guy wrestled with the idea, his friend clocked it instantly. That awkward silence cracked fast, and then he laid it out. There wasn't any lick. Joy burst across her face. She still believed they'd escape this place fast, because without him, they'd never make it out. "Then we turn back," she blurted, but her voice wobbled, robbed of confidence. And in the next heartbeat, the staff slipped free from her hands, with a deafening thundercrack of a sound. Across the city, a stunning young girl sat deathly still in a priceless gown, a crown perched on her head, while her guard stood at her side. On her table lay a photo of the guy who fought the undead, and she leaned toward the other girl, asking if she knew him. The guys realized the monsters weren't going to strike, and when they heard the noises coming, the girl shoved the guy from behind, yelling at him to hide. A creepy undead beast clutched a cane and drifted out of the doorway, hanging in the air like it owned the dark. The girl stared as the undead streamed into the passage from around the corner, and when she saw him move, different from the rest, she knew this wasn't just another one of his kind. He owned the place. The doomed sorcerer was the deadliest undead sorcerer alive, and the moment he clawed up to the surface, he could summon an entire army by himself. People whispered that he was the harbinger of disaster and death, sent straight for humanity. She had no clue why he was there. Then he cut right through her thoughts, telling her the undead had finally arrived and he'd been hunting for him. She spun to her friend, stunned like, "What are you even talking about?" The girl snapped, whispering in outrage, demanding to know what that guy meant, because only a top-tier priest can handle a sorcerer like that. And while they were bickering behind the columns, the undead suddenly clocked the unexpected new guests. A blast of magic slammed toward the couple, smashing one of the building's columns to rubble, but he snapped out of the way, then scooped up the girl and shielded her from the attack, answering her question mid-crisis. The guy barked at his partner to stick close, and the two of them sprinted out together, barely escaping the magician's deadly assaults. The sorcerers kept firing, but they grinned and dodged every hit like it was nothing. The girl shouted, "Run circles around them and bail from this room. One hit and we're dead." The guy shot back, "We've still got one last card from the magic arsenal." Then the girl blinked, totally confused. He slammed the skull magic object into the ground and planted it there with a hard stop. The shard exploded into roaring flames and spun around in a wild spiral. A glowing magic circle flickered to life with a dispelling blessing, and the magician Straight-Up tumbled into the very center of the trap, while the girl stared in awe at the holy priest magic being unleashed to save the cursed, wondering where on earth that guy had gotten such a priceless artifact. The girl gawked in awe as the guy wiped out the herd in one brutal move, and then a spirit man from the undead rose from the chaos. Each monster crumbled away, and with every dissolve, a wave of peace swept the air. They hauled themselves out of the dungeon and into the bright, open sky. He sucked in that fresh air and pulled himself up with a jolt, while she stayed curled up tight, swearing she'd never step foot in the cemetery again. Mora went pale when she realized they'd wiped out the undead army in a single day. She couldn't believe it, and the man soothed her by insisting sorcerers are everywhere. But Mora shot back that the church usually builds temple knights and crushes threats with strike forces, so if sorcerers were truly everywhere, the world would have burned out years ago. Gale snapped to his feet, stunned by the girl's answer, and said they always ended up in those old, massive cemeteries, because the sorcerer was once a nobleman who owned this place, and the girl shot back that's exactly why he prowls through the cemeteries across the whole city. The guy beamed as he hugged his bag, bragging that scoring all those materials meant he'd crank out even more brand new spells, and the girl chimed in like, "Yeah, he's totally obsessed with cursed objects." He dumped the stuff from the bag, grinned, and admitted that making it was a blast. Then he draped his favorite cursed beads on himself, grabbed the knight's sword in one hand and a staff in the other, and asked, all smug, if he looked cool just now. The girl snapped back that she'd never buy into his idea of beauty, and Gale shot back that she was missing out big time. Then the guy stormed off, furious, and muttering that there weren't many people who understood anymore, and Laura suddenly remembered that he'd mentioned he had a little shop. Gale said there was this girl who was totally into his design, and everyone else chimed in that it felt new and awesome, because cursed objects are all the rage. People use them as stylish decor and as talismans too. He smirked and swore the world would catch up to his style one day, but she snapped back, "No way," and fired off a furious question at him. The guy grinned and swore he'd go for it, and Mora smiled too, because she couldn't forget the first time she ever met Gale. Mora was talking to the girl when, out of nowhere, she heard a conversation drifting from somewhere off to the side. That guy snapped at Gale for being so slow, and the girl, right there with them, begged the guy to cut the hero some slack, while Morris shot back with pure sarcasm like, "Look at us, what a wonderfully kind team." The receptionist girl leaned in and told them it wasn't just wolves at all. It was a wolf pack with members who had wild, complicated personalities, and they were a C-rank team with abilities that had already proven they could back it up. Morris spotted the guy creeping behind her, Gale. Then the girl marched up to the employee and said she'd handle the job. Gale got the axe and got tossed off the team, yet somehow she ended up with him. Mora remembered how, for the first time, Gale cowered after his comrades betrayed him, eyes locked on the ground. But now, standing beside her, he'd blossomed again, his eyes blazing with hope for what's next. And when the girl admitted she felt amazing, the guy blinked in confusion and asked what she meant. Mora shot back that she genuinely had a blast hanging out with him. Then the guy went beet red, looked away, and asked how she could talk like that with tears in her eyes. She snapped back hard that there were no tears at all. The guy flashed a grin, apologized, and jumped to thank her. Then Gale told him he'd been booted from the team and ended up in the village, and he admitted it would be heartbreaking to leave him stranded all by himself. With his hands locked together, he said even if the cash was good and the city wasn't so bad, being alone still feels brutally hard. Gale didn't even look up, he just smirked and said it felt amazing to laugh with someone, and it was all thanks to Mora. The girl blinked in shock as she stepped closer to the guy, staring at him. The girl's cheeks flared red, and embarrassment hit her like a wave. After slipping away from him, the girl fired off a question. Why was he being so blunt, especially with Gale's sweet words hanging in the air? She swallowed her pride, pulled her robe's hood over herself, and muttered thanks in a low voice. When the guy asked again, he didn't catch a thing she said, and that's when she decided, yeah, he was totally insensitive. Mora leaned in and asked the boy what they'd do with the reward. He shot back that they should split it down the middle, and the girl froze, stunned by Gale's bold words. Mora snapped back, insisting she'd done nothing. She'd just taken a trip with him, stayed by his side, and that was it. The boy shot back that every single person had a role on the team. Then Mora grabbed one bag and said the best she could do was haul a little bit of the load. Gale snatched up all the other prize bags, and Mora gasped in shock, because even a top-tier porter couldn't yank that much stuff all at once. He jabbed at the skull bracelet and declared that the artifact could crank up carrying capacity, raw physical power, and endurance, like everything you need to turn the tide. The girl stared, mouth falling open, realizing that with something like this, you could swing the war itself. The guy smirked and said he'd made it with his own hands. Then the girl threw her palm over her face and dragged her eyes sideways, and the guy just blinked like, "Wait, what?" Mora leaned in and asked the guy if he'd ever spotted cursed items in stores, and the tat snapped back that the girl was downright rude. Then the guy bragged that he was a master of cursed items, claimed he'd studied what people liked, and said none of it was all that great, until the girl cut in furious, saying she didn't care about his items' looks, she cared about their abilities. Usually every cursed item sticks to just one effect, anything more, and the vessel can't take the hit, the girl blurted, then leaned in with a hopeful grin. So if we can bump that power up by even 10%, we might actually pull this off. Mora told me that if something hits with 2 or more effects and boosts your power hard, it gets one name, an artifact. Gale roared with laughter, saying that back then it was treated like a national treasure, and that he'd only ever seen his inventions as little trinkets. The girl believed the magic items got stronger the more the master sharpened his mind and understanding, but she still simmered with rage because that guy never once bothered to listen to anyone. He said it didn't matter what powers that thing could unleash. What mattered was clever thinking, because you could mash it together with anything you wanted, just like sorcerers blending spells, and the girl couldn't stop replaying his words. Mora shot back that if you bought his logic, then cursed objects were basically just toys, simple, harmless toys. But the guy snapped that it all came down to how strong the object was. And the girl, same as everyone else, knew cursed objects could unleash horrifying effects, so she wisely stayed silent. The danger was huge. Once someone puts on a cursed item, they're stuck with it, and only a special skill can break the curse and take it off. To swing for more power, you pay a brutal price. The sun beats down on you in the middle of battle, and you collapse, helpless, unable to move. Plus, you can even fall into a corrupted state and start attacking your own allies, not even knowing who's who. Maybe a true master of cursed objects could seize control of anything just by using their hands. So if the curse gets lifted, the whole thing fades away with it, poof. But tell me this, could the creator really command their creation so it never needs the curse removed, leaving only the good stuff from using it? With those thoughts crashing through her head, the girl abruptly stopped. Mora leaned in and asked the boy if he was ready to rattle the very core of their world by calling him a terrifying master, and the boy grinned and said yes, because that's exactly why he needed perfect item design, while the girl smiled with a smug little satisfaction. The girl said Gale's era couldn't make it, and the guy snapped back that he shouldn't let go of his hands. Mora nodded hard, because as long as cursed objects were capped by limits, the world wouldn't even notice Gale. Mora screeched to a stop, and the boy stepped up and shouted that he'd seen turf, then offered to take the cart himself. Gale bolted toward the villager. The girl couldn't stop thinking about the master of cursed objects. Mora laughed, thinking he was hilarious, and wondered if she could actually team up with him, at least sometimes. Gamel, a dark-skinned elf, strode up and greeted the guests, declaring that the Adventurers Guild had welcomed them. The girl snapped to attention and called him Gale, saying he'd arrived way too soon and asking if he could step down. Then Gale fired back, insisting she had it all backward and dumping the bag contents in front of her. He even swore it wasn't a fake, daring her to check herself, while the elf leaned in and started examining the skeletons. The guy hucked the sorcerer's skull right at Miss Forturer's feet, and the elf's eyes went wide in shock. Her eyes lit up and she promised to buy everything for 10% more. Then Mora cut in, demanding 30% extra, and when she explained the letters, clear the area job, she admitted the truth. They'd already pushed deeper into the dungeon, and that's when the lick showed up, and somehow they didn't get killed right there. The hero's companion cut in with a hard stare, saying the letter was junk and should take just 10%, but the guild absolutely wouldn't swallow that, so Gamely stared at the girl, completely baffled. Gamely shot the heroes an apology, tried to shrug off the sketchy intel by claiming they were still a tiny guild, and even offered a deal, 20%. Mora didn't buy it, and the look on her face screamed discontent, while the guy beside her couldn't fathom why she was furious. Mora snapped back that she says it straight to your face because finishing a quest isn't just about power. You've got to plan countermeasures, like taking a job to wipe out fire monsters, only to discover ice monsters waiting for you instead. The guy, still smiling, said Mora was kind anyway, Then the girl blurted out, all sheepish, that she most definitely wasn't, and Gamli suddenly barged into the moment, begging forgiveness up front for wrecking the sweet vibe. She rushed to apologize to the guy for her inexperience, and he calmly told her it was totally fine. She bowed her head with crushing guilt, admitting she'd swallowed the gravedigger's words hook, line, and sinker, and she'd been wrong. Gale's cheeks flushed. She couldn't stop thinking how ridiculously cute that elf was. The boy fought to bury his excitement, gushing that the graveyard was exactly where he belonged, and that he'd slip back there on his own every now and then. Gimli beamed, then happily flung herself into his arms, praising how much it soothed her to hear him say it. The guys stared like, wow, she's the real guildmaster, and for the first time he felt insanely valued, until Mora snapped and told them to stop the hug. The elf sprinted up to the second floor, yelling that it was time to start judging the goods, and that she'd be back before long. Then Mora leaned toward Gale and asked if he liked that girl. Gale, totally baffled, said he didn't even know what she was talking about. The guy demanded why she suddenly changed her tune, but he shot him down hard, swearing he didn't feel a thing. Then she blushed and insisted he'd been so nice to her, so she posed for him, and Gale completely froze in embarrassment, because nothing like that had ever happened to her before. Mora swallowed her pride, turned, and walked out, while Gale stood there baffled by her weird mood. The girl's face flushed, her brows snapped into a frown. Then Mora roared back that she wasn't mad at all, she was just trying to make the guy understand the elf was over 100 years old. A spear screamed past the couple and slammed into the floor, right beside them. Gimli swallowed her pride and apologized, admitting her hand had twitched all on its own, because the boys knew it still hit dead on, and the girl snapped back, all right, your reward time. Coins were dumped right in front of the couple, and Gale immediately said they'd split every last one down the middle. Mora opened her mouth to protest, but the guy soothed her down. Gamli waved the men off, then urged them to swing back later for the rest of the reward. Gamli stared hard at the new product, and fury snapped in his chest over what the girl said about bringing it back. From the shadows, Gamli got spoken to. What happened? She demanded, shocked because her guest almost never shows up here, yet the voice only promised, give it a minute. I'm going to tell that elf exactly what she wants to hear. She called out the details with a steady breath, then the girl finally kicked off her story. The elf racked his brain over the chaos in the capital, an assassination attempt, like it was stamped into the air. Gamely snapped, asking if Princess Carla was still alive, and when she got a yes, it was because Carla had clutched a cursed item that lets her shrug off instant death. The girl pushed on, insisting only the shield carried that kind of power, but the voice lurking in the shadows just shot back that it didn't know anything about church relics. The elf flashed a calm smile at that deadly artifact and asked who the killer was. Then the girl shook her head and said she didn't know a thing, only that someone tied to the military was involved. Gamli grinned at that tangled case, and right on the spot, figured the culprit had to be a special forces operator from the Imperial Division. The girl insisted the real details would come later, and when the elf pressed their informant to dig for anything else exciting, she flat-out shut it down. Gamli asked for one last step to dig deeper into the assassination attempt. She got the green light, and the girl vanished. Gamli already sensed the Empire made a ruthless secret play, silently plotting to kill the heir to the throne, banking on the chaos of their own internal fighting. And when the girl's mind flashed back, that cursed object came roaring into focus. Then Gale and their strange acquaintance slipped into her thoughts too. She peered under his cloak and saw a terrifying stash of cursed objects, and somehow he didn't flinch one bit. And get this, the guy actually teamed up with his partner and smashed the lick, but the girl still swore he was messing around with cursed stuff. Gamli slipped into the shower, drowning in thoughts of dark elves, cursed objects that ruin lives, and that ancient, aching pull toward family. Gamli remembered bowing low beside her people. She had to steal the Demon King's heart. Without it, the curse on her family wouldn't break, and her old rights wouldn't come back. So while she ran a guild on part-time wages, she hunted for clues and pushed toward her dream of joining the Imperial Guard. She wondered if the capital and the Empire started tearing each other apart, would the opening she needed finally show up? Then, right after, she'd met this weird master of cursed objects, and once she clicked all the pieces together, her conclusion hit like a punch. The artifact itself was made by Gale. After she changed into fresh clothes, the girl grinned and told Gale he was truly an interesting young man. Inside a church in the capital, a man leaned in and demanded, "Are the visitors cursed?" Gale's old crew stared at the church minister in stunned disbelief. The man insisted the curse left them totally untouched and spotless. Then someone snapped back, objecting immediately. The team leader snapped at Gale, yelling that he cursed them out of revenge, and now they wanted him gone and their old powers back. Gale fired back that the curse still clung to them, and only pure miracle kept them alive because once Gale was taken out, everything snapped back to normal. A crowd of people huddled in the corridor, all waiting like something big was about to explode. The guys finally got it. This wasn't just some random power-up. It was the exact level of what they were really capable of. The commander's fury erupted, and he snapped that the priest's incompetence was to blame, while the guys could only hope for the same result. The hooded man stared at his own hand, stunned that he was just a below-average mage. The commander told everyone to hear him out and go hunt Gale, and the guy warned that their old comrade was huddled and begging in the alleys. Then he shouted straight for cash. The man demanded the guy stop right now, warning that they'd be broke in no time. They sold off every last piece of equipment just to break the curse, and with nothing left for living expenses, they couldn't even stay in a normal hotel, so they survived in torn rags, living proof that homeless wasn't a label, it was their new reality. The guy yanked his comrade close and snapped, asking what gloom he was trying to shut down, then begged, "Let me go." The boy finally went still in the commander's grip and blurted, "Pay attention to the notice board," while Cash snapped his gaze away. Cash leaned in and demanded, "So what's going on? What's all this about?" Spotted the ad, the guy bolted over, snatched the paper out of the air, and clutched it like it was his lifeline. His comrades pressed him hard about what the announcement meant, and Luke snapped back that the commander had already said it. Everyone was here for a reason. Cash burst out laughing, bragging that he was right and that they'd somehow hit the jackpot. Then the guy pointed at the ad and told them, "Look at this." A folded sheet of paper flashed a drawing of Gale, wrapped with a royal decree and an ugly order to track down the missing man, alive or dead, for a massive reward. Those bold, unmistakable traits screamed, "It's him," and the shock hit hard when they realized he'd landed on the wanted list. The boys heckled each other while strangers stared at them like they'd lost their minds, and the boys practically buzzed with one plan: grab Gale and hand him to the kingdom, chasing that reward like it was right within their grasp. The princess and her knight strode along, trading words about the informant, and swore they wouldn't get fooled by bad intel again. The knight snapped back that the informant was a guild member, a C-class adventurer, and the girl chimed in that he'd just been part of a manhunt. The Wolfpack guys squatted at the table like savages, ringed by knights all around them. The boys were wowed by how pricey the furniture was, raved about the food being insanely good, and then they tore into the candies like they couldn't get enough. Cash kicked his feet onto the table and snapped that informants like them were being left hanging, claiming they had to shake down extra cash for this favor. The princess and her knight slid into their seats, crouched behind the knight like shields, and hissed that their guests had zero manners. The guy clocked the two ladies on the spot and immediately bragged that they were the finest adventurers in the whole city. Only the royal family was allowed to speak to them. Then the princess cut it short, froze her plans, and shot back that she was already busy, which was why she'd come in late. The princess stepped forward and said her name was Carla de Glucken, and the guy suddenly found himself stuck dealing with his country's royalty. Then the girl snapped, reminding him of his own words, demanding he forgive her for being late, and the anger in her voice made it burn. The girl dropped into a chair as the adventurers bowed low, pressing their heads to the floor in front of her. Cash threw himself on his knees, begging forgiveness for his boldness, while the girl cut straight to the point and demanded they get down to business. She straight up asked them if they knew the guy from that ad. The boys spun around, grinning like trouble, and told him they already knew. The knight urged them to start by figuring out the wanted person's exact traits. Cash said the guy was average built with dark eyes, and the girls snapped back that that told them nothing. The girl from Cash's team swore he was walking around in a primitive blue cape, and when the princess pressed him to go on, the guy snapped back, claiming he'd been making boring little trinkets and that his taste was downright disgusting. The princess snapped that he was completely wrong. The whole team froze in shock. When the princess snapped, she couldn't understand how anyone could call that stuff trinkets, and the guy just muttered that they needed to wait. The hooded stranger introduced himself as Gale, an expert in cursed relics and a former comrade of theirs, then thrust 3 amulets forward and offered to inspect them. She snapped back that there was no way it could be a mistake, so the princess pressed her, and she finally admitted she'd been sure of it the moment she went searching for the boy. He told the princess's knight, and if you believe him, they're hunting the shop's owner, the one who sells cursed items, and the amulet he slipped out as a bonus. The princess snapped, insulted, that she'd never seen anything like it, while the girl shrugged and said maybe it was because they hadn't tried before closing, or she'd just been rushing too hard. The girl whipped her head toward Luke and asked if he had anything else from that stall, especially anything tied to Gale, while the guy admitted he'd scored the Gale thing from another man, but then said he'd got one more surprise waiting too. He carried 3 wild things in his hands, a ring forged from an animal's fang, a palette knife dripping with slime, and a chain rattling with witch's powder. The boys stared at him, stunned, and demanded to know why he kept carrying it everywhere. Then they blamed their bad luck on it, because this was the reason. Meanwhile, the princess clapped her hands over her mouth, nearly cracking into tears, shocked by the sight of those objects. She snatched up every single one of those items, with a huge grin and pure joy lighting up her face. The adventurers froze in shock at the girl's wild behavior, and once the storm of emotions finally settled, the princess sat down and trusted what the informants told her. The princess commanded a reward, and the adventurer's eyes practically sparkled. The girl leaned in and asked if those little trinkets really caught her heart, only for the princess to lie through her teeth and shut it down. The princess spun around, turned the gold into cold cash, and slid it over, telling him it was an advanced payment for the job. Carla stepped right up to the guy, hurriedly thanking him on Gale's behalf, and asked straight up if he understood her. He dropped to one knee and begged for trust. The boys erupted with joy over the reward, then burst into motion, ready to hunt down Gale. The commander split the work among the boys, telling Melissa to hit the street stall and the merchant guild, Morris to scout the adventurers guild and the inn, and Luke to tear through the carts. Cash couldn't wrap his head around it. Why would the princess need to thank Gale? The guys insisted they had to repay him properly, because a reward like that from her wasn't something you just brushed off. Team Wolfang totally misread Princess Carla's request, and meanwhile the princess and her knight leaned in at the window, watching the adventurers like they were about to make their move. The girl shot Her Majesty a question about whether she truly believed they earned her trust. Then Clara snapped back that she had no choice at all. The knight stared at the ad where the princess described the guy and started to draw him. The princess put them on the spot, daring them to prove what C-rank adventurers could really do. The princess spun to the table, snatched the paper, and launched into a tense message about Gale. Clutching the ad with the guy's face right beside her, she shot back that she had to know everything about him. A whole city of hardworking farmers ruled Farmers' Corner, where everyone just called it Farmers. Gale sat down and forged a brand new artifact, and the guy suddenly sneezed, then snapped into a calm explanation that collectors of his cursed objects exist and they debate them with absolute blood and brass fury. The young man swallowed the truth in one gulp, then shot forward again, refusing to stop. Gale let out a sharp laugh and insisted that if you buff up the Lick's rib, magic won't just bounce off, it'll grow stronger, and even the dark attribute's power will spike. So yeah, he pays for it, but the trade hits hard. His light attribute weakens and his physical defense drops, until he crushes powder from the dark skeleton's ground bones to patch that loss. He tossed in a grain of thunderfire to toughen the whole thing against light magic, then grinned as he finished his masterpiece, built from the ashes of the Lick Claymore, and it became the first truly memorable work he made at the Farmer's Corner. The young man forged a sage's sword and crowned it Split, knowing it carried real, undeniable power. He went to swing, but she clocked him on the head and hissed, "Shut up." Then Gale demanded why she was in his room, and the girl snapped that his noise was the issue. He just couldn't wrap his head around what the big problem was, because even though she wanted to forgive him for the awful living conditions, she suddenly changed her mind. The girl leaned in and asked him straight up if he was finally opening his shop today. Mora shot back that she'd go with him because the weather was perfect for a solid trade, and the guy nodded right along. Gale, just like the other sellers, pulled people in by waving them to his counter, yet that girl stayed totally confused and said nothing. On the street, crowds swept past everyone, but when it came to Gale, they refused to get close. The guy tried to reel in the two guys right after they'd just bought meat. Gale slid over chopsticks carved from a skeleton, and the boys got set up the moment they took the bait. The seller thrust a custom-made sword at him, and the buyer bolted in sheer Gale Force fear and horror. Then the girl stormed in and snapped, "What are you doing? Why'd you echo me?" The guy thrust the sword at the girl, swearing he'd cut her a special deal for friendship. Then she flung the blade aside like it meant nothing. The guy snatched it back with both hands, yelling that it was priceless and he wouldn't stand for her disrespect. Mora snapped at the guy that he'd better be sick if he was trying to sell stuff like that in the city, especially right in the middle of the food stalls. He shot back that trading only pays from morning to evening, but she didn't buy it. She asked whether he'd ever even heard of supply and demand, and when he said he knew those words, he claimed it was all about the link between the buyer and the seller. Then Laura leaned in and told him to hammer that truth into his head. The guy started racking his brain about what belonged here, and then, right as the verdict hit, he was ranting about those damned headbands. The girl yanked the guy along and insisted they go back, but Gale stopped her and said the shop was still open. Everything would get swiped, so she snapped back that nobody wanted his junk for free. The boys rolled up to Gimli, and the girl spilled everything about the market, then snapped that she couldn't handle him anymore. From afar, the boy froze in offense, and flat out declared that Mora was no longer his partner. Gale clutched his sword and snapped that Mora just didn't get the beauty of his work, because he'd poured 3 whole days into it. Gimli urged him to actually listen to what others thought, and the boy fired back at the elf. Gimli leaned in and demanded he figure out what kind of person Bitus was meant to see in this city, and what purpose that product would serve. Then the guy stopped and actually thought it through. The kid said it was all about the interior, and Gimli instantly felt how dire it was, while the elf stared and demanded, "So why on earth would you set up a shop in a place like that?" The girl warned that a shop of cursed items sitting beside the food stalls could ruin other trades and draw the guards in, and the guy snapped at his companion for whining. Then she fired back, "I'm just talking to a wall." The elf cackled at the couple, calling them a match made in heaven, and they shot back like, "No way." Then the guy declared, "I already dropped 1 gold coin on the trading guild for stall," and the girls just froze in stunned silence. Mora balked at that price in their city, and Gimli shot back that they weren't selling it to be fair, they were cashing in. The kid's jaw dropped, stunned by how badly he'd just been hit. The elf told him straight up that a crowded street still wouldn't sell a thing, because that part of the city barely touches cursed items, so the guy slumped into pure despair. Gimli rushed in, trying to light a spark in his eyes, insisting it didn't mean he'd have 0 buyers, since guild adventurers were all over the place. Then Gale burst out with a grin, happy as can be. But that still didn't fix it. They had to swap locations first. Gimli blurted out whether they'd checked the money-making trading spot, and the kid shot back that it was already taken. The girl pressed him, asking if he was truly sure about that spot, and whether it had traders packed in. He nodded and swore the square had plenty of room, even enough empty space to spare. The elf caught every detail, nodded, and said the capital's guilds had their own branches. Those guys had to hit the road and go, and the couple demanded, "Where exactly?" The girl shot back that she was heading straight for the blacksmith's guild. Meanwhile, the blacksmith hammered out fresh weapons, sparks flying with every brutal strike. The blacksmith's guild, those guys rolled up on the spot, hunting for the perfect place to set up their stall. Gale demanded why the smith's guild, not the merchant's, and Gimli hit back that Farmer's Corner struck a rare balance of power no one else could match. The girl shot back that the place barely had any power, so they were getting crushed, money and people both, by the blacksmith's guild, and then the glassbreaker's crew was about to roll in for an official visit. Mora added that the trade guild was hellbent on taking the top spot in the city, and the elf looked at the girl and praised her sharp mind. Out in the countryside, the blacksmith's guild was the place everyone flocked to, hammering out metal goods, fixing gear, and even raising brand new buildings, while the tools they sold for farming were so solid they basically made the fields easier to grow, and honestly, that kind of quality only made their fame feel inevitable. The boy asked them to wave hello to those big, powerful folks, and they said they'd help him open his shop. The girl agreed, then asked what gift she could bring, and the boy finally pulled out a cursed necklace and a deadly sword. Gale called it the Split, and swore that if he handed it over to them, they'd be ecstatic for sure. Mora tried to steady the guy, but Gimli gasped in horror. What kind of sword was that? Mora snapped back, remembering the elf's orders. They had to form a circle while they shopped. The girl told him just bow, swearing she'd hand him the gift, while he stubbornly thought the blacksmiths would value what he brought instead. Then she snapped, "Turn around already," because he'd already grabbed their attention. The boys burst into the room, and the work was already roaring at full speed. Mora joked that she was roasting like she'd been left on the stove, and Gimli shot back that there wasn't a reception area at all. Turns out it was a workshop, even though the sign labeled it as a guild. The man snapped that the guests were acting rude. Gale shot back an apology, and then the boy asked if they could move on, only for Gimli to slam his hand down and insist, "No, we've got to call them over first." The 2 adventurers locked eyes, and Mora shot a quick apology. Then she barked at the workers to get their attention. Gimli snapped that it wasn't that quiet and said she'd go call them herself. The elf screamed Shallan's name at the top of their lungs, and the hero froze in stunned silence. When the girls called out, a hammer crashed down, and the boys scattered in every direction. Gimli snapped at her over-the-top greeting, and the girl immediately cut him off. "Shut up," she said, because he was getting in the way of her work. The girl with 2 ponytails and glasses just answered, "Call once and I'll come," and the guys stared in shock because they couldn't believe she was actually a dwarf. Gimli hopped onto the hammer of her opponent, laughed, and shot back that she'd called her, only to get a nasty insult in return. The girls started trading barbs, and the heroes instantly felt the tension crackle between them, so Gimli finally turned to the guys and declared it all pure nonsense. Gimli introduced the dwarf, then revealed the girl, Shallan, the smith's guild master, and watched the new dwarf lift his glasses, grin, and declare, "I'm thrilled to meet my new friend." He shook her hand, and in that instant he realized her palms were bigger than his, and covered in scratches that screamed experience. Mora swung her gaze to her partner, utterly baffled, while Gale and Shailene spoke in perfect unison. The boys suddenly realized they made it real pros. Gimli, grinning, cut right into the master's handshake and blurted, why are you two staring at each other like that? The master shuts the girl down, so Mora wastes no time. She demands they get straight to business. Gimli snapped back that she had a big shot in town today, someone who wanted to open his own shop, only for Shelley to lose patience fast and tell him to stop wasting her time. Shalina figured that if they opened a shop, she'd just stir trouble for the merchant guild. Then the girl shrugged, said she wasn't against it, and admitted there was one big problem. The girl insisted they had zero plans to take over the city. Sure, they didn't just create things like the city did, they repaired them instead, and she even said it should be simple, just one job for her, until, before she could even blink, she found herself becoming a guildmaster. The girl asked the guy's name all over again, and warned him not to trust a single word Gimli said, because half of what she claimed was pure lies. The guy stayed shut while the girl snapped that Shalina had been cruel to her, then she shot back that she'd sign the document right now. Gale and Mora were over the moon, thrilled they finally pulled it off. Shalina snapped her gaze at the guy and told him, it's not that simple, you can't walk through this world with blind optimism. Then she leaned in and said, it's give and take. If they want my permission, don't call it kindness, there's no such thing as good nature in this. The boys were totally lost, until it hit them, and they remembered the gifts she'd handed them and that keg. Mora bowed low and begged for a strong alcoholic drink, then Gale pulled out his sword too, only to get an icy, angry stare from Mora. She tried to yank him back, telling him not to draw it, but Gale shot back that the master would love it. Shalina gasped, stunned, and demanded what the boys were pounding on just a second ago. He shoved a sword at her, wrapped in cloth. She tore it open, froze in shock, and screamed, what is this? Mora and Gimli just stood there, locked onto the boy and the dwarf, while Shalina's eyes lit up at the weapon. Then her expression turned stone serious as she made it clear she understood them. She warned him it wasn't just any sword, it was something way bigger. He grinned, asked her if she got it, and they both repeated the word together. Then he thanked the master, while she grabbed the young man by the shoulder and pulled him in. The girl pleaded, don't be so formal, just talk to me like we're friends, and the guy snapped, wow, you're amazing, before breaking down in tears, crying tears of joy because he'd finally found someone who truly got it. He burst into a roar, wiping away tears of pure joy. Mora stared at Shalin, and the girl cleared her throat, right as the guy demanded if she was sick. Gimli leaned in with a smug grin, asked what was wrong, and Shalin snapped, shut up. Shalina urged the girl to step outside for some fresh air since the workshop was packed with dust, but the girl refused and insisted the two masters were close enough. Then Shalina marched up to the guy and asked if that's what she meant, and the guy instantly flipped his stance, grinning and praising Shalina as a real master blacksmith who still knew the ropes and understood him perfectly. She stared at the blade like it was sacred, swearing swords don't just drop from monsters, and the moment he gripped it, power surged through him. She even declared it was vampiric, feeding on the dark attribute that was supercharging every slash he landed. Gale told him the girl had a diamond eye and promised to show him its other perks. Then Shaylee abruptly cut in and said the cut was so light it practically fluttered. The girl swung her sword, and Mora clocked it instantly. Gale said the master was testing it in training, and Shalina practically beamed, saying it'd be awesome to arm herself with something like that. When he struck his enemy, the sword snapped into vampirism mode, draining life and refueling his strength the whole fight. Shalina declared the sword looked huge yet felt ridiculously light, so you could swing it with one hand, and then she caught herself, grinning, saying it'd be perfect not just for the team's frontline fighters, but for a lone adventurer too. The guy grinned and bragged that his sword even shrugged off magic, could ward away dust, and was rumored to be cursed, showing just how meekly proud he really was. The girl scribbled his praise on, but the moment she heard his last line, she leaned in and asked him again. Shaylin's nerves spiked as she asked what he'd polished it with. The sword started to curse and lunged for the girl's hand. Shaylina had no clue what was happening until she realized it was the skull's curse at work. The girl demanded her hand back, but the guy kept insisting she couldn't possibly understand that power until Shaylina snapped, yelling for him to draw his sword. Morris backed him up and told the guy to break the curse fast. Gimli burst out laughing at the chaos they'd caused, but she caught the real truth in her head. The curse wasn't the only thing they messed with. That boy's sword was legendary, and it screamed that the Gale must have been a rare master of cursed junk. Then the boy used the amulet, and just like that, the curse was gone. Gimli flicked her hand up and shot the boys a side-eye. The girl cradled her injured hand up to her face, stunned by the mess she'd walked into. Mora rushed out an apology, insisting they'd tried to be careful, but the girl bandaged herself and snapped that it was already too late to say sorry. Shalina snapped that everyone needed to hear it was cursed, right now, not later, while the guy didn't get it, saying he could have broken the curse on the spot, and she shot back that if it was easy for him, that didn't mean everyone else should swallow it, calling him selfish. Shalina shot her colleague a worried look and asked if they'd come to hurt her, and the elf snapped back that she needed to stop panicking, because Gale had zero evil intentions. Charlene, steaming with regret, realized she'd fallen for that tasteless swords act, and swore this was the last time they'd ever get any permission from her. Gale shot back that she was arrogant just because they came bearing gifts, and that she couldn't see she was doing the same. The girl snapped, dodged the topic, and asked why he wouldn't hand that kind of sword to some guard instead. He pouted, swore he'd poured his whole soul into that sword, and the girl snapped back, cursing him and asking if he even understood what customers need. Then she decided he was hopeless. No way was he opening a shop, because if his goods started flying off the shelves, the world would end. Shalin thought this kind of person could be a real asset if they were handled right. Then the girl snapped back, "I'm not that heartless." The girl pressed him, asking how bad he wanted to open a shop, and the guy shot back with arrogant confidence, right as Mora pinched him for it. The guy clutched his side, baffled, and practically begged for the shop to be opened for him, while Mora threw in an apology and tried to explain that he could get a little wild sometimes. Still, he wasn't a bad person at all. Shalina just stared at him and said it was hilarious they were even arguing about it. She agreed to open the shop on the spot, but first she had to sign the paperwork somewhere, swearing she'd take full responsibility. The girl leaned in close, snapped that he still hadn't paid her, and demanded he show his real identity, right there, looking him straight in the eye. Mora asked if she needed the money, and the girl snapped back that Mora's even suggesting it was insulting, because she wasn't trying to take anything from the newcomer, she just wanted a favor. The guy asked what the request was, and the girl grinned, "Tell the adventurers, and they'll point you straight to one place." In Farmer's Corner, this was the only mine, and the girl wanted to send someone in to wipe out whatever monsters lurked inside. But every single person who set foot on that cursed ground vanished without a trace, and she had no clue what horrors were waiting down there. The quest hit like a wall, an Uniki mine safety mission. Then the girl fired off one question, "Are you guys ready to take it on?" Meanwhile, inside the palace, the princess's knight demanded answers, because she was convinced this had to be the work of those who hid behind the emperor's name. The princess refused to swallow her own mistake, and the girl snapped back that assassins had been sent after them without a single shred of doubt. So the princess knew the hit on the servant wasn't random, it had a message behind it. The girl burst out that Princess Carla was already on the target list, with an assassination attempt raging, while a brutal power struggle erupted for the throne. Then the girl knight pointed the finger, saying the empire's first prince had hired an assassin to murder her. The servant shot back that the emperor had suddenly fallen ill, and that the fight for the throne was already going wild between the first prince, the concubine's son, and the second prince, the legitimate heir. And the princess just stared, demanding to know what any of that had to do with her. The night girl snapped back that there wasn't one right now, but later, the princess could end up in a marriage of convenience with the second prince, so the knight asked if she'd forgotten. The princess admitted she had, and confusion hit her like a wave. Princess Carla snapped that this didn't mean she'd accept her fate, and the butler shot back that nothing could sway her, because this kind of deal was international, not something she could negotiate away. She said the princess's marriage would boost the empire's name, fortify the kingdom too, and win the second prince's backing, and his actions made it clear his feelings for her were nothing but cold politics. Even if the plan blows up, the first prince still won't lose a thing. Maybe he planned for the failure from the start. The girl said now this fragile empire has two roads, so take that idea seriously, and go pay a friendly visit to smooth things over. The knight kept insisting they had to bait the murder the first prince sent, then the girl's scream tore through the air, while the knight snapped back that even if they dragged the killer out and made him talk, they still wouldn't have solid proof, because if the empire stayed mum about this whole nightmare, the kingdom would get nothing but uneasy concern, unless they really wanted to stand down from a fight. Carla shot to her feet and demanded they call off the engagement and tear up the agreement, because as a princess, she'd refuse it to the second prince herself. The girl stared straight into her personal knight's eyes with total, fearless confidence. She tossed the crown aside and collapsed onto the bed, while the knight snapped that they couldn't shatter the treaty between the countries. Lying on the bed, the princess snapped that she hated it, then stared at her own hand and the ring like it burned, saying they'd already picked a ring. Meanwhile, out on the city's edge, Inanaki Mine was where Shaline planned the roles. Gale bragged that he was a curse item master, Oria shot back that he was just support, and Gimli cut in that she was the guild master, then warned them not to count her in. The guy asked if they needed more participants since he and Mora were stuck at the back and the elf wasn't jumping in at all, so Shalina's face fell. She nodded yes, and they decided to keep everything exactly the way it was. The girl said she almost offered them a low-level CB quest, but after thinking it through, she chose a high-level one because the heroes had already been through too much. The guy grinned and reminded her that they'd only just rolled into the city of Gimli and that the others hadn't told Shelina one thing. If she took the quest and failed, the difficulty would spike. Shelina nearly lunged on the spot, and her teammates chimed in that she made the call only after talking it through with them. Moore mulled it over and realized that if she kept dodging the quest for too long, the difficulty wouldn't budge. Then the guy asked, "If we fail, won't it climb?" And Gimli nodded, saying the quest would jump up in rank, pushing straight into S rank. The girl snapped back that adventurers kept vanishing there lately. Mora even said in 9 out of 10 cases, nobody came back. The boys stared at that rock shaped like a monster's mouth, and then at the tunnel that screamed mine as their entrance. The boys caught a strange sound in the dark, praying it was just the wind. Then reality hit, and they realized a monster was living right there. But Shelina cut through their fear with a sharp, "Why are you standing frozen?" The girl demanded, "If we're adventurers, why don't we just go in and handle it ourselves?" Then she recalled they'd mined there before. The guy shot back, "Most people don't come back from that place, even if they try," and the girl snapped that if they were taking on a job like that, they'd better be paid at least 10 gold coins. Shelina told the guys this quest used to be easy and paid out almost nothing, and Mora shot back that nobody would ever bother then. So Gale asked to try it himself and go in as an attacker, and Mora's face lit up with shock. The girl reminded him that this guy had once wiped out an entire army on his own, led by the Lick himself, so Gale shot back that undead were a whole different beast, and they still hadn't figured out what monsters were lurking in there, and just then, Shelina cut in. The girl hefted her hammer and swore she'd grab control with her own 2 hands. Shalianva made the call for all of them, and the guys just stared, shocked at her bold proposal. So when she noticed their faces, she snapped, asking why they looked so startled, then made it clear she'd take charge of them. The guys stared in shock. This client was actually charging into battle beside them as the attacker, all while still pulling off his own order. Gimli laughed it off and said it wasn't a problem for the girl. Shelina boasted she was built different and flexed her biceps, and the guy stammered in disbelief, asking if Lita could even handle that. Then she snapped, "Trust me, lean on me." It still felt like a miracle that her guild master, the cursed item genius, and their support team could even see how ridiculous it was, yet that girl refused to give herself the slightest reason to lose. The girl was convinced that no matter what monsters they ran into, they could always count on Gale's power. The boys pushed ahead, praying it would all work out. Then Gimli grinned, waved them off with her hand, and let them go. The whole team stormed in and lit up every passage. He snapped his gaze toward the direction the sound was creeping from, right down into the abyss. The boys started to bicker, and Shelina stepped in fast, calming them down before it could blow up. The girl called out to the boys crouched behind her, swore it was only the wind, and pointed to the holes where that eerie howl-like sound slipped through, so that was how the mine got its name. Sage Shelina flung a stone at the girl and demanded she look. Mora snatched it out of the air, then stared with Gale at the iron ore. Sage Plina swore there was pay dirt down here, lead and deposits, and every so often a myth roll turned up too, so she wasn't just guessing. The mine sounded worth it, and the guys immediately snapped their heads toward the shaft. The boys were crammed at the very bottom of the minibus, packed in like they were already trapped. The heroes stared in shock at her stunning beauty, and Shelina admitted that's exactly why she chose this place, because it matters to her. She refuses to let fear win. Mora thought they were finally out of that cemetery full of undead, so she figured they had nothing to fear. Then she suddenly flinched and asked herself, what was that? The girls spotted the petrified man's statue and froze in terror, and she backed away shrieking that undead were right there. Meanwhile, the guy grinned like it was nothing, and Shelina shot back that something like that couldn't happen here. The girl cowered behind the guildmaster as she grilled Gale, "What's got you smiling?" And Gale snapped back that the undead lurking in a place like this are different, way more special. The guys instantly figured it out. Those weren't statues at all. They were full-on jewelry masterpieces disguised to look that way. He shot back like, "It's like they're breathing right there in front of me." Shelina asked the guy if it wasn't cool, and he shrugged that it was solid craftsmanship. Then the girl behind him snapped that they were idiots. Mora spun around and jabbed at the passage, urging the boys to look, as she broke down the statue's work in all its intricate detail. Mora yanked the boys away and snapped that it wasn't the moment for that talk, then pointed them over there. Charlene jumped to her feet, eyes widening at what she saw, and Gale was just as shocked. The room fills with statues of people, and the girl, spitting curses, can't even wrap her head around what's happening. Shelina blurted, "Why are there so many statues here?" And the guy just shrugged, saying every single one was different, while Mora's gut screamed that something was seriously off. so she turned to her comrades and demanded their take. Shalinga leaned in for a closer look, and then, bam, she spotted her friend trapped inside the statue, leaving the guys staring in shock at what they'd found. The girls spotted even more statues, each one a past adventurer from the farmer's side. Shalina couldn't breathe, she'd just found the missing people, and the moment she saw that, tension snapped across the girl's face. The boys snapped to attention, petrified people loomed right in front of them. Gale finally got it, realizing those statues weren't jewelry at all, and Shalina, panicking, blurted out that it felt just like turning to stone. He clocked it as pure monster work, then snatched the guild master by the shoulder. The boys huddled in a ready stance, watching each other's backs, and Mora yelled that she was right by the entrance. The girl bossed the boys into watching the last one, and the side too. Gil snapped to Mora, saying things were getting ugly because barely any monsters could pull that off. Mora nodded right away, calling monsters like the basilisk and the gorgon monsters that sit above the rest. The guys caught the stench of chicken in the cave, saw feathers scattered everywhere, and realized the creature could turn them to stone. A sharp chicken call cut through the air, and Gale roared that their enemy was a cockatrice. The wall shattered piece by piece. Cockatrice is a nightmare hybrid, half chicken, half snake, feared as a disaster omen in lots of religions, and it brings brutal defense that can even shrug off shots from a throwing gun. With razor claws and poisonous breath that freezes nearby creatures into stone, it's also wickedly fast and smart enough to plan its strikes mid-battle. The wall on the Mora side was crumbling apart as it fell in on itself. The girl was completely lost, and S.H. Kalina snapped that they had to switch places, right now. He shot back a shout at the girl, then traded places with her on the spot. Gale thundered toward the cockatrice as it barreled straight for the heroes. The monster lunged at the boys, and the hero snapped into action, gripping 3 darts in his fist, ready to strike back. A snake burst out from the back of a huge chicken, fangs bared, and the guy hurled his darts. One slammed into the snake's neck, the other punched into the bird's body. The monster got blasted by electricity, and the boy erupted in joy, saying it was trying to corrupt them and had already flung its beak open. Then boom, it turned the tables and ended up getting targeted instead. Shally fired a question at the hero. How could he stab through a monster's crazy defense? She said it would have made sense for a regular dungeon brute, but these were the frontrunners, bosses, not fodder. He snapped back that it didn't matter what it was called. He had to strike fast because they were basically disposable darts, packed with a paralysis spell that laughed at defense. Gale warned that the monster's wound doesn't hold for long. Then Chalice snapped her hammer up and charged in, saying she didn't care before the battle fully began, because with every swing the ground under her feet split and crumbled from the sheer impact. Shelley clenched her focus for the next hit, and rage burned in her eyes as she stared down the enemy. Shally whipped in with razor-precise strikes, splitting the monster's body clean from its head. The monster's head blasted through the air, and Mora realized she could send it flying just by smacking it 5 times. Then the guy joked it was basically a straight-up headshot. Shaylee puffed up and called it her heroic form, and the guys immediately warned the girl. There was more coming. Shally plunged into the snake's mouth and let out a blood-curdling scream, while the girl shouted for Mora, who started casting a power-boosting spell and urged her to trust her own strength. Shelly's arm muscles bulked up fast, and it totally shocked her. Mora had warned her that in enhancement magic, the faster you apply it, the shorter the boost lasts. Shelly hurled her hammer straight into the snake's mouth mid-flight, then shot back that she'd take care of it. The girl lunged to rip the snake's jaws open, and when Shelley declared that a top-tier blacksmith would step in and show his power, the boys just stared, wide-eyed, at every second. Shelina ripped the monster's mouth clean open, and her raw strength was impossible to ignore. The monster ripped straight through the mouth, and the girl slammed down nearby, steam hissing off her like she'd just scorched the air. Shelley totally lost her balance, crashed onto the ground, and burst into laughter, yelling that this was a total win. Shelley dropped onto the ground as the boys charged toward her, and Mora barked, "Careful," then snapped that Coratrix's slowdown bought them time, because the dart's effect was still hanging around. The girls grilled him about the dart artifact, and he admitted he'd dragged it off a ghost that ignored the protection in the capital, but he couldn't recall much, only that it looked like a skeleton in a black cape. Then the girls fired back in unison, staring at each other. The girls demanded, "Does that skeleton have a sickle and that creepy tin lamp in his hands?" And the guy's eyes lit up. He snapped his fingers and swore, "Yeah, he does." Gale, thin as a little skeleton, slipped straight through the walls, and the girls gasp in pure terror because they're staring at the god of death. Death's messenger never showed up in the human world, so the girls panicked and rushed to tell him, and Gale just grinned, saying there was nothing special since skeletons like that were common in the underground catacombs. Until the moment he saw the guy, and that skeleton fled in shock at who he was, while Laura stared at him, still reeling from the sound of it. The partner yanked him by the coat collar and started shaking him, shouting that there was no way he could have seen the deity, until the guy snapped back that he'd only seen it twice, and Nora shrieked at him for putting her through it. Gale shot back that he'd only used a skeleton to craft the cursed item, and that was all he could do. Mora went deadly still, pure shock slamming into her, then shut her eyes and echoed his words, finally getting why that dart wrecked the boss monster. Shali stared at him with sharp disapproval and demanded, "So what kind of person is our main character?" Mora, haunted by the loss of her comrade, snapped back at Shali that she should have been more careful, because one slip like that could have wiped out her whole life in a heartbeat. Shelley snapped that she wouldn't just huddle in the corner, terrified of death, because anyone in danger stops being vigilant only when it matters. Mora glared her down until Shelley promised she'd be more careful next time. Mora tried to remember everything and finally blurted out her words, until that guy cut her off mid-sentence. The guys huddled tight, grinning, and announced that the quest, Inanaki Mine's Safety of Difficulty AA, was finally officially finished. 3 friends erupted in joy, celebrating the moment the job was finally done. Gale scoured the ground for monster feathers while the girls camped behind the guy, waiting on his word. Then Mora leaned in, told the girls they had to alert Gimli about aiding the adventurers, and asked straight up if they could even use the mine they were standing in, and the answer came back with a clear yes. Shelley snapped back that a bunch of monsters had already shown up there, but the strangest one was the cockatrice, and she'd hate to see him drag more into that mess. The girl remembered her first day as an adventurer, and the guy mulled it over before turning to Mora. Gale blurted out whether they could eat the monster, and the girl just shrugged. Maybe some parts might be edible, until Shali snapped, totally disgusted, that it was poison all over and definitely not something they could eat. Gale cornered Shali again with more excuses, claiming the monster looked like some chicken they were used to, while Mora strode up and demanded to know why he was skulking in a spot like that, saying they needed more parts torn off. Then the guy snapped back a warning for the girl to stay on her guard. The boy replayed Mora's words in his head and snapped back that for a monster that huge, this mine was way too tiny. Could it even be the kind of place it picked to play chicken coop? He could only guess what was going on in those monster thoughts. Gale jerked his head up and said it smelled exactly like a filthy chicken coop, chicken droppings and rotten eggs. Then a crunch snapped the air as the guy demanded what Mora just stomped on. Mora stared at her feet and watched something crumble to pieces. The guy studied the object, and it turned out to be an eggshell. The girl asked if it was way too big, and the guy nodded right along. Gale leaned in and asked Mora why chickens built co-ops. Shelley scanned the area like it clicked instantly, and Mora grinned. Those co-ops were made so the chickens could lay their eggs. Shelley blurted out a curse, and everyone shot her suspicious looks. Then she just said there were chicks in there. From behind those smaller statues, you could hear the boss monster's chicks chirping in the dark. The monster's little ones started gnawing on the miners, hard remains. Then the chicks suddenly snapped their focus onto those children, and a group of terrified people just stared in horror as the nightmare unfolded. They were completely baffled, until they realized they'd been dropped into a nest, and the chicks turned on them like a swarm. The girls screamed, "Run now," but the guy didn't get it. Those monsters had just hatched, and somehow the newborns thought the girls were their parents. Meanwhile, the snake-tailed chicks charged straight at the heroes, ready to snatch a snack. The boy got yanked fast, and all 3 of them bolted from the pack of monster cubs. Moore snapped that they wanted to eat them. Shalina nodded, and then warned, "We've got to run. If they get eaten, the blame lands on me." The boys sprinted down the mine corridor, then their momentum died when they slammed into a dead end. Shelley shot back that the entrance was blocked, and Gale snapped, "So what do we do now?" Shelley snapped back that the real defense is going on the attack. Then she charged in first and shouted for the guys to cover her. The girl snapped her hand forward and smashed one of the chicks right in the face. The monster shattered into the air, and Shali beamed. She swore that this hammer could even crush a rock. Staring down that monster horde, she laughed it off. None of it even bothered them. Mora shot the girl a quick look and begged her to hold on a little longer, and she nodded like it was nothing. Mora knew the truth. This fight was going to be way worse than the cockatrice fight. Those baby cockatrices are a bit smaller than their own kind, so their numbers could easily blow past 100. While chickens were already everywhere, these monsters could also inherit the snake's traits. These monsters came out ferocious, driven by raw hunger, and once you start dropping the adults, the kids won't fight back, they'll bolt in terror. The cockatrice kids are pure chaos, reckless, blind to everything but prey, and right then, Shali was counting the monsters she just crushed. She reveled in every hit, but the battlefield kept spawning too many monsters. Mora finally snapped the rune into place and hurriedly apologized for making everyone wait. A magic circle snapped into place beneath Shali's feet, and with Mora's magic blasting through it, Shali's powers surged and her speed skyrocketed. Then glowing magic hieroglyphs erupted across her body. Shalina burst out, grinning ear to ear. She said she was overflowing with raw energy, and Mora immediately knew this enhancement felt different from the last. If she could pour her magic into that deposit, the power would keep swelling, but the results still wouldn't come fast enough. Mora figured that to wipe out the baby cockatrice, Shailene only needed one clean strike, so she sharpened her agility, cranked up her other powers, then leaped onto the monster screaming in pure joy. Their attacks came like a raging tornado, smashing the little cockatrices to bits, and the magic that supercharged her power kept boosting her fights, so Shali basically turned untouchable, but there was one nasty catch. Shelly ripped the monsters away and shrieked, freaking out about just how many cubs they had. The exhausted girl snapped that her strength was slipping away, and Mora shot back that her limit was right around the corner. Then she turned to Gale begging, "Tell me you've got a cursed tool for this, like the one you used to wipe out those orcs." He replied with a heavy sigh that it had been ages since he last did, and then he pointed out the orcs were a totally different problem, because that boost for evil spirits and cursed tools just won't bite the way it should on monsters with fragile egos, like those little cockatrices. Shaylee grilled Gale about what he meant, and he shot back that the spell worked like a conditioned reflex, like the moment you show a grown-up a lemon, and his mouth waters without thinking. And he added the chicks didn't even know what lemon tasted like, so spells that mess with fear and confusion could crush enemies, minds all day, but monsters with enough brains would shrug it off like it's nothing. Curses couldn't save them this time. The tiny cockatrice kept slamming into the boys, and even though Shelly was wiped out, she still braced herself to kick back the next wave of attacks. Mora's jaw dropped, so she pressed again and asked Gale about his personal stuff that might have mattered, only for him to shut it down and say none of it would help against something like that. He checked the bag and said it was packed with items for sale, then his fingers brushed right over the cursed bandage. The bag also held a dark mask and a chilling decoration carved from weeping horns. Gale snapped back that the design of those cursed things wasn't embarrassing at all. It was something to be proud of, meant purely for indoor decor. Then Shaylee pointed out that the guy's bag was stuffed to the brim, and the answer she got was brutal. "The effects they bring are weak." Gale replied with a sad sigh that his defense had tripled. His agility was twice as sharp, fatigue didn't even matter, and poison resistance surged. Yet the girls still stared in disbelief, because his cursed items felt way too weak. Shelley shot back that this was exactly what they needed, and Mora immediately warned she'd raise a protective barrier, yet the monsters were already closing in from a safer distance. With pure adrenaline, Shalina slammed the gas, begging to test fresh strength faster items, and the guy agreed, but cautioned that they weren't built for fighting. The girl grabbed the bandage, and the moment she spotted tiny pores on it, she jerked her arm back and tossed it straight into the air. The guy went pale, shocked by Shali's wild move. The girl straightened up and tried to force herself to see it as a surge in her powers, and when the guy nodded, he spelled out how the item gave her 3 times more protection and let her ignore fatigue. Then Gale snapped it onto her forehead as she tensed, bracing for impact. Suddenly her aura flared bright, and Shali shot back, saying the fatigue had completely vanished from her body. The monsters prowled outside the barrier, as Gale slapped one item after another onto the girl, talking through what each one did. The girl visibly changed and snapped that she could see in the dark, yet under her mask, there was still nothing to be seen. Mora caught the moment the chicks were about to shatter the barrier and yanked the guy to throw on the last of the equipment, fast. He said the last one was the crying horns. Those things pumped up his speed and power like crazy, and the girls just stared, stunned at how wild that sounded. Shalina stepped out fully geared with Gale's cursed armor strapped tight on her. The girl blurted, "What's wrong?" And the guy, dead serious, said she looked awesome at 100. Then Mora just slapped a hand to her forehead. Shaylee, meanwhile, was stunned that her power had multiplied 5 times, and when she stared at her own hand, she could feel that overwhelming strength surging through every single fingertip. The shield shattered, and Mora instantly snapped their focus to the damage, warning the guys. Monsters surged in and attacked Shali, and Mora ripped into the girl, warning her about the deadly danger. Shalina spun on a dime and slammed her hammer through the air. With a single swing, she blasted the monster apart, shreds everywhere. Mora and Gale stood there, stunned, gaping at their comrades' brand new abilities. Then the whole mind rocked with a sudden jolt, even with Galena running free of Mora's enhancement. Shalina couldn't believe it. She burst into joy and proudly declared that she was finally invincible. A brand new move sparked in her mind, and she whirled and slammed the hammer, Shelly's endless spin attack. The moment she unlocked those new powers, she went wild, breaking into wild laughter like nothing could stop her. The guys clocked how the girls were acting, and more jumped in, asking straight up if any parts of those artifacts could be dangerous. Everyone froze. The guy finally muttered that nothing was dangerous on its own, but the moment they mix, they hit like a truck. Moore explained that cursed items don't just add power, they stack into a heightened reaction, almost like different curses fused together, and the mask with the horns. Together they wreck harder than when they're used separately. The girl realized Shaylin didn't fear fatigue at all. He moved like a sprinter, while Shaylee geared up to smash the last monster and drive the hit straight into him. The girl skidded to a stop beside the final monster's body. Shelly yanked the leaf off her mask, and the curse instantly crumbled away. She finally got to ditch that miserable armor. Shaggy noticed and snapped that wearing it in public after all her praises made her feel ashamed. But the guy hit back, because just recently she'd been praising them. So she started explaining that they only earned her praise because their strength had grown. Gale let out an annoyed sigh and snapped that these things were worn out now. Then Shelina shot back that everything she wore could have sold for more, and the boys stared at her, totally baffled by what she meant. Right then Galena crumpled to the ground, trembling, screaming that her whole body was wrecked with pain and begging. Why? The guy shot back, asking if she really thought her exhaustion would vanish, because the curse doesn't erase fatigue at all, it only fools her into thinking she isn't tired. He kept explaining. She cranked her strength up 5 times and her agility up double just to go wild and tear through a crowd of monsters, and the moment the curse took hold, her body instantly gained resistance to poison. Then the second the curse was lifted, it all vanished, unless poison was already inside her, in which case it kept doing its deadly work. There aren't many true madmen left who will chase cursed experiments, and most people would laugh off the ones selling cursed trinkets as useless trash, until this one lets you wipe out a whole pack of cockatrice cubs. Then suddenly the price is beyond words. Gale told the girl to hang on, that a little time would pass and the pain would fade, and he urged her to rest for a while. Shelina sprawled in a star pose on the ground, exhausted and sighing after the fight, while Mora grinned and leaned in to tease her for acting indecent, then snapped that she clearly didn't have the strength to even get back up. Mora dropped into a squat, bowed her head, and swore her mana was totally drained, then laughed as it came back a bit later. Meanwhile, the guy plopped down and dug through his bag, saying he'd burned through cursed items like crazy too. The guys said the AA difficulty quest, in Anaki Mine's safety, got completed anyway. The boys beamed with pure joy, grinning ear to ear after the win. Mora snapped that if she'd known it was a cockatrice nest from the start, she never would have taken that quest, and Gale shot back that he'd rather stay behind the counter in the shopping district, while Shali chimed in that she wouldn't have gone either. He wrestled with it for a second, then blurted, "All right, let me ask." Gale's gut screamed that something was off, and it all hit the moment he laid eyes on that egg. Behind the boys lumbered a massive cockatrice, dead set on closing the distance. The monster lunged and swung its paw, trying to smash the boys to pieces. The guy blurted that the first bird looked like a chicken, then the thing in front of them morphed into a rooster, and the guys immediately bolted sideways, trying to dodge the incoming attack. Gale Ube swore there were 2 cockatrices in that nest, and that's why most adventurers got wrecked there, while Charlie cursed under her breath, unable to wrap her head around why the male was so insanely huge. The snake on the rooster's tail grabbed the petrified cow in its mouth and swung it like a weapon. The rooster monster hurled a boulder at the heroes after pulling it from a cow, and the guys instantly bolted, screaming, "Was that a waste of a round?" Shelina gripped her hammer, baited the monster, and pulled it straight to her. The girl snapped a curse at the rooster and swore she'd make him crispy, furious that he'd wrecked her rest, and then she realized it all came down to one thing. They'd invaded his nest and trashed it, so no wonder the monster was boiling over. The monster shrieked, and Shaylee kept charging forward, telling him he'd already seized this mine, and she still couldn't understand why he was so furious. The girl screamed that the monster could have her blacksmith guild's territory, but it better stay out of the roosters. Shelina screaming. The girl tensed to strike, rage still blazing at the monster, and Gale lunged in front of her, shouting for her to be careful. Gale snatched the girl up and leapt with her to the cliff's edge, right where the fog hadn't swallowed the world yet. The dead chick's body turned to stone right before their eyes, and Shelley snapped, "What is that?" The boy gulped and said he'd never even cared about it, only heard about it secondhand. That monster's chick locked the guy solid with full-on stone mode, and then he finished it by saying the cockatrice hits you with stone breath. That monster rooster kept breathing out mist, and the boy insisted it was his power that stopped the girl from turning to stone in seconds, while the hero swore the adventurers standing there had been attacked long ago. The cockatrice puffed up his cheeks, and the boys bolted as the fresh wave of fog rolled in. Mora figured the only good news was that the breath tore through a small area and spread at a crawl, but right where they stood, they were boxed in. The girl froze in the middle of the corridor, and it hit her. This was a dead end. Mora slipped into the chaos, while the boys kept the rooster busy, and she scrambled to hatch a rescue plan for them. Gale and Shalina couldn't hold the line for long. They bolted toward the sea as Cockatrice surged after the boys. The girl stared in stunned silence, totally unable to wrap her head around what he was doing. Mora snapped at the boys, asking why they were still trapped, and Gale shot back with confidence. Then Mora, Shally, and the others sprinted straight at the girl as the monster barreled toward them. Cockatrice struck with its tail, and the open-mouthed snake lunged at the adventurers, freezing the boys in pure terror. A snake burst out of the wrecked tunnel, and the boys got yanked forward into the fall. The boys sprawled on the ground, and Gale and Mora locked eyes with the monster, then just waited, not blinking. Mora snapped that they had nothing left to defend themselves with, so they'd better grab a shield. Then the guy fired the question at the girl and answered it for her. Shalina's hammer got thrown back, and the mine cart got smashed to pieces. Shalina stepped right in front of the guys and declared their shield was right there in front of them. Gale and Mora stared in confusion at what she meant, while Monstro tracked the boys' every move, and in the shine of his eyes, you could see the girl fling her arms wide like she was unveiling something. Shelly planted herself in front of the heroes and shielded them with her own body, snapping back that they'd be fine before yelling for them to duck behind her for cover. Gale shot the girl down, baffled by her words, and the girl snapped back that she'd already promised she'd be in the vanguard of their team. Shalinga threw herself into the fog and grinned, swearing she was just doing her duty, while the guy yanked at the petrified girl in frantic panic, and Mora clamped a hand over her mouth, stunned by the horror unfolding right before them. Shalina told Gale he sounded strangely deep to her, yet she couldn't bring herself to hate him. Then she swore that if she used her body as a shield, they'd make it. Amora, crying, grabbed on and begged them to stick together. Half stunned and frozen in fear, Shalina desperately wanted to swing by and ask the guys for a favor. The girl lit up thinking of her guild squad and said it was all for them. Shalina also remembered Gamli, declaring he was a truly great elf, and the moment she understood she wouldn't get another chance, she refused to keep the boys waiting any longer. Gale thrust his hand toward the girl, blasted the magic that held her, and watched the spell snap. Then Shalina finally opened her eyes again. The girl dropped her hand, and Shalina stared at him in dead silence, then at her own hand, utterly lost, like she couldn't wrap her head around what was just happening. Unable to hold back, the girls demanded answers, and the guy confessed that after touching the petrified Shalina, he felt the spell might be something he could handle, so he scratched the back of his head, grinned, and said he'd tried dispersion. The girls just stared, completely stunned. The boy started blurting out his theory. The cockatrice's magic was basically a poison, right along the same lines as the Gorgon's venom. Then it hit him like lightning that some monsters could weaponize curses like this, and the idea that petrification could even count as poison felt wild, so his mind snapped into a brand new discovery. Shalina cut him off, jabbed at the monster, and shouted that his comb was swinging like crazy. The girl snapped that those attacks drained the monster dry, and if Gale truly got the spell's trick, then it wouldn't scare the guys anymore. Mora shot back that changes everything, and they should have jumped on the monster hard until it was back to full power, because then she'd unleash a single boost. Clenching her fist, the girl vowed she'd pump up Shali's physical strength, and Shali shot back by trusting her. The girl cooked up a plan. Shali would grab the snake on the cockatrice's tail, and Gale would swoop in at the end to give the rooster the final gift. Gale and Shalin sprinted straight at the monster as it lunged, snapping out a snake. The girl rockets straight for the snake's mouth and slams into it with her bare hands. With her hands dropping, she snapped them forward midair and clocked the monster right on the head, then landed hard with a triumphant thud. Shelley finally figured out why they hit her from both sides, using the poison-like that was downright smart, especially since it was already proven deadly, and at that exact moment Gale was crawling along the snake's body toward the rooster. He charged straight at the monster, not once glancing back at the scream he knew he wasn't allowed to ignore. Gale had him pinned on his back, and the rooster suddenly jolted awake. He pelted the monster with his cursed artifacts, stacking weakening spells one after another, praying one curse would finally stick on the boss, because he had no clue which one would actually work. With a grin, the young man winked that today's monster curses were going cheap, then snapped the multi-attack tool into gear, 0 gaps, non-stop hits, until the rooster monster was trapped and drenched in curse. The girls stumbled down the mountain, skulls scattered all over the ground, while the guy was still locked in a brutal fight, and Gale was plummeting from the cock down. The young man shot his hand out midair, shouting to the monster like it was bait, daring it to leap straight toward him. The rooster plunged deeper into the turtles, screaming bloody murder as it spat out spells and curses. Gale tore down the mountain straight toward the girls, and when they closed in, Mora demanded, "Did you burn through your whole arsenal?" And the guy nodded. Staring at that mountain of skulls, the guy muttered that he had no clue which curse would actually hit the boss, so he unleashed every single one. The girl froze, staring at his back in pure shock as dark rays tore through the air from the skull pile. The girl screamed at the boy that if he flipped every one of his magic items on, the whole world would crumble, and the boy burst out laughing, calling her a total exaggeration. A monster cawed from the shattered mountain and blasted dark rays, and Shelley noticed it. She told him to go easy, but of course, he pulled his usual over-the-top move again. The boys crouched in the shadows, desperately trying to dodge the blinding glare of the curses. One heartbeat later, an explosion ripped the air apart. The explosion wave slammed them backward, and red rain poured down on the crash site. Shelina snapped awake and blurted that she stank, then shot up and shouted at the girl. Mora gasped back that she was barely holding on, and the girl started wiping the dirt off herself, grimacing with pure disgust. Mora snapped furious, saying she'd have to buy a brand new cape since there was no way she'd ever scrubbed that much blood out, and she yanked off her cloak. Shailene blurted, "Where's Gale?" and her comrade pointed him out. Gale was lying there, upside down, slumped against a pile of stones. The girls shuddered. Mora strode ahead, and the sight in front of her left her utterly speechless. He shot up from bed, sprang to his feet, and demanded what the non-stop shaking was. The boy snapped with shock, then blurted that his mind was crumbling, when the girls, all at once, seized that Gale was to blame, and the guys bolted for the exit. The mine started crumbling, and massive boulders of stone blasted down from the ceiling, one after another. The mine was totally crushed in on itself. The boys barely squeezed out and then tumbled down laughing, shouting that they were saved, while Shelina stayed behind, hiding the adventurers up on top of their heads. Shelina screamed at the guy hurling curses as he wrecked the mine, like he didn't get that their only job was to clean it up. Gale hauled himself up, brushed off the dust, and told them they'd finished the quest anyway, while Shelina just stared, totally lost. Morris teamed up with Gale, bragging that they'd wiped out every monster and deserved a massive reward. Then Shailene snapped, lunging at the guys as she screamed that nobody would pay them because they still owed her. Gale snapped back that it was downright cruel. After all, she'd promised to vouch for the stall with the Merchant Guild. Morris seized too, furious that they'd bled and risked everything only to get nothing. And Shelina finally leaned in and said, "I'm the one who took the biggest hit," remembering how she'd stood in the vanguard as a human shield. Shelina jabbed her finger at the guys and snapped that they were criminals, mere imitators of the mines. Then the girl clamped a hand to her head and rattled off her own disaster. She'd used the cursed gear on herself, she'd lost her hammer, and in the end the mine blew sky-high. Right at the mine entrance, Shalna let out a furious scream, still stunned by the chaos she'd survived all day, while the guys kept mugging at her and pushing her buttons until everyone got told to shut up. Right near the shaft, where the main passage runs out from under the pit and is lined with pillars, a hand suddenly reached up. Lavushka coughed and lunged to get out. Terrified death was right there for her, and she couldn't stop replaying it. She knew the Master of Cursed Product scale was a nightmare, because Jinli first tried to watch from safety, but he blew up the moment he was close, and from then on she had no way to save herself. The girl sprinted along the bark and towered above the heroes in her observation. She could finally see the boy's real strength with her own eyes, and it blew past everything she expected. Gimli couldn't help wondering if this boy was about to become useful to her. She stared at the guy, convinced he was just churning out cursed junk, then realized his items hit with the same power as real artifacts. A little later, the boys marched back to the mine with the girl, and there they stood, staring down at the petrified statue of the boy. Gale broke the spell, and the stone finally crashed down off the guy. He blinked in shock, completely lost, until a ponytailed girl with tears streaming sprinted into his arms and asked him where he'd been. He then demanded why she was there, and she choked out that he'd vanished. She'd been terrified, and the adventurers dragged her straight to him. Shelley's eyes brimmed with tears as she watched the lovers joke that it was hotter here than in the forge, while Mora grinned and swore they'd fix the mine and rescue the rest of the adventurers. Then the two lovers thanked their rescuers and promised that if they got through this quest, they'd tie the knot for real. Gale plunged his hand into his pocket and thrust his cursed instrument into the air like a dangerous gift. The guy blared ads for his shop, and the girls warned him in no uncertain terms to stop trying to pawn cursed stuff off as gifts, and then Mora leaned in and hissed to Molly in a whisper that she didn't need a free one either. The couple leaned in as the adventurer laid it all out, and they burst into joy. Gimli yanked the door open, didn't even look up at the visitor, and tossed out a cold greeting. Then when she spotted Shali, she asked through a heavy sigh what she needed, while Shelina snapped back just as fast, grilling the girl about every problem she brought. The blacksmith slid into the bar where Gimli was already posted, and the girl clocked that the tavern was nearly empty. Gimli sprawled out and, still grinning like an idiot, asked if the newcomer wanted to sell or if they were here just to get punched. Shelly lit up and said she'd sell, but only if she could actually afford the price tag. Shelina slammed the cockatrice defense dart from the mine onto the table, and when Gimli demanded what was wrong with it, she snapped back with one sharp warning: take a closer look at the artifact. The girl peered through the monocle and gasped, "What am I seeing in there?" And Shelina fired back, asking what she'd spotted in the dart. The girl insisted it was the real deal, and Shelina snapped that Gale was dumping artifacts for pennies, then asked if the girl knew about it too. The girl went even further, saying the guy was unreal, and she fired back, "So what do you know about us?" Gimli grinned and put on an act like she was thinking hard, then said all she really knew was that the guy was from the capital, and that he'd already been on a C-rank team before. Shelina stared at her smiling counterpart with a sharp, suspicious glare. Shelina figured it out and asked the girl why someone like Gale would wander into the forgotten outback, then laid her head on her palm and said, "He didn't come for no reason. He found adventurers turned to stone by cockatrice in the mine, and he cured every last one." Shelley snapped that the boy had dragged the church into his healing with a curse. Jimmy Lee narrowed his eyes, repeated the word, and demanded to know what curse Shelina was talking about. Shelina shot back that she'd almost become stone too, and in that cursed mine, petrified adventurers kept getting found one by one, till Gale stepped in and cured every single one. The girl snapped that the church now ran the only sanatorium in the city, and no way could that have happened overnight, like some accident. Shelina's gut told her she'd been tricked somewhere, somehow. Gimli suddenly remembered the girl warning him about the boy's wild dispersion move, and Shelina leaned in like she couldn't miss a single word. With a smug grin, Shelina asked straight up if the other person was into the guy, and got a half-hearted yes, but it was consent. Then she said that wasn't like the usual spread at all, because the moment a cockatrice turns you to stone, it all fizzles out instantly. The girl swore the guy never popped a potion and never went begging the church for help. Shelina chewed on it for a second, then snapped and cursed. Shelley couldn't wrap her head around why he was out there as a wandering adventurer with powers like that. Gimli just shrugged and said, "Anubai is Anubai," then pointed out that since the whole salt taint mess and saving the adventurers got handled in one sitting, the girl should straight up ask if she wants to apply for a rank increase herself. Shelina snapped back, "I don't change," then asked, "So why would I do that?" Gimli leaned in and asked Shelina what she planned to do, then she gave him a deep, thoughtful look and spun around. Shelina shot back that she'd already slipped the boy into her blacksmith's guild just to test if his skills were legit, and if he truly had a feel for the craft. Then Gimli grinned, swearing she was 100% certain of him, and reminded her there wasn't a rule stopping someone from belonging to two guilds at the same time. The girls grinned at each other, then went dead silent and spun off in different directions. Right then Gale and Mora huddled together inside the mine, talking over everything, until the guy suddenly let out this loud, unstoppable sneeze. She stormed off and shot him a messy warning, "Turn away when he sneezes." Then he hurriedly apologized, insisting he only got dusty because it was underground. The guy clocked that Shelina was downright rude to her own people, and she snapped back that if she let them off for what they'd done, maybe they'd actually gain something from it, while he muttered that she was seeing hope where he couldn't. The girls started blasting him with accusations, swearing he was the one to blame for everything since he triggered all the curses at once, and it turned out he became both. A hero who could save the adventurers, and a villain who had raised the mine, while Gale just stayed deadly silent. Mora leaned in and asked the boy if he joined the blacksmith's guild, and she nodded with shaky hesitation. The boy held up a bandage around his neck, plaque and all, proving he'd been part of both the Adventurers Guild and the Blacksmiths Guild. Gale then said, "Me and Shally already talked it out. We agreed she'd help you run the shop." The girl remembered the blacksmiths and blurted, "That's wild. This guild only hires true pros, not just any regular adventurers, not even for ore mining." Mora leaned in and demanded to know what the kid was doing here, and he stammered that it was no big deal. He was just handing the guild a few cursed items he'd cooked up. Then Mora pressed again, asking if they'd actually approved his work, and the boy finally nodded, panicked memories flooding back of how his stuff had been rushed off for rework the moment it was sent. The girl snapped, saying that when the guy handed Shelina that cursed sword, she went on a rage-fueled spiral. Then the guy shot back that he figured her request was something like that, and he basically did the same kind of thing. He shoved Mora a vase shaped like an upside-down skull, packed with flowers, and Mora recoiled in horror, because he'd actually flipped the skull and turned it into Ikebana. And he snapped at her that it took him the whole day, and she fired back, all day, turning it upside down. He huffed that he'd been chasing a sparkly look, polishing for hours, but she cut in furious that he shouldn't be polishing someone else's skulls, and that what he made was pure ridiculous nonsense. Gale shoved the vase to his face and asked if it was beautiful, obsessed with the design. Then the guy grinned and said, Put this in a room and it'll keep everything recovering nonstop. Drink from it and you'll heal in a blink." The girl snapped back that every magician would kill for something like that, because recovery speed is literally life or death for them, and the guy had just turned the artifact into a decoration, still clueless. But the girl threw her head back and laughed. "You don't get it, not even close. Restoring mana is a lot like rebuilding strength. It all hinges on what you eat and how well you sleep, and the rate swings wildly with alcohol, sweets, and all those sugary temptations. But when sickness hits or your body's fighting something off, mana won't bounce back easy, so mages obsess over their health like it's survival." The girl clenched her fists and remembered how, even with all that, she still had to gulp down tasteless potions to restore her mana, then sit in a dark, gloomy room and meditate, like there wasn't an easier way, like just putting it in a vase. She snapped her hands over her face and sank to her knees, whispering to herself that this was utterly, unbelievably impossible. Moore shot back that Shelina would hate a vase like that, and just then Shelina slid in from behind with a bag in hand, asking what the boys were up to. Shelina saw the shaft's fastenings buckle under the boy's screams, and he snapped back that he'd shown Mora his new experimental product, then she'd gotten sick from it. Mora, slumped against the wall, threw in the towel and decided to rest. Shelina stared at the vase the boy was clutching, and when the girl warned him that trying to sell it in the city would get him kicked out, the boy shot back that he'd made exactly what she asked for, then shoved his creation into her hands. Shelina snapped at him, screamed that she'd asked for something useful, and hurled the bag straight at his face. Gale caught himself on the ground, bag between his legs, and demanded what it was, only for the girl to answer, cold as steel, that it held the cockatrice head he'd killed. Shally said he could have sold Gimli's head, and added that the monster's body wasn't buried, so Gale grilled Shalina again since she'd taken him down by herself. Shalina admitted she'd slaughtered the monster's tiny cubs and even a chicken, then snapped that he shouldn't go admiring her. He jolted her memory. He still hadn't gotten the award from her, and her mouth fell open in pure shock. Shelina yanked the guy by his collar and snapped that a simple thank you wasn't cutting it anymore. He shot back that he joined the quest because she promised to help with the shop, and the girls immediately screamed that they'd botched it and now had to fix the mine. The girl lit up the guy by promising that once the mine was back up and running, she'd help him with the shop. Then the moment he started dreaming about the future, someone cut him off and demanded he look ahead. Shelina whipped her gaze to the trailer, where the monster sat under a canvas cover. The girl leaned in and asked the guy if he could guess what hid there. Then he grabbed the canvas edge, and when he finally saw it, shock hit him. She smiled and said it was an organ that let a cockatrice unleash the breath of petrification. Shelina snapped that it was stone breath, no, the organ that pumps it, then pointed out the boy had already admitted it was basically a curse, and Gale couldn't stop thinking about it. That choking stone breath hit him like the Gorgon's petrifying beam, but he broke the curse in time, saving Shalin and the whole crew, leaving them with rock-solid proof that it wasn't magic, it was a curse. The girl dropped her verdict and told the guy, "Ask if this works for you, can you make it into a magic tool?" Then the guy shot back, "Are you sure this is what you want me to use?" Shelina said she could rake in a huge fortune selling that tool, and that this plan was perfect for her. Then the guy lunged for it, only for the girl to cut him off mid-reach with her words. Shelina came up with a plan to thank the guy for all his hard work, but the moment she suggested it, he flat-out hated the idea. The girl swore she'd teach him what supply and demand really mean, and the guy shot her a disgusted, displeased look. Shocked by the cursed gear Gale was churning out, people fled Farmer's Corner and scattered across the empire, because right at the heart of the imperial palace, beneath the floor, lay the underground treasure. The first prince didn't even hesitate. He was sure that cursed artifact had saved him from his assassination, and then he yanked the girl on the ground up by the chin. The prince told her straight up that excuses wouldn't cut it, then leaned in and demanded why lies and false rumors about him were starting to crawl through the streets. He reminded her he was the empire's first prince, and he snapped at her, cursing the girl who led the Assassin's Guild. The girl begged for forgiveness, but the guy yanked her by the hair and hauled her across the cold tile floor. He said she kept bragging like she was unstoppable, then somehow fumbled anyway, turning into nothing but worthless killers and handing him one problem after another. He shoved the girl into the chest, and terror slammed through her the moment she froze. The prince snapped that it was the most cursed instrument in the whole empire, the devil's own heart, something that once made the entire world tremble just because someone had it, and every time that artifact stirred, it spilled out an evil, choking miasma. The prince snapped a warning that the heart was draining human life, then stared at the boy and demanded, "Are you really happy with this food?" The boy grinned and told the girl that his favorite dish was people just like her, so the girl went deadly still, terror freezing her in place. The guy yanked the girl by the head, slammed her to the devil's heart, and demanded to know if she knew why he dragged her here, but she shook her head, begged forgiveness, and didn't have a clue. She begged for it to stop, but the miasma was stealing her life force, breath by breath. The prince swore that one single touch to the heart could drop any warrior, and the girl broke down crying, pleading for it to stop as tears poured. The prince let go and swore he'd stop right there, then the chest snapped shut. The guy demanded to know how this happened, and the girl kept insisting the operation had worked, right up until she slipped spies straight into the elite's camp. The girl insisted the princess's mission was simple: snag that artifact everyone kept whispering about. She'd heard it guarded against any technique like a fortress, and when she finished, the prince barked, "Repeat." The guy demanded, "So the princess can personally shrug off all my attacks." And she shot back, "No way, her artifact can resist instant death and does a bunch of other tricks too," leaving him staring in shock. The girl admitted it was almost impossible to believe. The prince just couldn't accept it. Killing the princess wouldn't change a thing if assassins tried, but the real nightmare was they had no clue what artifacts were hidden inside the empire. The prince sensed trouble brewing and demanded to know exactly what that artifact was doing to everyone. Rage boiled in his veins because the kingdom managed to seize a priceless artifact like it was nothing. The prince didn't give a damn about Carla, because if his brother married her, it would spell trouble for him. Carla pushed to share more details and begged for permission to speak. The girl shot back that the artifact wasn't found at all. It was bought from a young merchant. One night in a far-off corner of a capital tavern where adventurers crowd in, an S-rank crew just sat there, scratching their heads, because no one understood why Gale had to trek all that way. Melissa realized they were blaring too loud, so she pushed them to quiet down. Then the black magician lifted his mug and snapped, "What happens if someone hears? They'll steal the reward meant for capturing me." Luke urged the team back into the conversation. He had intel, and it was juicy. Wild rumors were flying around the cabbies. Cash snapped, "What rumors?" and then went straight for the dagger. Did Gale not pay? The paladin slammed his mug onto the table with a brutal clang and barked for the waitress to come. Then he stewed with a scowl, waiting while she appeared and hurried off to Cash. He barked a menacing demand, slammed his palm on the table, roared that he wanted ale, and called out how painfully slow the employee was. While the girl kept apologizing, he refused to back down, pushing for a whole barrel even after Luke's remark. He kept talking. One cart was rolling straight into the village, and right on the road, orcs swooped in and attacked it. They say a madman wiped everyone out, and that it was some guy from the rearguard. The paladin snapped out of his chair, fists clenched, because there was no way that could be true. If the people in the rearguard could hunt monsters, then who needs vanguard and rearguard at all? A robber shoved into Cash Bilboa's moment with pure contempt, demanding to be heard all the way through, because he'd just uncovered something new. This dude showed up in ragged, primitive clothes, and people swear he was swinging a dagger like it meant nothing. Then he tore through everything with a cursed artifact doing the real damage. After he wrapped up his story, he leaned over and asked the team captain, "Does this sound like Gale to you?" But the dude tore through his dinner, then snapped that he'd never pull off something like that, because even his crew could barely handle orcs, so he lit up and started hunting them, convinced it was the one move everyone else called impossible. Luke snapped that if he didn't share Cash's take, they'd just hear what everyone else had picked up. Then Melissa chimed in, saying she'd also heard that a man who looked just like Gale had been spotted. Cash shot up from his seat and slammed both hands on the table, demanding more details. Then the warrior said that, sure enough, the moment it started, the guy began hawking his goods in the shop. He probably dumped his cursed items for cheap, then hit the shopping district and hawked his tasteless little trinkets as interior decoration. Melissa let out a resigned sigh, then told him that after that, the guards snapped shut his shop in a hurry. The paladin burst out laughing and basically admitted, "Yeah, it's totally me and my filthy cursed gear, because those items were sure packed with nasty debuffs that racked up nothing but non-stop complaints." But something kept gnawing at him. Gale had somehow made a killing off his deal. Norris even swore he'd heard the same rumor. His goods were flying off the shelves, and somewhere in this hotel, there was another guy just like him. And he clocked the guy's fresh new clothes, so Luke figured he had enough cash to pay for a ride in that cart. They started to realize this, no matter how hard the royal troops hunted him with jaw-dropping persistence, and no matter how every tool they had was thrown at capturing him, the group wouldn't even snag a single trace of him. Melissa's info said he was pulling in serious cash, so you already know he couldn't just stash it. He had to spend it somehow. Cash had zero clue how they'd piece all this together, but the black magician already seemed one step ahead and told him that if you lined up every last fact. Norris realized Gale didn't just move his game a little, he'd spread his activities far beyond the capital. The team couldn't shake the feeling that he had hidden motives up his sleeve. Gale always pulled off strange moves, and you could tell this guy had something to sell, because the whole place quickly agreed he didn't seem like he was actually in town. Then the warrior dropped another bombshell. Somehow he was tied to a merchant guild member, like he'd filed for permission to run a shop and trade in their name. When the girl flashed that document, Princess Carla's order, the trade guild man reluctantly cracked, handing over a single grain of info, swearing it was confidential. He even fired off questions like, "Are you really my friend? How are you? And how are you feeling?" Then Luke cut right to the point. Turns out he's got real trade experience, and maybe he's even juggling business in different cities at the same time. Cash stared into his empty mug, grumbling that none of it even mattered, sell anything or not, because if he had money, he'd open a store full of his damn trinkets. The guy snatched his mug with both hands and barked that everyone needed to drink, right now. The paladin bellowed that he was done waiting on his ale. Then the waitress's footsteps hit the floor, and every single gaze snapped to her. As Cash kept talking, claiming it all boiled down to Princess Carla's expenses, Melissa and Luke behind him went stone still, stunned to the core. A girl stepped in behind him, hauling 2 massive barrels of ale, and he yelled, "We drink every drop bottoms up." The waitress slammed those huge barrels onto the table right in front of Cash's face, and every dish and mug jolted up, like the whole room just got punched. The paladin fumed and barked at the girl, demanding what the hell she'd brought the client, only for her to bolt away, leaving him with just one cold line, "This is your order." Luke stared at her in pure shock, realizing she was insanely strong, because hauling a barrel like that, even by herself, would be brutally hard. She turned the corner and let out a breath of relief the second someone finally stopped to talk to her, only to say the team was sorting out where Gale had gone. The girl with tired eyes snapped her gaze to the young man who'd spoken to her, and right in front of her, 3 waiters stood up, thanking her for the work she'd done. Liznette ripped off her wig and snapped, "Why do I have to slave part-time in the suburbs of the capital, stalking targets and gathering secrets?" One of the guys challenged, "Are these really the people we need?" And Liznette flashed a confident grin, "Yeah, they are." She dropped onto one of the barrels and declared that what they were doing matched the intel she'd gotten. One of the boys blurted, "Wait, did Princess Carla hire you?" And they answered with a shaky story about a farming town and a man named Gale. Wolf fangs are closing in on a man named Gale Hamilton, and Princess Carla is desperately trying to reach him. So the girl blurts that he's the mastermind behind that artifact, and then it hits. The S-rank team has been chasing his asterisk creation, but the wild part, no one even knows who he really is. Listenet clocked it instantly. This guy was monstrously cunning, and even with everyone around him, he vanished without leaving a single trace. She was certain this whole thing was a sham, cooked up to mask the real creator of the artifact, because this guy felt like a ghost, and nobody had any clue what he'd been up to. At least they could stare down those wolf fangs for as long as they wanted, but more importantly, they finally nailed Gale's rough location, so none of it felt pointless. The girl snapped that the guys who bowed their heads had to shove the adventurers out fast, then she'd stay behind and take Gale by force herself. Before anyone could blink, the manager burst in and barked that they better not slack off, no more wasted orders, and the dishes had to get washed right now. Liznette muttered under her breath, then yanked the wig back onto her head. While Gale was inside the blacksmith's guild, a girl burst through one of the heavy doors. Gale slammed together a new device, and Mora Glaris stood right at the entrance, silently zeroing in on every move as he worked. But right then the quiet got shattered when the guy himself spoke up. He said he wanted to talk to Moore, and the girl perked right up, dying to know what Gale had to say. He spun back to the girl and thanked her for helping him lock down the mine, knowing full well he'd dragged her into all of this. Gale reached for her hand and blurted out how grateful he was, because the moment she was there in that mine, he finally felt his nerves ease and his mind go quiet. The confession hit her like lightning. Her cheeks flamed red as she stared at the master of cursed objects, utterly stunned. Mora grabbed his hand and told him, "This time I'm helping you open that shop in a spot that actually pays, because I'm one of the best support mages there is, and there's never a situation where I can't step in." The boy lit up with joy, because with Mora's help, his dream was finally about to come true. Still blushing from what he'd just heard, the girl admitted she'd keep helping if he insisted. Then the guy suddenly sneezed hard, right in her face. Mora spun away and told the young man to sneeze, so he blurted out an apology, shocked by how often his nose was going off, and wondering why he kept getting remembered so much. Shalina popped up beside Mora and blurted out the truth. This whole mess was the dust blowing out of the mine. Gale said he was doing great because of the rented workspace, and then Shalina clocked that he'd pulled something off, so she leaned in and started digging into it. He said, "Sure, I did what I was told, but to me it tastes like nothing," and the blacksmith shot back, "If you think that, then the whole of society will sing a totally different tune." Shalina snatched the device with a grin and asked how it worked, but Gale shot his hands out and demanded, "Give it to me." As soon as he grabbed his device, he hit the power fast, twisted the handle, and it erupted, blaring noises while a blazing light shot out. The beam shooter was forged from cockatrice organs, meant to unleash petrification on anyone it hit, so Shalina instantly dove out of the way, cowering from the shot and begging them not to use it on people. The blacksmith sprang back and demanded, "So you really want Gale to turn to stone again?" And the guy shot back that either way, he'd break the curse, even if he wasn't sure people would even want it. Then Shalina snapped that it was a functional design, already covered with supply and demand, because all around them stretched only meadows, mountains, and forests, with barely any stones to build with. She slid on her glasses and launched into a clear explanation. By stones, she meant the local building materials, and depending on where you were, those rocks could be worth a fortune. So imagine you're a kid in the desert. What would you do if you wanted to build a whole building? Slam the sand down until it's solid, turn it into bricks, dig straight into the ground, or haul in materials from somewhere else. Sure, most people use those methods, but digging the ground is brutal. You need water just to pack it down, and hauling it in isn't even worth the hassle, plus the bricks might not hold up anyway. Turns out this invention lets you turn sand into something usable, then you just fire the stone beam and process it. No extra steps, no extra hassle. Then the inspired guy finally saw the move, how they'd snag building materials, and Shalina pointed out that Gale had golden hands, he just didn't know how to use them. As Shalina kept spinning her lesson, the boy let out a pleased little chuckle. Sure, mining and hauling work, but farmers are always running short on supplies. The girl threw her arms around him and said, "With this invention, we'll grab building materials in no time." Then she added that it'll crush their problem, so she's willing to pay him back handsomely for it. He couldn't stop spiraling about whether she really liked his invention, but she smirked and soothed him by saying he was totally clueless about style. Shalina tried to make him believe she wanted nothing to do with cursed things before, but Gale yanked her eyes wide open. The guy broke into another contented grin and giggled, and the girl huffed so hard she had to vent, telling him he was hopelessly simple since he never even got a real compliment, just toying with those damned objects. Shalina hesitated mid-conversation, wondering if he could whip up one more with what was left, but the craftsman shook his head and said it was probably hopeless. In the little ones, the organ that spits out stone breath hadn't grown right yet, and sure, the snake's tail is poisonous, but that poison doesn't work on the curse. The girl still thought, wouldn't it be great to have a machine that can churn out poison? Gale didn't see that coming. Could a poison-spitting machine actually be helpful? Then Shalina broke it down. Pests and insects here wreak havoc on them every day. The blacksmith grinned and taunted him about whether he truly had no clue what the poison was made of. Then the guy snapped right into the trap and asked if she wanted him to do it. The young man made it look effortless. If he had the supplies, he'd whip up amulets packed with deadly poison. So when the girl burst up to him, she practically tripped over her excitement, firing off, "What do you need?" If it was about the undead, then ghoul-poisoned glands or stomachs could do the job, and the talisman would just snap onto the mummy's bandages. But they don't sell any of that stuff. Shalina blurted out that inspiration was crashing over her, and she swore she'd tell Gemly to go grab the materials right away. She's ready to buy it all at a fair price, and even use whatever he hands her. Then the guy slams a bottle of rotten, ghoul-brewed aromatic oil into her hands. Mora figured this thing came with nightmare-level powers, but she didn't press her luck, until Shalina snapped at Gale to just obey and shoved some papers into his hands. Caught up in the heat of the moment, he bolted forward and blurted that he was going to do something, right now. The blacksmith told her she'd carry the instrument to test if it fit right, and the guy nodded along without even glancing back, so Mora stepped in, grabbed the girl's lead, and rushed her straight to her destination. As they walked, Shalina demanded to know why he was there, and the answer hit her like an awkward shrug. He'd only come by to check on things. At least with their temporary team stepping in, abandoned orders started dropping fast. Gimli practically beamed. If Mora and Gale felt right at home here, then Shalina was over the moon with them. Just a bit later, Cash's team huddled near a cart rolling straight toward an agricultural town. They squeezed in, laughing over the bill when the royal family's payment finally hit the store on time. Then Cash grinned and bought himself a mithril sword for up to 500 gold. The warrior snagged a sword forged from wyvern bone, the mage got a brand new grimoire and staff, and the rogue draped herself in armor cut from a magical beast skin, so they all figured Gale, with her cursed spells, stood no chance against them. But their captain found it downright weird. Here they were recruiting this awesome crew, and not a single support-class applicant had shown up yet. Their doubts died fast. There just weren't many adventurers at the right level, but one voice from the floor grumbled that nobody wanted to tag along with their team. At Cash's request, she yanked off her hood and announced the plan. Replace the support for the Wolf Thing's crew and haul their gear too. This was Liznette and all her people. Cash told them they should be thankful for granting their pathetic little wish, claiming it was the easiest way to watch everything, while Liznette barely managed to stomach their rudeness. The captain jabbed at the bag and demanded it be brought to him, then tossed his crew food and drinks to keep them going until they finally reached their destination. While the boys dug into Carla's food and got drunk on her tab, Liznette kept staring out at the stunning scenery, and then snapped that they couldn't drink themselves stupid because they still had a quest to protect this caravan. Cash snapped that she should shut up, then barked for her to cover herself in a cloth over her clothes, anything to hide their grim faces, because even the wine tasted dull when they looked like that. Liznette's crew was drowning in expenses and always short on cash, and Cash and the others weren't even thinking about splitting food, because that tavern part-time gig was way better. Then right out of nowhere, a whistle screamed through the air. Liznette and her crew rushed in and answered the call. When the monster finally crashed into view, mercenaries and adventurers burst out, ready to defend every carriage, but the truth was brutal. Nobody could spot it, just eerie sounds rattling from the forest thicket. A massive swarm of evil spirits came barreling toward the column, and one guard barked that after the orcs' last brutal attack, their defenses had been beefed up, so everyone should stop panicking. The monsters scattered horses, adventurers, guards, and even carts every which way. Then the man sprinted straight to the guard and blurted that they'd pinned down the monster that was deleting the pack. A massive hippopotamus loomed right there, like a living tank. The head of security snapped to attention, an S-rank monster, and it sat right on the Empire Kingdom border. Then Liznette's team huddled fast. Monsters weren't their specialty. They were the humans, just specialists who knew exactly what they were made for. In a face-to-face showdown, there was zero chance they'd come out on top. The pack they faced was stacked with killer wolves, towering snakes, and vicious red grizzly bears. One of the guys begged his boss to bolt, but this wasn't a normal day, because they had a mission that mattered, and the only key to getting it done was the Kasha team. Liznette snapped, ordering her team to gear up for an offensive while locking in defensive positions, and everyone froze, because the Empire had just dropped an extermination mission. Someone should have launched a quest like this in Kingdom 2, but word is the S-rank team that grabbed it just abruptly threw in the towel. The girl instantly saw it. These might be their companions, and the two of them huddled up, planning their move, then decided to throw cash and manpower at the hippopotamus to force it. Liznette threw her hands up and screamed that someone was under attack and that the attacker was a hippopotamus. The S-rank adventurer crew snapped their heads toward the desperate cries. They stared each other down, both yelling, "What is this? Where did our crew go?" But Cash just snapped that Liznette had a nasty voice, while her whole team clamped onto that furious girl, holding her back. When the boys realized the cart had stopped dead, the street got loud as hell, and the driver was nowhere in sight. Then the robber peeked out, and all he could spot was the mouth of a massive monster. The boys shrieked in terror, and Liznette snapped into analysis. Because the hippopotamus had kicked the orcs out of their homes, they spilled onto the road and the attack hit. This behemoth's power is pure cruelty, so brutal and unbelievably strong that almost nobody can stand up to it. Cash stared at the street, baffled by what he saw. Then a monster roared in his face and smashed the cart with the S-rank team, not even letting him think. Liznette's team snapped into action, juking away just in time and slipping past the monster's strike like they'd seen it 100 times. Then they sailed straight over that terrifying beast. The girls' team touched down hard on the ground, and behind them the Cash team crashed like a pile of stones. Then the hippo whirled around, roared like thunder, and snapped with a fury he never planned to back down. The air tore open, and everyone went rigid with terror. No one could even figure out what kind of creature it was, because it didn't just hit with monstrous strength, it also moved with insane super speed. Liznette snapped that it was absolutely a hippopotamus, and a perfect target for Cash and his crew, while the team just stared at each other, terrified. The warriors hauled themselves up, staring in shock at how she nailed the monster's type. But honestly, none of that mattered, because they squared their shoulders, struck a proud fighting stance, and swore that even he wouldn't stand a chance against them. The tavern crowds across the way spotted the S-rank team's wolf fangs in their hands, and with that, they knew they couldn't back out. Fans screamed the team's name at full volume, and Liznette plus her assistants jumped in to help too, but Kasha and the whole crew didn't wait around. They charged together, declaring themselves the strongest adventurers with full pride. Even Liznette felt their power in her bones, and that's when she realized how deadly strong the S-rank team really was, until a furious tail swing from the hippopotamus slammed through and wiped out the entire Cash team. Right when the adventurers split up and bolted in every direction, the crowd went stone still in shock, and the girl snarled with pure disappointment. because she'd never once pictured an S-rank crew like this. Panic erupted as people bolted for their lives, and monsters crawled out from every side like they owned the place. Listenet knew she couldn't stay, even if her team was ready for anything, because they couldn't just flee. She botched her mission, so fleeing felt downright dumb. She stewed over just how ridiculous it was, then yanked a gun from behind her back and screamed that they were the #1 killing organization. She dragged her assistant straight into the chaos, and everyone charged the monsters at once, smashing the ones that interfered, watching each other's backs, and staying hidden from everyone else. The whole team threw themselves into the fight like a wall, and Listenet snapped at the guy to get ready. Then she turned to take the hippo on herself, while the assistant begged her to stay safe and take care of herself. The girl vanished into the forest shadows, leaping between tree branches as she slid in from cover to silently strike the hippopotamus. But nothing worked. Then he clocked her. Animals, especially ones with sharp senses and night vision, don't get caught off guard, so there's only one play left. Strike hard and hit her with fast-acting poison, no hesitation. The hippo swatted the dagger away with its tail, and just as the opening appeared, a second dagger came slashing for its throat, only to miss and fail to pierce. Listenet finally clocked it. He trapped himself into doing even more damage. The girl still drove that dagger straight into her eye, grinning like it was payday, then mocked the monster to its face. Then he whipped his tail around her and spat a deadly poisonous mist, only to discover the hippo was immune, and that spelled disaster for the girl. Then it clicked. This was her moment to unleash what Prince Belian gave her, the fragment of the devil's heart, even knowing that once she used it, she'd become his blood and flesh. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Princess Carla was locked in a tea ceremony crash course, learning the perfect etiquette from Duchess Melinda. The Duchess warned Carla not to lift her chin, hold it level with the floor like you mean it. Letting it drop was too humble, and raising it screamed contempt, and after that lesson, Carla felt completely drained. Carla explained that when you sit, you cross your ankles, left leg in front for friendship, right leg on top for enmity, but don't worry, no one will even notice. Melinda also warned that once the tea hits the table, you don't get to grab 2 pieces. You can only take 1, or you can take 3, even if 2 pieces would totally fit the situation. Any number that splits evenly by an integer marks a clean break, like separation itself, and when you're holding a cup, you lift that pinky with flawless poise. Then the princess clapped her hands over her ears and let out a scream of pure despair and exhaustion. Tilting her tiara to exactly 45 degrees, the Duchess told Carla she had to become a lady who was spotless everywhere, always, and Carla's mood soured instantly because her duty came roaring back to her. She confessed she was married to a second prince she'd never even known, so the first one tried to kill her. How could she possibly talk about that without a spark of malice? Melina realized the princess's every move rippled through the world, shaping the fate of the kingdom, and since she was chosen from birth, Melina knew she had to own her role and act like her power mattered. Princess Carla de Glucken let out a shaky breath, and right as she was about to spill her story as the chosen one, something felt like it was about to go down. She told him she'd rather steer her own life. Sure, it looks like she got more than everyone else, but that so-called gift turns into a crushing burden, because the weight of those privileges feels like it's locking her in chains. From birth, she swore a curse clung to her like a shadow. Then she stared at the birds and wondered if Gale could rip it off her for good, but the butler yanked the princess away before her hope could take flight. He realized that if nobody in the neighboring empire ever crossed swords, citizens wouldn't be spilling blood, and sure, he asked about that empire, but the girl didn't care about any of it. The only thing that hooked her was the devil's heart. She asked if a real creature was actually haunting the people, and Vivian shot back that anyone who'd been tormented by the devil ended up telling stories that folks dismissed as just fiction. Carl pressed, "Is it really true?" And Vivian shot back, "Nobody can know for sure, but out of all these tales, the devil's heart is the darkest, most cursed thing in this world." Meanwhile, outside the capital, the fight raged on, and Listenet clamped that girl in his tail, already winding up to throw her straight into his mouth. But her assistants clocked it instantly. One of them shouted to his mistress and hurled a brightly glowing ball straight at her. A blinding bolt of light exploded across the whole area, frying every monster in sight and leaving everyone stunned and unable to see. And Liznette suddenly looked stronger than ever. She dug her nails into the monster's tail, ripped it clean off, and tore through the flesh with shocking ease. Exhausted, she couldn't believe the flash grenade actually blinded the monster, just long enough for her to snap on the bracelet, the one loaded with 1/46 of the devil's heart. The girl snapped sideways, and the hippo, now even more furious, charged full throttle, barreling straight at her. The boys panicked because that giant hit the battlefield at insane speed, and when its horns came out, they could stab through anything. But the girl thrust her hands forward. Listenet slammed her bare hands into that roaring monster as it charged straight at her at full speed, and even the boys, who'd known her forever, couldn't believe what they were seeing. That bracelet, branded with the devil's heart, suddenly flooded her with power no one could ever put into words, and her eyes snapped to a terrifying black. The monster kept bearing down with a vicious growl, and you could tell it wouldn't last much longer. With a grin full of confidence, she clamped onto the monster's horns, hauled his massive bulk down to the ground like it weighed nothing, then heaved with everything she had and slammed him flat, ripping one of his horns right off. The hippo was bleeding, the other monsters stared in terror, and even Liznet's help stalled cold, until the lady who burst in started laughing, and that booming power terrified everyone. The hippopotamus's monster minions bolted in pure terror, and suddenly nobody could even tell who the real monster was anymore, because the devil's heart effect was downright bone-chilling. The girl realized the monster paid for underestimating her, but the moment it happened, an unstoppable god slammed her to the ground, and her minions surged in fast to tear the curse out. Veins bulged out on the girl's hands, but the supporters snapped into action and threw serious cash at a church ritual, buying it in advance to wipe the curse before it could strike. The God King's tears burst into magic and snapped into a glowing circle around the team, and the girl groaned through the pain as the bracelet, still fused to her arm, tore free and clattered to the ground. He shrieked like a maniac, and the girl snapped back to those words, flesh and blood, then swore she'd never let it happen to her. She shoved the monster into a jar, knowing the artifact can't be fully taken out by any method, but Liznette can still feel it. A piece of the devil's heart has already wormed its way inside her. Now she finally got it, why the prince never handed her a talisman to break the curse, and the shocking part was this: she was terrified that she'd actually touched something so deadly. Now she finally felt relief because they pushed the attack back, attack hippopotamus, so we could breathe a little, even though the convoy took a brutal hit. Among the survivors, you had adventurers and mercenaries mixed together, but the truth is brutal. Nearly every cart was smashed to pieces, and moving on is out of the question, so they're stuck waiting for a patrol. The lady snapped to her assistants, asking how badly they were hurt, but all they could think about was the girl, because the truth was, Cash and his whole team were hanging by a thread. As the sky finally darkened, the artifact got sealed tight and locked down for good, and those guys couldn't believe it, because with power like that, you can even crush the most brutal artifact creators. Only Liznette knew this whole game would demand her life. She clenched her fist tight, and as the truth sank in, hatred for Gail Hamilton burned hotter with every beat of her heart. At the Blacksmith's Guild, Gail couldn't stop sneezing, and the whole place went wild. Mora kept laughing because every blast of snot was somehow pinning chunks of undead right to his face. But then the guy proudly showed the girls what he'd built, using Shaylena's drawings and instructions to the letter, and the result came out all wrong, like it robbed the light of its color. It was a lantern made of bones. He grabbed the lantern, stared at the skull-shaped ghost fire generator, and asked if it would actually work, because the power source was souls drifting in the air, even the souls of insects and plants. Shaylena told everyone that normal streetlights burn firewood or magic stones. Sure, they work, but they cost a fortune, while her ghostly flame keeps running nonstop, so nothing gets wasted and it stays perfectly safe. Mora leaned in and asked if it was a shame they had to be skulls, and Shaylena told him she'd handle the practical side. Then the girls didn't give the guy a single explanation, just demanded he replace every light. The blacksmith leaned in and asked what else the boy had forged. Then he pulled out another cockatrice, a stone beam emitter, and the boy had even whipped up fresh farming tools, too. He started rattling off his creations: dam thresher, weeping grinder, saw of sorrow, trembling sieve of souls, and Shaylena could only stare in disbelief when the guy actually pulled off all of it. The blacksmith leaned in and asked if Gale and Mora were heading to the trading stalls. Then the shocked duo snapped around and stared right at the girl. The guy finally caved in, and Shaylena broke it down to me in AM. This is the perfect setup for him, tucked on a quiet little street, just a short walk off the main road. Gale beamed and asked, "Will the shop still be here?" And the other guy nodded, smiling back, because the building once belonged to an alchemist, right up Gale's alley, and the plan was simple. They'd cover the deposit by selling Gale's cursed items. Mora and the guy nodded like, yeah, that was the perfect space, and Shaylena swore that once they cleaned up, moved the merch around, and swapped out the sign, the store would be booming. The guys burst into happy laughter, and the blacksmith leaned in to tell him that as long as he was here, he could use the guild furnace anytime. No rules, no awkwardness, everyone already knew. And just a little later, that battered line of carts finally kept rolling, 10 whole days after the behemoth attack left them in ruins. Nearly half the carts bound for the farming town were smashed, but a patrol team hauled the travelers to safety. Then they raced right back toward their destination. But the wild part was this: Kasha and his whole crew were suddenly hailed as heroes because they'd vanquished the hippopotamus and the other monsters, and in doing it, they flat out saved everyone from death. The whole team burst into laughter, soaking up every compliment, already dreaming of mountains of cash, while the mage and the rogue swaggered in, declaring with zero doubt that they'd be the perfect support for the paladin and the warrior. Melissa admitted they never could have pulled it off without their help, then immediately dropped, like she couldn't even remember how it all went down herself. Meanwhile, the guys were furious. Cash and Melissa were both blank on how they won, but one thing was crystal clear. Luke and Norris carried the whole mission. Cash boasted that they'd finally gotten the hippo good, plucked its eye out, yanked off its tail, and stripped even those crazy strong horns, while all that hard-earned loot rode straight with them toward the farming town on a cart. The crew figured the eye was slashed out by the wyvern dagger, Melissa's weapon, but the tail and horns were still cleanly severed by that same kind of Cash, who somehow remembered exactly those strikes. Almost nobody could even say what really happened to that behemoth. The adventurers and mercenaries were beaten to pulp. Lisnett stared at her sword and realized there wasn't a single trace of blood left, so how in the world did it vanish like that? Once the girl wiped out the monsters, Cash and his crew snapped back to reality, then shot upright and screamed like crazy, panic flooding their whole bodies. Melissa and Luke spun around, baffled. Every monster was gone without a trace. Then Melissa's hand closed around her dagger, the one she swore she'd driven into the hippo's eye, and Luke stumbled on a cracked horn. Cash even stumbled on a severed tail, and he figured they must have gone berserk, fighting while getting their heads hacked off, so all their memories were scrambled and hazy. Then, once they patched their minds back in place, they finally erupted in cheers for the win. Lisnett's crew chose to keep the heroes in the dark about it all. That their mistress was the one behind everything, because that wasn't their mission, and for the killer, drawing attention would only make the situation worse. When Cash's team rolled into the farmer's corner, the whole place lit up with cheers, because these guys weren't just here, they'd helped them, saved the cargo, saved the people, and Cash even bragged that hippos were basically nuts to them. Lisnett's wiped-out crew huddled to the side, hearts sinking as they realized the loudmouths who do nothing still steal the spotlight, while they stay stuck in the shadows, even though they've been the ones putting in the work. When Cash's crew hit that awkward "what now?" pause, Melissa pushed for an in, but the mage and rogue were already itching to hit the tavern. Then Lisneck snapped, coughed hard, and demanded they stop by the guild first. Cash had no choice but to step inside and swap the reward, just so the poor folks he dragged into this, Lisnett included, wouldn't bolt off with the loot. Lisnett's patience was snapping thin, but she clung on with fierce, stubborn control. Team Cash spun around in pure awe, baffled by this eerie city where, instead of warm lanterns, ominous skulls littered every corner. The boys were stunned. These residents were totally happy with everything, no complaints at all, so Norris leaned in and asked if they'd ever seen anything like it before, and every single one of them nodded at him like, "Yeah, we get it." They figured it had to be Gale's cursed handiwork, pure bad taste, ugly instruments from start to finish, yet the real shock hit harder. The entire street was blanketed in the things. The dark mage shot a quick question. Was he the only one feeling out of place? The air felt like some sleepy provincial town. Then Cash leaned in and said, "Honestly, that's good news. Gale's shop is probably right around here." Cash and his crew cackled with evil joy. Sure, the guy was a total fool for leaving mountains of evidence behind, and yeah, they weren't the only ones laughing. Lisnett joined in too. Meanwhile, the guys kicked off their hunt from the guild, just like they were told. The hooded girl clocked that they were on the right path, and her assistant chimed in that Gale really was in the city, but then Cash's read didn't sit right with him. Still, the assassins just assumed Gale didn't trust his crew and kept his real power under wraps. At the guild, a little girl flashed a huge grin, but Cash snapped back instead of smiling. His team even muttered that this guild was basically a barn. They marched past tables and busy faces, trading worries like, "Look around, there's still not a single good quest to grab." Cash swaggered up and planted his elbow on the counter like he owned the place, while he stared past the girl who beamed at him with a grin. The guy bragged that they were an S-rank crew and demanded she contact the guildmaster right now, only for her to snap back, "I am the guildmaster." Then Cash called Lisnett, and her whole team rolled out an enormous cart like a war machine. Right when the cloth hit the floor, the guy tossed the loot down in front of Gimli and bragged, "So, how do you like it?" But she didn't even twitch. Still wearing that same calm face, she demanded to know what it meant, and Cash's rage flared anyway. The girl brushed the tail and pressed, "So it's really part of the hippopotamus." Then the team leaned in and said it was an S-rank monster, promising they'd get paid a fortune in the kingdom. Gimli snapped that if they didn't drag back his whole head, or at least his heart, they couldn't even count it as a kill, and the capital would have said the same thing. Then, when he jabbed the crew with a sharp question about whether they ran off before they finished off the behemoth, everyone instantly looked away. Cash snorted like he'd just remembered her, and with a sharp click of his tongue, the guys headed straight for the exit. Gimli grinned and teased that next time it'd be the hippopotamus for sure, while Lisnet's team started shoving everything into their packs. But then the master whipped around to Lisnet and demanded to know what organization the girl belonged to. Lisnet's heart practically dropped out of her chest. The girl went totally still, and Gimli snapped, "So why are you pretending you two did everything alone if it was actually you?" If Lisnet really wanted to pull off the deception, she never should have left that jewelry cut behind, but once it was out in the open, it was already game over. Lisnet snapped into action and rushed her people away from the girl who'd been working with them in the same field. Gimli beamed and figured these guys must have rolled in from the same capital as Gale, so he just knew something wild was about to explode. And Gale and Shailena were already hustling down the road to check out that brand new little shop, because it was all set and waiting for them. Gale dropped the sign and asked the girl how the work got done. She grimly admitted it was just as tasteless as ever, yet it somehow still fit perfectly the master of curses. He thanked her like she was a real pro, and you could practically see it annoy her, right there in front of that shop decked out with skulls and horns, Gale's cursed item shop, sitting under the sign like a dare. Shailena said the real way to show gratitude was for him to keep following her orders, and of course he nodded along, because she was his regular client who'd been helping him. Then he swore he'd go straight to the Kuznetsov Guild. Gale declared the store would open tomorrow, then pushed to celebrate today, so the guy said he'd ring Mora, while the girl was already sprinting after them, blurting out, "Are you guys done yet?" Kuznets pointed out that Mora showed up at the perfect moment. The store was ready to open, and you could finally watch the work start, yet the girl still tried to help, even if she ended up arriving too late. Turns out the shop used to belong to an alchemist, so the renovation wasn't nearly as hard as it sounded, and then the guy leaned in and asked if Mora was ready to rally a team for quests again. She lit up and said yes, adding that he was way too buried in solo quests to do it himself. The young guy puffed up his cheeks and demanded he needed materials, but nobody would tag along. Who in their right mind would follow a guy who's a master of cursed objects? Gale was thrilled when the store finally opened, but that wasn't the whole plan. He wasn't quitting adventuring anytime soon. One day he'd love to hire a salesman, then gather materials and forge brand new items, but right now he hasn't gotten the chance. Still, Morris had a gut feeling and couldn't wait to spill his plan. She jumped at the chance to work as a salesperson and team up with them again, and the girl pointed out that even if they were both rear guards, they'd crush the quests together like it was nothing. Mora's face flushed hard. She looked away and blurted that if they were together, they could do anything for sure. Then the girl just stood there, waiting in silence, and the guy turned around like he was about to close the distance. Gale sprinted to the display case with his invention, because he'd spotted the mummy's bandages peeling loose, while Mora buried her face in her hands, mortified, knowing he was about to ignore her again. The magician promised they'd all meet again tonight once the sky went dark. The blacksmith started whipping up heavy, strong drinks, and the young man cooked up the feast for the table. The girls scattered down the road, chatting the whole way, and Mora leaned in to ask Shailena if she'd come up with the name. She nodded, smiling. Then the blacksmith hit the real point. If someone doesn't have a sharp goal in mind, they probably won't end up here. Gale's heart lifted because he saw it. This shop wasn't just his anymore. It was built with real friends. Now he finally had a place where he could be 100% himself, and honestly, the joy was so massive it felt impossible to put into words. A bell from Quimi's dangled from the shop door, claiming it's the guardian's signal, the one who soothes children's souls by the cemetery and ushers them to another world. People swear you can hear that ringing from miles away, and wherever it rings now, the shelves show off one-of-a-kind cursed artifacts. As the sky plunged into darkness and the stars finally blinked on, Gale's ears caught a strange sound drifting in from outside. He heard footsteps outside, swung the door open, and told them the shop wasn't ready yet, then realized these weren't regular guests at all. They were a paladin. Cash strutted in like he owned the place, scanned the room, then walked right up to the master of cursed items and started insulting him. Gale stumbled back, clueless about what the team was up to, while Cash went full fury, claiming Gale had wrecked countless lives and somehow still acted like he was enjoying it. Then with one brutal kick, the door exploded off its hinges. The whole Cash team and 4 total strangers crashed into the room at once. Gale demanded what they needed since his shop wasn't even open, and the black magician barked, "Get to Lisnet Street." The 4 of them left and Gale couldn't shake the feeling. Why did they need that many new faces? Before he could dig for answers, Norris cut in and said, "Good, we can talk now." The master froze in shock, then they booted him out cold, saying he could open his own store now, and leaving him behind like he was nothing. His voice was trembling, and his legs wouldn't even move. Cash admitted they'd come so Gale could take the curse off them, and the poor guy looked even more shocked than before. Outside, one of the assistants shot the lady a question. Was she really Gail Hamilton? And then demanded why they'd shoved him into the cash team with all that money. The girl said this was the only way they could finally see what that guy could pull off, but deep down she still didn't believe he was the real creator of the artifacts. Gail figured out Cash wasn't talking about some random threat. He meant the curse nailed onto the gear, and Gail made sure it wouldn't wreck the team. So he cast a curse into the equipment himself, locking the backlash so it hit only him. But he did it because he wanted to save his team, especially since he'd already broken that curse long ago. Gail still had no clue what kind of curse this was, but Cash was convinced that some guy had cursed them out of pure anger, then snatched one of their goods with a full-on threat. He slammed the damn mummy onto the floor and stomped it to pieces, all while Gail yelled that it was his main product. Melissa insisted the smashed goods were for the best, and Luke, knife already in hand, swore he'd do anything to make sure nothing left the place looking sale-worthy. Knives slashed through the items on the shelves, and the dark mage snapped into attack magic, so fearless of a fire that it didn't even cross his mind. He bolted to stop the chaos, but Cash yanked him by the collar and snapped that he'd better rip the curse off them right now. Cash was done arguing. The master basically said that even if they reset all their stats back to the start, they still won't get stronger than Cash when he asked again. So does that mean they're weak or what? He slammed the boy into the wall, dropped him to the floor, and drew his sword with chilling patience, like the princess's job didn't matter anymore. He snarled that if Gail refused to lift the curse, then fine, he'd just kill the caster, and every single member of his team backed him up. Cash figured he'd been trapped in some wilderness packed with losers, and he couldn't wait to break free. Then the master pressed again, demanding to know what the paladin had said. Then he swung his fist with everything he had, bam, and the guy blasted backward like a wrecking ball, flying through the air. Gail didn't even know the whole story, he was just acting on pure instinct. In that cramped space where you can't swing big weapons, the fight turns into fist only. Then the guy steps up, stares down the Cash, and swears he'll never let the store he was given get smashed. He snapped at the adventure crew to cut it out right then. Gail could swallow insults aimed at himself, but the moment they started trashing his friends from the farm corner, he couldn't take it anymore. Towering over the Wolf Fang's captain, the master snarled that the end was here, then clenched his fist so hard his rage spilled over, unstoppable. Everyone spilled outside, and Liznette figured this fight would finally make her choose, kill Gail or snatch them. Either way, her plan hit perfectly. She just called the Wolf Fangs grinning dogs and let them wrap up their last mission. Cash shot back that he'd never fold, and Norris warned that if they got hit with that kind of disrespect, they'd have no choice but to respond. The captain pulled out a bottle like he'd seen this exact mess coming, and since the team was riding high, he treated himself to a pricey buff in the capital. All of them downed it, and Melissa shot back with a snobby little, "What a shame to waste something this expensive." Then, boom, the front lit up with a blinding flash, and Gale immediately threw his hands over his face. He narrowed his eyes and studied the whole mess, because this thing could boost every single ability, but the dude was way more shaken by the fact it smelled exactly like something he already knew. Cash strutted and bragged that it was top-tier gear from the Adventurers Guild, an insanely pricey item that boosted abilities, and he cackled that Gale, of all people, had never even laid eyes on something like that. The whole team erupted in joy. This potion snapped them back to who they were before the curse, and even though the young man insisted he hadn't cursed them, they all barreled straight into battle before anyone could blink. They closed in on him from every angle, like they were about to treat him like the next monster. Norris said the reason he never joined their team tactics was simple. He was always lagging behind, but now he'll finally see what they're built on, the wolf discharge strategy, their main feature. Since Gale used to be on that team, she knew the moment you locked onto one side, the other side would strike you hard, and the second you focused on them, the trap would slam shut and you'd get surrounded. The young man figured Cash was the real muscle and threat, so he refused to take his eyes off him. Then the second the boy focused on Cash, Melissa slipped in behind him and struck, demanding, "What are you staring at?" He clocked how her stats jumped and how much quicker her moves had gotten, but the moment the first strike came, he dodged it cold because he recognized her fighting style, and right after that, the second blow crashed in. Gale snapped out of the way with deadly precision as the robber lunged in, swearing he'd drive those sharp knives straight into him. He figured Cash and Melissa together might be manageable, but Luke's attacks were a real nightmare. He flung knives coated with some mystery poison, so even a tiny scratch could kill, and while he was trying to process it, the team captain was already closing in from behind. But the young man slipped away again, so cleanly that Cash's jaw dropped, like he'd already seen every step and move before it happened. For Gale, the real mission was clear. keep your eyes glued to Norris's fire as he casts spells, because it wasn't just about dodging it, it had to be stopped before it ever reached the city. Cash hated how brazenly Gale kept slipping away, so he flung out the summer rain slash and barked for everyone to close in and trap him, while Melissa and Luke sprinted after Gale, who was already pounding forward. Then with pure momentum, he pulled off exactly what he set out to do. Every last teammate was within reach, and he tore open the cursed scrolls. This young man didn't just dodge their strikes, he baited the enemies in, and all they could do was freeze, trembling with rage and fear. Plus, if Cash and the others break out their enhancement items, it'll be enough to cut their impact down, even if only a little. He unleashed the cursed items, terrifying power on them, slamming debuffs into their boosts, the very thing they hated most. Gale threw the amulet of an innocent prisoner, and boom, a massive grate slammed down over the team's heads as a shadowy force snatched them up, and all they could do was gasp in terrified confusion. This amulet is a one-shot bomb of magic. Once you pick a target, it snaps on with a short reach and hits that foe a few meters away, weakening them on the spot. This haunting artifact is forged from the ashes of a prisoner who rotted behind bars his whole life, even though he was condemned all those years ago as a kid for no reason. Even though the zone is small, the prisoner's bitterness, sadness, suffering, and crushing weight slams straight onto whoever steps inside. In a monster-ravaged building, people fled. Gale stumbled on an undead creature sealed inside the wall. Something about it hooked him so hard he couldn't just walk away. A vicious curse rolled off her in waves, yet she couldn't move an inch, so Gale's mind started racing, trying to figure out what was really trapping her. He thrust his hand toward the skull and begged it to swing by and tell the undead its heartbreaking tale. Then he fired off his dispel, and the corpse began to rot away into nothing. An old man finally broke his silence and admitted something wild. This young guy was the very first one to actually come talk to him. Tears streamed down the elderly man's cheeks as his eyes stayed shut, and he poured out his story, because when he turned undead, he didn't just lose himself. He fused with the wall, the way he always pressed against it, even when it was freezing. Compared to the amulet that buffs every power Cash and the whole team can use, this one hits weaker, but it still wipes all those abilities away by multiplying the loss by 3. As Cash and the others yelled that all of it, the curses included, was just nonsense, Gale didn't wait a second and sprinted off in the opposite direction. He snapped for them to follow him so the battle could rage on, because the plan was crystal clear. The people couldn't be left to suffer, and the fight had to be dragged somewhere else. Even though he'd only been here a short time, he knew these streets way better than Cash and his crew, and he started plotting their route to the catacombs, the abandoned church, or the hospital. He whipped his head around, and there were 4 silhouettes behind him. The wolf's fangs were still hot on his heels, so he barked, "Keep up the good work, don't lag behind." But right then, someone was talking near his shop. It was Cash's team, and they were barely able to move, every step dragged, their bodies turning unbearably heavy even with the expensive boosters pumping up their stats, because something felt seriously wrong. Rage boiled in the captain's veins as he demanded why Gale's curse wasn't hitting like it should. Then he spun to listen it, begging for an antidote or anything that could save the day, only to find that she and the others were gone. While Cash seethed about where their help had vanished, they'd been chasing Gale nonstop through the night forest for ages, slamming the door on every chance he had to disappear. Right before Gale's escape even kicked off, Lisnette spotted an amulet from an innocent prisoner, and her gut snapped into place. This was Gale Hamilton, the one they needed, the same guy loaded with a mountain of priceless artifacts. The assistant asked what they'd do next, and Lisnette snapped back that they had to stay quiet. This may be a village, but the guards could burst in any second. We had to move fast and scatter before anyone could form a crowd, because it felt like time was slipping away. Those guards' footsteps were already pounding closer in the distance. Lisnette barked orders to her assistants to handle the crowd, then lifted a foot to move, only to freeze stone still, like pure terror had pinned her in place. Every inch of her body felt coiled, grabbed tight like a snake around her, blocking her from taking even one step forward. The girl clutched her shoulders, staring in disbelief as she felt the devil's heart pulsing in the air like her world was trying to tell her this was real, but it still sounded like nonsense. She barked, "Retreat now," and shoved everyone back like nothing else mattered except one thing: get herself out alive. It looked like the devil's heart seal finally snapped loose, and the girl crumpled to the ground, coughing hard as she gulped mouthfuls of air, while the assistants ringed around her stood there, panicked, freaking out over what was happening to her. Even with her seal tucked away tight and sealed so no one could pry it off, she still couldn't shake the creeping, wrong feeling crawling up her spine. She spun toward the Kasha crew and realized the devil's heart was syncing with Gale's artifact, so perfectly matched in power that it might as well have been their equal. The dark magical ooze snaked back toward the girl, and she snapped at her assistants with terrifying urgency. Run now, it's grabbed you too. Liznit finally tore herself free, shot upright in pure terror, and panicked, trying to figure out what to do next. The guys suddenly felt it, like a brutal debuff hit their bodies, an area attack that zapped their stats so fast it felt like someone drained their power with just the lightest touch. That was the punch of Gail Hamilton's artifacts, one touch, and the girl couldn't stop trembling or sweating, because this wasn't some minor debuff, it warped her stats in weird, dangerous ways. Liznit clocked them all. She watched him slow to a crawl, his defenses crumble, exhaustion crash in, terror flood his face, and his perception turned blurry and unreliable. Among assassins like them, trained to sniff out every tiny stat shift, almost nobody could know it better, yet even Liznit has never even heard of a debuff this brutal and this complicated. Even brushing that black light left her drained, like one close look could cost her everything. If it hit full force, who knew how many more were lurking in there, so she snapped at the boys to scatter and stay away from the black light. Even so, he kept closing the gap, and his grip tightened hardest on their mistress, Liznit. She fought with everything she had, trying to wrench herself free. She clocked it, her target slipped away. Hamilton shattered Cash's footing with the artifact, so why was he suddenly bolting? With no time to waste, all four of them barreled into the forest after the young man. No talking, no hesitation. He didn't hold back, he even grabbed the huge artifacts he'd stashed for his escape, and it was that same brutal gale all over again. Then he took off for the edge of the city, so his accomplices won't be anywhere near him. Liznit was grinning, 4 against Gale, and there was zero room to back out. So when they asked what they'd do about Kosh's team, Liznit didn't even hesitate. They didn't care about them one bit. Gale sprinted toward a forgotten hospital on the village's edge, where, long ago, anyone who died in the epidemic was buried. The girl burst out laughing, and he right there in front of them, charged into the grave like a complete fool, living only in darkness. Meanwhile, the guys shook off their weakness, hit full speed, and sprinted forward, ready for a fight that was never going to be fair. After a while, they were gasping for air, because even though their chase speed was nowhere near normal, they kept pushing, no matter what, just to stay close enough to not lose sight of him. The killer smirked and claimed he had a booster running, but it might be that his base stats were built for pure speed. Liznit stayed right by him, and even without taking a direct hit, the power from his artifact still slammed into her. She realized she'd been careless watching the fight between Gale and Casham, because if she'd missed him due to that, it would have been a mistake she'd never recover from. This is a man who can shake the balance of the whole state. They refused to let him slip away, hunting him until they could bag him dead or alive, and the closer time crawled on, the more panic set in as they realized they were slipping behind, so they pushed harder and refused to fail. In a rush to keep the chase alive, they totally missed the one thing they always do, watching their surroundings with the usual sharp caution. They still don't realize what kind of danger they've lured out to the edge of the city. While Cash and his crew inched toward Gale, the captain snapped that they now looked like a whole bunch of turtles huddling together. Suddenly a girl burst in and demanded whether all this chaos, and what happened to Gale's store, was somehow their fault. Cash snapped back, furious, asking if the woman had any issues at all. The moment they saw his pose and that look, the wolf fangs knew it in their bones. Mora was right there in front of them. They gawked at her outfit and snapped, "How dare you show up after Gale threw you out and you abandoned us?" After everything that went down, they still ended up at the farm's corner together. The dark magician snapped to what was really going on, slammed his own forehead, and blurted out that everything finally made perfect sense. He figured a place this remote could never hold Gale, but Mora was right there too, and now he couldn't shake the question, did the others really call this just coincidence? Turns out Mora Glaris was Gale's accomplice from the very start, and that's the exact accusation the magician throws at her. Luke, Melissa, and even Cash just froze in shock. Mora, though, acted like it was hilarious and played it off. She shot back, asking if Norris was a little dumb, because yeah, she'd always suspected he wasn't that bright, but now he'd crossed the line, and trying to explain it all felt pointless. Meanwhile, the boys just nodded like they totally got it, acting like they'd believed it all along. The magician snapped his head up and smirked that those deep thoughts were way out of reach for a young lady with cleavage down to the very bottom, then bragged he could read her mind like it was an open book. He quizzed Mora, asking if he'd finally nailed it, and the furious girl snapped back that he was way off. Cash opened his mouth to speak, but the sorceress cut him off, saying it was their crew that kicked Gale out, and she only showed up once they invited her. How this turned her into an accomplice, she was desperate to know every detail, especially what she actually did to them. Cash couldn't even get a normal word out, and the girl kept hammering him with questions, demanding to know if he'd cursed them, and how she ended up as Gale's accomplice. When he finally went quiet, she sprang to her feet and let him breathe. Then she pivoted away and went straight to talking to her old leader. He tracked down some far-off spot, wrecked someone else's store, and after all that damage, he still has the nerve to insult a teammate who's already gone. Mora snapped, asking if this boy had ever been taught as a kid not to do things that could hurt someone. Then she started chanting a spell. She planted her feet in a fighting stance and swore, "No way, not under any circumstances," and Team Cash instantly ditched the plan for wolf tactics to take down a furious Mora. Cash told them not to worry. Yeah, their pace slowed, but Mora was right ahead and she was alone. Then the young man just froze, gripping his sword like he couldn't even lift it, and when the girl questioned whether this was some kind of try-on for K and Pulse Me, it all went dead quiet. Then she grinned and said, "Yeah, all those debuffs they stacked on me. They didn't slow me down, they supercharged my strength and agility, and now I'm about to show you the real Pulse of May." Mora erupted into a wild frenzy, crashing into the Cash team and striking them mercilessly. Clutching their team captain by the collar, she snarled that she'd make him pay with the exact same fate they handed Gale's brand new store. Maybe then they'd finally feel what he's going through, right before it all happened. Melissa burst in from behind, windmilling her arm to land a hit on Mora, and she smugly clocked that the girl was staring the wrong way. But Mora, unshaken, zero fear, snapped a single move and smashed the rude woman across the face after she lunged from behind, and Mora didn't even bother turning her head. Then the sorceress clocked what Gale had done. He'd slapped brutal debuffs on the whole team, so this wasn't a simple 4 versus 1 anymore. The girls snapped that they were dead set on losing this fight, 2 against 4. Luke snapped at Mora not to act so cocky, then warned her to keep her distance because their long-range weapons will wreck anyone who gets too close. The robbers bellowed that her pathetic little tricks couldn't touch them. Norris and Luke geared up to strike from opposite sides of the girl, and the robber bragged he'd riddle her, then tried to grab even a single knife and realized he'd blown every last bit, only to find Mora already closing in and swinging for a brutal hit before he could even think. She drove her fist into Luke's stomach with everything she had, folding him in half as he screamed in pain, then blasted backward for several dozen meters, right as the mage lined up one last, supposed to be deadly hellish bullet. Then his magic blazed, and when the girl finally got her thanks, she thanked the magician and hurled an alcoholic bottle straight at his head. The bottle came in like a bullet, smashed straight into his head, and the dark mage crumpled to his knees. Moore just shrugged and said, "Piece of cake to hit you, huh?" The whole Kasha team crumpled onto the ground like discarded scraps, barely able to open their eyes, and even worse, staring past their enemy was impossible, while the sorceress loomed nearby, dripping menace. The crowd leaned in as the girl kept needling the team, shouting for her to quit, but the audience only roared harder because they weren't finished. She clutched the bottle she'd brought as a gift, looked down and muttered, "I'm sorry, I should have saved this wine for the opening ceremony," but the truth hit harder than regret. She had to find Gale right now. The girl shoved through the crush of people packed in front of her friend's shop, fighting for every inch of space. The moment she slipped inside, she froze in awe, then drifted past the display cases until a mummy sprawled on the floor snapped her focus. She slowly scooped up the fallen figure from the floor, cradling it with real care, remembering exactly how Gale had worked to fix it and make it right. The guy hyped up the product as special, and while he talked, Mora was buried in totally different thoughts. The girl slid the mummy onto the table with trembling care, then a sharp noise snapped from behind her, and someone demanded to know what on earth had just happened here. It was the blacksmith, Shailena, shouldering a heavy barrel like it weighed nothing, because this girl had come to celebrate the grand opening. Mora jerked back, panic flaring as she realized she had to rush off and find her friend, but the blacksmith yanked her hand and demanded, breathless and furious, to hear exactly what happened here. Gale was gone, and Cash's team knew they had to find him fast, though Mora still couldn't shake the worry, because she believed the attacker was probably trying to pull the fight out of the city so the residents wouldn't get dragged into it. Then Gimli burst onto the threshold and told him the boy slipped all the way to the far end of the city, right into an abandoned cemetery. The girls lit up seeing the master and bombarded her with, "How did you know where Gale was?" And she just shrugged, saying she stumbled onto it by pure accident, then glanced away fast, mumbling that the wolf fangs were weird, like really weird people. She showed up in person to drop off the stuff she'd been given, animal organs that reeked so badly it practically made you gag. Gimli snapped that the Master of Curses was already being hunted by some ruthless crew, way more battle-hardened than Cash and his crew. Terrified, Mora thanked the girl, and no matter what she was wearing, she shoved fear aside and sprinted to help her friend, because there was zero time to change clothes or grab a weapon, and everyone knew it. When the blacksmith told her to wait, Mora looked like she wasn't planning to stop at all. The girls swiped the weapons from Cash and Norris with bright smiles, already betting it had to be better than going in empty-handed. Then they set off on a special rescue mission, proudly rushing to bring Gail Hamilton back. Gimli stepped up to ride with the girls, then leaned in and said, "This is the moment, every second matters." And with that, he couldn't help wondering if Shalina was ready for how fast things would go. Mora leaned in and asked if it was the hunters after Gale, yet the girl admitted something worse, a nasty dread crawling through her, because the master could sense an inhuman presence closing in. She pointed to the tail and the horn and told the girls, "These aren't props, this is all from the same hippo." Then she shot back, "The ones hunting Gale right now came straight from the royal capital. They tried to wipe out the behemoth mist, and it slipped away. But beast-type monsters don't give up, and even S-ranked ones aren't just strong, they're clever too. That's how they pull off strategic hits and keep control of the pack. So yeah, it makes perfect sense they stayed close, guided by razor-sharp smell and biding their time for the exact opening." Turns out the girls might have run into a hippo, and that instantly shot the task up to AA difficulty. But after the cockatrice wrecked them, they wanted nothing to do with any more monsters. Meanwhile, Gale had already burst into the abandoned hospital-turned-cemetery, and he stood perched on a tree, wheezing hard as he tried to catch his breath after that insane sprint. He dropped down hard, spun around, and struck a fighting stance that dared his opponents to step out and prove themselves. Killers crept out of the bushes and ordered him to hold up while they caught their breath. He nodded and obeyed instantly, no hesitation. Gale's mind raced, and then it clicked. He'd seen these guys before, they were cautious comrades, and the moment that hit, Liznit snapped into a rage, furious and crushed to learn she'd been stuck alongside these pseudo-heroes. The girl jabbed her finger and snapped, "What's your problem? How are you running that fast?" The guy only grimaced, "I swear Cash and his crew are on my tail." Then Liznit, blazing with fury, declared, "They'll never catch up to you." But the girl's throat burned from screaming. Then Gale jumped in, telling her he understood, so she could breathe and calm down, offering her a drink. He had no water, and he barely had time to explain what he'd brought before the lady snatched the liquid right out of his hands. She gulped it down to the very last drop, then choked and demanded, "What is this?" It clung to her throat and smelled way too weird. The young man answered, "It's a prototype potion meant to undo petrification." Then he blurted that it was the amniotic fluid of a cockatrice, and Liznit froze like she'd been hit, while the girl frantically tried to spit out what she'd just swallowed, and the young man had zero clue why. She snapped, furious, asking why he'd poisoned her with that drink. Then her assistant rushed in and told her to check it first, but she refused to hear a word of it. Gale seethed because he couldn't get through her logic. She spit out the medicine that cures petrification, even though it came straight from a monster's own fluids, but still clung to the idea that good medicine tastes bitter. And to top it off, she was the one who insisted she wanted to drink it. Liznit snapped her head up, yanked out her weapon, and barked for every assistant to grab Gale right now, because Gale was already totally lost about what was even going on. The girl commanded everyone to close in on the boy and grab him, alive or dead, and the young man shot his hands up, begging for peace, even apologizing while asking if that potion was really that awful, but it looked like it didn't matter anymore. The killers tore in to strike the guy, only to realize he hadn't figured out how to defend himself yet. The boy snapped aside from Liznit's perfectly aimed strike, and she immediately barked that he shouldn't even bother running. Then when he hit the ground, she swung again, only for him to twist out of the way and slam a kick into her. Then 3 blades from the girl's help shot straight at him, and with razor-sharp reflexes, he calmly sidestepped each one. The girl stared in shock as he slipped through every strike they threw, and the young man snapped back, "This isn't about him, it's what's crawling under their feet." The entire team dropped their heads in silence, because the ground was blanketed in piles of bones of every kind, and in certain spots, wooden crosses stuck up from the dirt like warnings. The girl couldn't stand what she saw, and Gale clocked it instantly. There were even more bones buried under the ground. Liznit figured he was an adventurer who'd already made peace with graveyards, and sure enough, his legs held up just fine. The boys argued that even with more of them around, the obstacles piled up, and with everyone scattered, they couldn't link back together. The young man figured this fight would end fast. Nothing, not brute force or clever joint strikes, could break through, and the brutal crunch of bones as debris tore loose killed every plan the team had. She hurled a knife so close it kissed the air by Gale's face, and the wild part wasn't that he dodged it. It was that he moved like he had all the time in the world, like he was patiently waiting for the perfect opening. All around, broken graves sat shoulder to shoulder from some long-ago scramble, and the rain and wild wind ripped the old hospital down into twisted ruins. All of this left me staring at the same question: what nightmare was about to hit Gale in that brutal place? He snapped out of his thoughts, hurriedly saying he didn't want to come off rude, then still urged them to leave. "Sure, The team looked like they'd learned to move around this place, but that's not what made him choose the cemetery. This place feels made for an ambush. Great loot sits right here. And yeah, he honestly comes because he knows every inch of the area. Something started, and you could tell it thrilled him. That cursed master was truly here, bones strewn everywhere, remains left behind, and lost souls wandering the dark. So Liznit's team had no choice but to bolt, because that monster already rose from the ground. The guy promised the team was getting escorted out. Then, boom, undead started clawing their way up from every direction, crawling in from all sides. The guy didn't even flinch. He threw his arms wide like he already owned the moment, setting up his victory before it even happened. Liznit and her crew guessed it was an ambush. Then the smell, the grime, and the look of the place hit them hard, and they knew these weren't just traps, they were walking dead. Princess Carla reclined in her chambers, staring at the leaflet about hunting down Gale, and she couldn't help wondering how fast they'd drag that guy straight to her. Vivian begged the high priest to check the princess's condition, because her thoughts never stopped circling back to Gale Hamilton. She was totally lost, because this man was someone the princess had only seen once, yet the high priest had already pointed out that he'd saved her life. The priest and his assistant swore the princess had fallen head over heels for that young man, so when Vivian pressed him, the truth hit. During the attack, she didn't prepare to die, she fell in love. But while they brushed off the question, this man clocked how Carla and Gale, so picky in their own ways, somehow matched perfectly, like their tastes were made for each other. Even if they couldn't meet, the brain itself still finished the drawing of the ideal person, and the men scrambled and failed to calm Vivian down. Meanwhile, in the farmland's corner, Lisnette and her crew stood their ground, fending off the undead in the cemetery where the hospital used to be. Then the girls snapped to the truth. This was all part of the Master of Cursed Objects scheme. He baited them into thinking they were being hunted, and he flooded the fight with undead to spring a trap. Back to back, the boys realized they were staring at the worst undead pile they'd ever seen, and the moment a flying monster came screaming at him, he snapped back that if he had to take on 1 to 4 of those things, he'd barely stand a chance. And the 4 people he was chatting about were supposedly Cash and the others. Gale couldn't help but wonder what the hell was going on with them. Then Lisnette cut in with a snap. They weren't like those idiots. They're killers who lurk in the shadows, so when the undead show up, they don't stand a chance. The second those words hit the air, the whole team slammed into battle, and even the master looked impressed. The undead weren't about to fall either. Numbers surged over Lisnet's team, swarming in tight circles, surrounding them, and clinging to every opponent like the fight was already theirs. The guys threw everything they had into the fight, hunting each other's blind spots, covering every opening, and refusing to go down. Lisnet barked an order to spin up a circular defense, setting a trap to herd Gale right into the ring, because they weren't planning to play nice. They were going to end him on the spot. Then a colossal monster slammed into view right ahead of him, only for the girl to slice it down in a flash. She couldn't help but grin. This was totally his trump card, and it looked like he was on the verge of sealing the win, but either way. Lisnette didn't just have any trump card, she had one called the *** heart of the Demon King ***, but the rules were so brutal she couldn't afford to waste even a second. Then it hit her when the last undead fell. That would be the perfect moment to unleash this artifact, and while she was thinking that, Gale's reinforcements were charging through the night forest like a war drum pounding in the dark. The girls compared notes on how seasoned assassins were studying their footwork, and Mora clocked the grim truth, about 4 of them, and insisted they had to reach the spot fast if they wanted even a shot at the odds. Kuznets didn't even slow down, he just said, "You don't realize someone's true worth until they're gone." She shrieked that Gale was under her guard, then demanded they crank out even more cursed items to kickstart an agricultural revolution in this farming town. And yep, he's her partner. The guildmaster tipped her head and admitted she said yes for a reason. Without Gale, she'd be in way worse trouble. Then another thought hit. Next time they meet, she'd remind herself that even a cursed items master, as dumb as he acts, is still someone she needs. She swore to herself she'd tell him everything just like that. Then, breath burning, Shailena sprinted up and asked, "What if a wounded hippopotamus shows up?" Mora shrugged it off. Assassins and a hippo way too much. Meanwhile, Gimli went quiet, staring into the chaos he could already see. She told Mora that the cursed item master can pull off skills nothing like a regular job. Then Mora leaned in and asked what kind, and the master spilled the truth. A flawless escape move called *surprise luck *, triggered by the change in failure. The girls gasped, asking what kind of luck this was, because they realized turning bad luck around was an insane power. If it could save them from death, then anyone would want it in a heartbeat. But this power is so rare it's basically a ghost, when you can't trigger on command, so girls can only close their eyes and pray for the best. Meanwhile, Lisnet and her team had already mowed through a mountain of undead. still battering forward to finish the mission. The girls stared in disbelief at how they somehow wiped out every undead, yet when it came to Gale, she couldn't even bring herself to move. She threw her hands up and admitted defeat. There were just too many undead, and Gale kept summoning more with effortless ease, so Liznet finally conceded too. The assassin's captain thrust out her hand like an invitation to accept, and without a second thought, Gale sprinted over just to slap that outstretched hand back. When the boy stepped up, Liznet snapped that she was just kidding and told him to toss her the jar. Then she snatched the sealed curse with effortless precision. Then she spilled the truth. This was their trump card, and with a twist of her hands, she popped open the jar and unleashed the creature within. After she wiped out the creature, she decided to tell the guy about it, like a life-saving gift. She held the artifact on her palm and warned, "It cranks your physical power to the limit by draining life force. This is the most terrifying, deadly weapon out there." Before she could finish, Gale caught something moving behind her. She spun around, and a hippo charged straight at them from the forest thicket, the exact same one missing one horn and one eye. Liznet had no clue what that monster was doing here, but there wasn't a second to wonder, because it was already blasting toward them, and Gale, bracing for the worst, decided. Save the killer, he shoved her, and the girl hesitated just long enough to brace herself and take the full hit on his behalf. Her head snapped toward the voice, eyes going wide as shock hit her hard, then her lips twitched, and she finally gasped Gale's name. The huge creature rams him with a brutal horn strike, slamming him skyward as dust erupts from the ground, and Liznet just stares in stunned amazement at how hard that hit was. The girl clenched her fists and stared at the billowing dust kicked up by the strike, then hissed that this hit was what crushed him down to nothing, pure fury in her voice, but ice-cold recognition of just how strong her enemy really was. Crushed beneath the roof he'd smashed through, Liznet clenched her fists and stared, because even with all his weird quirks and non-stop chatter, she couldn't deny it anymore. It was him who saved her life. Her face stays heavy and gloomy, because deep down she can't ignore it. No matter what, that man got crushed by plain old bad luck. She stands tall in front of that massive, horned nightmare, chin up and eyes locked, zero fear. Then she finally admits it. He wouldn't drop them, he kept showing up, stubborn as hell. And all around them, the ruins and debris scream one thing: this fight is deadly. The girl pulled the artifact out, rolled it over in her hands with total care, and then launched into her story, full of mystery, like every word was about to uncover something. The artifact in her hands shimmered like it was feeding off her mood. She didn't waste time with threats at all, just nailed him with a cold stare and a simple line about what she liked, and the way she kept at it made her message impossible to ignore. Black vortices, raw streams of power, blast out of the artifact as the heroine flashes a wild, wicked grin, lifts her hand where the sinister gem sparkles, and crows, "Absorb me, and take the Demon King's heart." The artifact snaps into action, swallowing the girl alive and wrapping her head to toe in raven-dark magic. The artifact's power has totally spiraled out of control, blasting the air with wild, terrifying energy, while Liznet grips her lips so hard it looks like she's trying not to break. Dark tentacles crashed over the heroine as her powers snapped on one by one: instant stun resistance, fatigue resistance, and a surge of raw strength, pushing her fighting power higher with every heartbeat. Tentacles kept wrapping her tighter and tighter, new abilities erupted, and she seemed to run on an endless tide of magic, plus pain that couldn't touch her at all. When the artifact's power finally hit its peak, the girl transformed into an insanely dangerous opponent. The hippo froze mid-motion, its giant body coiled like a loaded spring. Those yellow eyes tracked the girl's every step without a blink, and the chance to strike slipped away so hard it felt like the air itself tightened, because now any move meant it was already too late. The heroine snapped into a battle stance and declared it was rematch time, swearing Behemoth wouldn't slip away again. Her entire presence radiated ironclad confidence and a victory already in the bag. On the battlefield, two enemies closed in, her gear blazing with a powered-up artifact, and a hulking rhinoceros-like monster looming in front of her. Then she tore forward to strike as the beast bellowed a terrifying roar. A giant crater tore through the building's roof, screaming that Gale had slammed down there after an earth-shattering impact. A dark silhouette tore across the night sky, cutting through the trees, and someone blurted a sharp gasp like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Gale collapsed on his bed, completely stunned, and admitted he truly thought death was coming, until relief hit him hard when he realized he'd landed on his bed after falling straight through a hole in the roof. Gale sat on one of the many beds in that room, staring up at the huge hole ripped in the roof above him. Then he glanced around and thought, this is the kind of place that looks happy, until the scary thought hit. If he fell down to the ground, he'd be badly hurt. In the half-light of that dim room, he clenches his thoughts and replays everything. He's nearly certain he never got a clear look at the monster, but he can still feel it, the beast-form creature suddenly launching itself at them. His face snaps into a new expression, then it hits him, a zombie animal. A warped dog flashes in his mind, but the very next second he shoves it away because he realizes it wasn't that at all. He keeps mulling it over, clocking the details: one horn shattered, one eye gone, and a tail that hangs ragged and wrecked. He stares in total awe, shocked he's never seen a creature like this before, but then boom, it clicks. It matches the zombie animal described in perfect detail, and he drops onto the bed, sprawled out, trying to process what he just witnessed. He keeps replaying it all in his head, clinging to Shalina's warning about how the villagers panicked when something tore up the fields, like it started as a wild boar, then twisted into an undead thing. He shot up to his feet because there was zero time to waste. Gale had warned him this monster might be the real threat to Lisnet. With a confident grin, he declared that as a master of curses, he had to do it, and that handling the undead was his job, no excuses. With shaking hands, he peeked out into the dark room and blurted, panicked, that he was way out of his depth. Everything was pitch black, and he had zero idea where to go. Lisnet kept trading blows with that monster, his evil grin flickering like a warning, and she refused to back off, even as the danger squeezed tighter and tighter. Then Gale charged in fast, but the real question hit hard. Would he reach her in time? Gale strode forward, seen from behind, and the air around him felt razor-thin, like the world was holding its breath, daring him to see if someone would step in and slam the brakes on his hurry. The ferocious monster showdown doesn't let up. Rage and chaos keep roaring on. The monster and the girl locked into each other's eyes with pure determination, and at the exact same moment, they both exploded into an all-out attack. 3 observers stared at the battle, hearts hammering, fear and worry flashing across their faces as their eyes widened in pure dread. The heroine dropped from above with fierce focus, locking in her aim as she prepared to unleash a devastating hit, every movement sharp, controlled, and overflowing with pure determination in this do-or-die battle. Her sword slammed into the ground and snapped in two. It was obvious she'd smashed the monster's stubborn horn, and as rage flared in her, an evil fury twisted across his face. After the impact, the girl crumpled to the ground, and the monster's razor-sharp, ferocious roar ripped through the air. She braced herself on the monster's horn, fighting to stay upright instead of going down. The observers yelled at Lisnet, and right on the edge of disaster, she caught herself, then smoothly snapped into a fighting stance instead of going down. She lifted her chin, fighting to gather every last ounce of strength as she readied herself for the next strike. She raged that she'd gouge out the monster's other eye too, but even with the artifact she used in battle to boost her physical strength for the Demon King's heart, it still proved impossible. People claimed Lisnet needed a replacement weapon, but she shut them down, saying she didn't need one at all. She swore she ripped the monster's tail off with her own bare power, right down to that crucial, unbeatable part of its body. The girl swore she'd rip the monster's head off this time, yanking his true face and fist into the light, but right as she started to speak, a coughing fit crashed in. Her coughing spiraled out of control, and the girl's strength finally snapped as she crumpled to the ground. On that dark backdrop, they started revealing the girl's heart, like it was struggling to beat through every second. She strained to lift her head off the ground, wheezing weakly, and in her chest a dark stain spread like something evil was crawling outward from within. The others shot panicked looks at the girl crumpled on the ground, then demanded, trembling, what was happening to Mrs. Lisnet, because she couldn't lift herself up at all. She sprawled on the ground, barely able to raise her head, clenched fists shaking, lips bitten hard, fighting to keep the pain from spilling out. One observer gasped in panic, swearing this couldn't be real. Blackness in the girl's heart kept swelling, spreading like a curse, and Lisnet's body started to fail, weakness creeping in fast. She flipped onto her back and clutched her chest over her heart, wincing as the pain surged higher and higher. She couldn't get a breath in, and the others rushed over fast, worry written all over their faces. Her eyes snapped wide, her breath turned ragged and thick, and then she started to choke, struggling to survive the crushing tension swelling inside her. The artifact's tentacles snapped around the girl's body, and all her buffs vanished fast: death resistance, boosted strength, fatigue that couldn't touch her, and even her infinite magic power, until her body crumpled and couldn't hold her up anymore. She lay there, eyes staring wide, gasping for air she couldn't get, body failing under a wave of weakness as confusion crashed in like she had no idea what was happening. The man rushed in, hauled her body up, and shouted that the curse had snapped its reins for the second time, and that the Demon King's heart powers were finally starting to fail. He figured that the artifact wouldn't stop until it had fully drained Ms. Lisnet. A monster started closing in on them from the other side, and one of the watchers barked in order. 2 of them had to stop the hippopotamus. The 2 sprinted straight at the monster, slid into fighting stances, and braced for the clash that was about to explode. Liznit lunged in to stop them cold, insisting they had no chance against that monster. That monster's brutal hit blasted both of them clean out of the fight, soaring in opposite directions, while rocks exploded upward and scattered everywhere around them. She sat there halfway, propped against one of the observers, and both of them stared at what happened with raw alarm. Her eyes were stretched wide, sweat pouring down her forehead like a warning. She was terrified of what she was seeing. Two of them tore away, and with every stone whip, blood spat from their mouths, clear streaks of damage that screamed they were badly injured. With a spine-chilling roar, the monster tore into the scene, and Liznit snapped, "Enough." She snapped at someone in the crowd and demanded they clear his head. He shot back, tight with tension that it just wouldn't work. He burst into desperate cries, swearing the Divine King's tears couldn't possibly fail, because that artifact was supposed to be a top-tier church treasure. He cursed under his breath and let the artifact clatter to the ground in front of Liznit. The drop vanished on contact, never even kissed Liznit's skin, like something deep inside her refused it before it could land. The girl shot him a furious glare and snapped, "So this curse has gotten that strong, to the point where it can't even be undone." Liznit's eyes rolled back as blood sprayed from her mouth, and the man gripping her snapped into terror, yelling her name in pure panic. Liznit had been hammered through brutal training, toughened to the point where pain and blackout barely moved her, but she still fought tooth and nail, grinding her teeth and clinging to consciousness, refusing to let suffering drag her under. Her body convulses, limbs jerking as death cries claw out of her, while the Demon King's cursed heart thrashes with unnatural rage, like it's about to burst free. All over the ground lay heaps of fallen undead, dead still, twisted in freaky poses, their faces warped and ruined, with scraps of black darkness clinging to them. The fight raged harder and harder, like it was summoning the hippopotamus, and somehow dragging in yet another vicious threat to this royal battlefield. A shadowy creature started to crawl into view, its shape warping into something twisted and evil, so close to the underworld it felt like nature itself couldn't handle it. The air instantly turned heavy, swallowed by suffocating darkness. From a tall hill of undead corpses, a shadowy figure pushed up and rose, dragging itself out of a pile of bones and rotting flesh, reeking of pure death, like doom itself had finally found a body. The skull-faced figure snapped that it was magnificent, and that he could already feel the stylish aura of death creeping in, ready to unfold. Liznit caught a cracked, dry voice, like some old man rattling through the dark, then snapped her head toward it to find where the sound was coming from. She spotted a silhouette even darker than the shadows crawling over the dead bodies. The heroine spotted a glowing lantern cutting through the dark, casting a dim but unmistakable light all around. The dark figure swung a massive scythe, its long, curved blade gleaming in the lantern's dim light like a nightmare waiting to strike. Lizette's eyes went wide with pure doubt, and her mind shouted that this couldn't possibly be true. A shadowy shape flickered in the distance, and then, bit by bit, the silhouette finally sharpened into view. Little by little, the dark figure's shape clawed its way out of the black, suffocating and impossible to escape, while her long, sinister braid finally surfaced behind it, looming even darker. A Shinigami shows up, the god of death, because it senses death hanging heavy in the air, and with no mercy, it snatches the souls of the living and ushers them straight into the world of the dead. Liznit admitted the hippo was a total shock, but this creature's look, that twist hit even harder. Then the Shinigami showed up, this wild, terrifying thing, and its mysterious power hit everyone like a shockwave, leaving the whole room rattled with fear and disbelief. This creature is the kind of god, or half-god, that almost never shows up in the open world. They say this thing rules over death itself, rare as it gets, until this time it crashed into the hero's world, and suddenly horror and the feeling of inevitability hit everyone like a wave. The creature inched its arms open, like it was ready to hug the whole room, or soak everything around it in its chilling, sinister power. He threw his arms wide and started talking in a slow, heavy voice, addressing everyone there as the children of men who chase life alongside their own accomplices. Liznit's eyes went wide the instant she heard that voice. Cradling Liznit in his arms, he barely managed to rasp out that he couldn't even move. His voice shook, and his body felt like it had been nailed in place by the mysterious creature's crushing pressure. Liznit and her crew were frozen, like an invisible hand pinned them to the ground, because death's terrifying voice ripped out their courage and strangled their will to move. The creature let out a brief, icy chuckle, and the chill hit everyone. Liznit and her crew weren't the only ones left trembling. Even the monster's ferocious growl cut out on a dime. Not a single soul could twitch, then even Behemoth, the terrifying, unstoppable powerhouse of a monster, snapped still like he'd been chained to the earth. The creature cocked its head to one side, like it was straining to hear something hiding in the silence. After a beat of thinking, the creature eased its gaze downward, its hollow eye sockets lurking in the skull's shadow locked onto Lisnet. Half sunk and shaking, Lisnet barely managed to breathe as she lifted her head, her eyes burning with pain and tension as they locked onto the creature's empty stare. The creature narrowed his eyes on Lisnet, coldly measuring her grit like he was judging whether she was worth the trouble, and with a slight, mocking twist to his words, he let it slip that he was genuinely curious about what she could bring. The creature rumbled out a low, sinister laugh, then stared right at Lisnet's chest and imagined the Demon King's heart, like it was warning that something deadly, hidden, and unstoppable was pouring out. Even the Demon King's heart seemed to seize up, like it was holding its breath. The Shinigami kept snapping his gaze between Lisnet and the hippopotamus, sizing them up like he was measuring their danger with every glance. The Shinigami lifted his gaze to the sky, threw his arms wide, and burst out that he couldn't believe the sheer majesty of this spiritual offering, calling it absolutely wonderful. Lisnet clutched her chest, convinced that Scythe was about to steal her soul, and even when she barely dodged the blow, she still felt the Demon King's heart come for her. She figured that once the Demon King's curse broke, the hippopotamus would snap back, eyes on the monster, and tear her to pieces. She stared down and cold certainty hit. If she broke the Demon King's curse, that behemoth would smash everything, starting with her. She finally understood exactly what kind of trouble she was in. Above the battlefield, a Shinigami hovered while a hippopotamus loomed nearby, and Lisnet slumped on the ground, helpless as doom crept in. Then she felt it, death closing fast, and a mirror suddenly flickered into existence right behind the demigod. He told me that this mirror doesn't just show faces, it reveals the thoughts people are really carrying inside. He snapped his head toward Lisette and promised he was about to show her two truly important things. Then he leaned in and told her, "You're going to remember this like it's straight from your own life." Lisnet stared at the thought of squeezing in every last memory before death finally came for her. She slowly pieced her past together, born into a poor family, then pushed out to work as a servant, all to cut down the mouths her family had to feed. She remembered getting treated like a wild animal, brutally, and serving that noble family. She swore that in that house there was a girl her age, and that she'd seen her too, right there at the well, drawing water. Lisette couldn't shake the feeling that a girl her age was staring at her with icy eyes, and it made fear spark in her chest. Every time someone even mentioned her birthplace, that gorgeous girl in fancy clothes would flash across her mind, and the crushing thought would slam back in, like your birth decides your whole life. Lisette's memories slam into her, how she snapped, stepped forward, and fought for the freedom to live the life she gets to choose. Her feet crash onto the ground, slick with dark liquid. In the end, she remembered it all. Freedom didn't come to her gently. It dragged her straight into a murder case. Her frightened face flashed back at her in the dark, like it was staring from inside her mind. The memory snapped shut, and reality slammed back in. Lisnet stood frozen, staring at the floor with her head bowed. She remembered standing on a mountain of corpses, wrecked by pain and drowning in loneliness. Then she gritted her teeth and swore that no matter where or how she died, she'd leave zero regrets behind. Lisette didn't even look up. She said, with grim resignation, that her life felt completely meaningless. She couldn't shake the feeling that this was karma. No way she ever saw her fate ending as an assassin who took lives, with Shinigami himself barging in for her. The Shinigami stared at her and declared, "All right, now the second part starts," then stopped. The Shinigami kept on going, painting the kind of life that could be waiting for her down the road. Then Lisnet finally surged back to her feet, gathered every last ounce of strength, and snapped into a battle stance. She stared in stunned disbelief, furious that her life here was getting shoved aside, and she refused to swallow Shinigami's warning about the future. Lisnet stared at the demigod, replaying everything he'd been saying and trying to figure out what it all meant. After the murder case was finally shut, she remembered how the noble families didn't stop. They kept using her, dragging her through fresh pain and humiliation, just like in that scene where the man yanks her hair. She insisted she'd been sent to the burial rites for the Empire's first prince, and that nothing in this nightmare has changed since that day. Lisnet shoved the memories of her escape to the front of her mind, craving freedom like oxygen and despising every single restriction. She vaulted the fences in a flash, mind racing back to those moments, then realizing she was trapped in the same old rules again. She couldn't stop thinking, what if the world she landed in wasn't an accident? She shot her eyes upward, desperate to figure out what just happened. The heroine suddenly remembered how she'd gotten here. She planted herself by a tree, stared at the village from afar, and let the past hit her like a wave. Lisnet figured the farm wasn't rolling in money, but the land itself. Oh, it was brimming with life, far richer than anything the city could offer. She remembered the truth that even in this small, humble life, people can still find real happiness. Lisnette stared at the door, hope flickering in her chest, while doubt tangled right behind it. The heroine closed in on the door, heart pounding, wondering if there really was someone out there who'd look past everything and still love her for who she truly was. From that moment, she started craving a peaceful life on this farm, stretching toward the door, ready to fling it open. Even with fear crawling up her spine and the future clouded in doubt, she threw the door open. Her dream of living in peace on that farm gets smashed out of her hands because it shatters before she can even taste it. Her memory gets yanked out mid-thought, and Shinigami blasts her with a scream, begging her to forget it. Shinigami snapped that, staring at the future, and the past on the edge of death was pointless. Then Lesnet peered through a shattered mirror. Right then, the demigod treated the soul like a perfect meal, sprinkling it with the finest spices in his mind, and gripped his scythe even tighter, like he meant to carve destiny. He lifted his scythe, dropped his final words, and stared straight at Lisnet's tiny body ahead of him. Tears streamed down Lysette's face as rage took over, and she snapped that she'd had enough. No more, not another second. She stared at the raised scythe. An instinct kicked in. Her companion sensed danger and surged closer, ready to protect her at all costs. Right as she lifted her hands to protect herself, a stranger suddenly materialized at her side. It was Gale, standing right in the middle, blocking the Shinigami as he shot his hands up to clamp the scythe in place. Scythe still gripped in his hands, he snapped his gaze back to her. The Shinigami stared at him in total shock, and the heroine gasped, because somehow he was still alive. Lisnet stared at him, stunned. How in the world could he possibly keep moving under that kind of pressure? Gale froze, demanded to know what kind of pressure this was. Then, right then, the cursed bracelet snapped to life. He grinned and told me the cursed objects were crazy handy. Shinigami's face lit up with shock, then irritation snapped into place like a fuse. The demigod leaned in, demanding to know why the hero was standing right here. Irritation flared in the hero as he snapped back, "Of course it's me again." His rifle practically snarled, because Gale kept popping up anytime undead were around. Shinigami lifted his scythe high and charged straight into Gale with a brutal attack. He locked eyes with the demigod and shot his arm up like a challenge. The hero tore into the Shinigami with dispersal magic, and the battle detonated with a massive splash. At that exact moment, the demigod started vanishing into thin air. All three stared as the scattering effect exploded in their sight. Lisnet stared at all of it, utterly shocked. The three of them stared as the Shinigami vanished, and the heroine said, "He erased the demigod in a single second." Gale flashed a smile at his enemy as he said goodbye, and right then the blazing light in the sky started fading away, bit by bit. The enemy's body crumpled to the ground, and the scythe crashed right beside it. All three of them just stared at where he'd crashed, frozen in place. Lisnet stared at the undead corpse with pure disdain, and then her eyes widened, because it was a dead body after all. She stared at the Shinigami's body, then fired off a question to Gale. Could a demigod be killed even with that kind of status? And she couldn't ignore it. He'd still wiped the Shinigami out. Gale snapped his head toward them and told them he'd only lifted the spell. He told them that if he took down a demigod, he'd lose access to the good materials, and wouldn't have the strength left to keep holding his opponent's scythe in place. He snatched the Shinigami's scythe with his bare hands, and Lisnet's jaw dropped in pure shock. As the hero lifted his scythe, a skull with a spine started to crawl into view around him, flooding the air with pure dread. Staring at one of the skulls, he said it always came out of nowhere so fast. Lysette froze, baffled, and couldn't understand why he looked so shocked. She realized even the Demon King's heart wasn't beating, it just sat there, cold and silent. Right then the heroine started coughing like her lungs were on fire, so a guy nearby yelled in panic, rushed over, and Gale stared at them, stunned. She snapped that she was fine and that she had to beat the hippopotamus. Then it hit her. Once the Shinigami vanished, the artifact inside her started to move. Gale locks eyes with Lisnet, worry punching through his chest as he clocks something is seriously off with her. He senses something chilling in her, like a dark force is coiled inside her, while Lisnet stays in the foreground, kneeling with her hands pressed to her chest. She pushed herself upright with shaking effort and barely managed to ask how he could possibly know. The hero perched on the railing, stared at her, and confessed he'd never been able to spot her curse. With a bitter smirk, Lisnet confirmed it. This curse was unlike anything else, the only one like it on the whole planet. When Gale blurted that it was the Demon King's heart, the words hit him like lightning. He stared at them in pure disbelief, repeating Demon King under his breath like he couldn't accept what he'd just uncovered. He practically bubbles with excitement as he talks about the curse like it's a living, unstoppable force, and Lisnette can't believe how obsessed he's become. That church potion sat on the floor, useless against the curse, but then she leaned in and said Gale might still have a shot. With a grim stare, the heroine warned Gale, touch that creature, and it could take him over. The hero answered with total confidence. He was ready to take the risk, but he made one thing brutally clear. That artifact was going straight into his own hands. Right then, Lisnette was suddenly hit by a coughing fit, and she could barely keep herself upright. She crashed into him, knocking them both down. Gale snapped to attention as time drained away, took a deep breath, and went straight for the heart of it. He focused hard and started ripping the artifact out of Lisnette's chest. A dark, smoky haze started spilling out of Lisnette's chest. Gale wouldn't let up, pushing the dispersal forward until it finally reached the very end. Lisnette stared at her chest in pure shock, watching the curse's dark, swirling energy crawl out slow and terrifying, her eyes going wide like she couldn't possibly believe this was real. The curse yanked itself out of their bodies and surged up into the sky, right over their heads. The dark curse spilling from Lisnette's chest tightened into a brutal, dense sphere and slid into Gale's hands like it was meant for him. The curse clawed at Gale's hands like it had a mind of its own, and he grinned, shocked by how fast it moved. This dark gift erupted with raw, ruthless power. Gale leaned in, fired up about tearing the curse into tiny pieces and turning them into objects so he could study the whole thing up close. Lisnette crouched on the ground, stunned by how fast the curse finally began to fade. The heroine locked eyes with him, and in that moment she realized how fiercely he refused the Demon King's heart. He gripped a bubbling vessel in his hands, shoved it into the heroine's, and ordered her to drink while he kept the curse sealed tight with the other hand. She shot back annoyed, saying she'd spit that liquid out way too stupidly. Then he broke it down. This stuff boosts physical stats, and its big job is to wipe off petrification. He grinned and told him, every living thing is packed with nutrients, and yeah, there's no ignoring that. Right then, something yanked his attention away. At that exact moment, the hippopotamus monster stared them down, and Lisnette drank a Gale tour into her attack. She started to stand up, a wave of gratitude washing over her as she thanked him for helping her. She shot up and warned Gale, run right now before you're dead. As she closed in on the monster, she prayed it hadn't bounced back from the Shinigami's brutal pressure yet. She locked eyes with the monster, determination burning in her chest, and declared that in the end, she was exactly who he'd been hunting. He spoke like a snarling monster in the background, laying out that the creature had stolen her body, and that her survival was nothing short of a miracle. Gale blurted that the monster was a zombie animal, and Lisette just stared back, bored out of her mind, totally lost. She fired off, "Why would you think that?" and shot a glare over her shoulder, pissed off. Then Gale lit up and said the traits she pointed at were what he'd been missing, like an animal, like a zombie with missing body parts. She couldn't help but wonder if he'd completely lost his mind. When she saw him jerk up out of nowhere, she shouted at Gale to run, right now. As he slowly climbed back up, she realized the hippo was already clawing its way out of the Shinigami's crushing pressure. With the Shinigami scythe in his grip, Gale swore he'd take care of everything himself, because the villagers kept crying about the beasts, and he refused to let a single one of them get hurt. He snapped into a fighting stance, lifted his scythe high, and roared that he'd crush him right here, right now. As the monster hauled itself upright, he launched his attack, ready to smash straight into battle. Lisnette crept in to stop him, warning him not to grab it with bare hands, it could curse her. Gale just smiled and brushed it off, then started talking like he had all the time in the world, because after all With a proud grin, he boasted that he was the master of Dan clients, and Lisnette stared at him, eyes wide with shock. The behemoth lumbered toward them as Gale snapped into a fighting stance, ready to throw down. They locked eyes like lightning, and the tension surged until the fight was seconds away from exploding. The hero bragged that Shinigami's scythe was so razor-sharp it could slice through flames, storms, and even crashing waves. Nothing could stand up to it. Then he swung it into action. With one brutal swing, he chopped the hippopotamus head clean off, and Lisnette stared in stunned horror as it hit the ground. Staring at the hippo's fallen body, Lisnette realized Gale wasn't just playing around. He was a real master of cursed gear, powerful enough to take down even a Shinigami god. She even wondered if she could rip the Demon King's heart from this world and cast it away. Staring at the hippo's head, she realized Gale had beaten him too. Gazing at Gale, she was convinced she'd already saved him 3 times, and she shouted his name at the top of her lungs. He grinned at her and snapped his head around in response. She crumpled onto her knees with a sudden, gut-dropping thud. As she stared at him, awe surged through her because he was just incredible. He closed the distance to her, with a worried look etched on his face. A monster's severed head was left crumpled on the ground, staring lifelessly into the dirt. Right then, the head snapped its eyes open, like it had just woken up for war. He strode up to her and called her name. When he called her name, she snapped her gaze onto him like it was a warning. He grabbed her to lift her up, and before anything else, she blurted out an apology, then insisted she was fine. She gushed in awe that he'd smashed the monster, staring at him with wide-open eyes like she'd just clocked something huge. Just as Gale turned, the headless hippo's body jerked upward behind him. Liznette let out a sharp scream, warning him to look behind her, right now. With a deafening scream, Gale swung the scythe again and slammed the hippopotamus body apart. The body tore cleanly in half, splitting into two terrifying parts. Standing by the fallen body, he shot Liznette a grim nod and admitted the monster had almost snatched him by surprise. She stared at him, and shock hit her like a punch. Liznette stared at the monster's fallen body and felt the shock of it. After it got decapitated and was clearly dying, it still refused to quit, roaring on with nothing but its torso, swinging itself forward on pure fight spirit and its sense of smell. Staring at his battered body, she couldn't help thinking he deserved admiration, right down to the fact that he was still her enemy. Still reeling from that monster fight, she figured their first clash ended in a draw, but the second time, Gale showed up and saved her. She figured that if they sparred 10 times, he'd probably make it through 9, then finally get caught on the 10th. Staring into his lifeless eyes, Liznette bid the fallen beast goodbye, praising him as a ruthless fighter who lived for the fight, and wishing him peace. The heroine seethed with bitter certainty that if even one thing slipped, her life would be over. Hand in hand, Lisette got lost in confusion about what came next, while Gale stayed cool and passed out cockatrice liquid and the rest of the potions. Seeing him laugh with the others, Lisette finally exhaled, because the thought that he was alive wrapped her in pure relief and comfort. Staring at him, she froze, because in that single moment, her mission vanished from her mind. Shoot him, that's what she was supposed to do. The three who just hauled each other upright stood shoulder to shoulder, and Gale watched it all in quiet calm, right beside them. Suddenly, Lisette locked eyes with his smile, and stared like she was trying to catch the truth in it. The heroine stared them down and told them straight up, Prince Burial's mission was a total failure. Gale's eyes bulged as he stared at her, and then she dropped the bombshell. They were giving up. Right after those words, 3 people dropped into a bow before the hero. Right then, before he could even process the sudden bow, someone lunged his voice from behind, calling his name. Gale blurted Sharina's name in shock, and right after that, he heard it plain. She wasn't alone. A girl was staring at them just as stunned. She snapped her gaze from Gale to the other girl, eyes wide and trembling, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. With tears streaming down her face, she whispered to herself how relieved she was that he was safe, and how badly she was dying to see him again. Gale stared at the girl in pure shock, and when she locked eyes with him, she felt like the time until they finally saw each other again stretched into forever. Without holding back a single emotion, she charged toward him, sprinting to slam right into striking distance. She sprinted up to him, threw her arms around his neck, and swore, right then and there, that she'd never let him slip away again because he was here alive and that was all that mattered. She spun around and froze. There stood the behemoth's corpse, a heap of mangled and dead mercenaries, and a blood-soaked reaper's scythe, all shouting the brutal battle she'd just clawed through. Mora, trembling with emotion, reached for a hug from Gale, but yanked herself back, because the eerie air around them hit like ice and she froze. The 2 girls traded quick impressions, and the moment they looked around, they could feel it. Everything unfolding around them was pure, gut-punch drama. Gale picked up the scythe and showed Sharina its edge, telling her it was razor-sharp and perfect for forging real farming tools. The girl with the sword stared at the monster's hacked remains and realized, everything, no matter how deadly, has a limit to how sharp it can stay. Gale kept talking to Sharina, piling on fresh details and turning his story into something even wilder. He launched into a story about Sharina's store, and she leaned in, listening like every word mattered. Gale snapped the truth open. His old teammates had smashed the girl's shop, and even though he stopped them from wrecking more, he still couldn't dodge the fallout completely. He blurted out, "I'm sorry," and the girl grinned like, "Don't worry, I'll just grab something from my workshop." After the girl answered, the hero's fury finally drained away, and she flashed a smile back, like she just proved every word she said. Sharina and the sword girl threw Gale a congratulatory grin, shouting that he'd somehow brought that creepy vibe back, and they couldn't believe how fast he handled a look so terrifying. Then came the big pats on the back to hype him up. The craftswoman stared at Gale, and he couldn't tell if they were roasting him or giving him props, until the 2 girls leaned in and told him the truth. it was both, right at the same time. She whipped her head toward Lysette, stunned that fate had brought them back together. Then she sneered, "Miss Killer." She shot back that her journey was already over. The girl launched into it. She said something had happened just recently, and it flipped her whole view of life overnight. Then her three comrades quietly bowed their heads, like they could suddenly feel the heavy impact of what she was about to say. Lysette admitted her view of life had shifted, but with her gaze fixed on the ground, she insisted it didn't come with fresh ideas or any new plans for what comes next. The crosswoman leaned in and listened to her closely, her eyes lighting up with real interest and understanding. The girl told the guilt master they wouldn't be there long. She and her crew were battered bad and needed rest. Then the craft woman stepped up and promised them clothes, food, and a safe place to stay until everyone fully healed. Gale stepped in and offered her and the whole team temporary work at his store, giving them a way to bounce back without feeling like they were weighing everyone down. The girl asked, clearly unsure, "Are you really sure?" And the hero smiled anyway, saying the shop was in a rough spot right now. Until it started running normally again, he couldn't pay much. Gale grinned and told Lysette, "Don't worry, time will mend those wounds, and selling things for a living won't make them worse." She stared at him in shock and clung to a flicker of hope. She kept hoping that in this town there'd be someone who'd love her exactly as she is, and now she couldn't stop wondering, did her wish actually come true? Lysette stared at the ground, and her feelings crashed over her, tears spilled into her eyes, and she clamped her lip down hard, fighting to keep herself from breaking into loud sobs. When her tears hit the air, he shot a step forward and stared at her, panicked and wide-eyed. His hand rose like he was about to steady her, but he abruptly froze, clueless on what to do next. He hesitated for a second, then paced around her in tight circles, firing off careful questions about what happened and whether she hurt anywhere. She wiped the tears off her face and watched him pace and explain, saying he was out of cockatrice fluid. She broke into a warm smile the moment his kindness hit her. Even with tears streaming down her face, she burst into laughter and snapped that he was so stupid. Sharina watched their exchange unfold, a quiet smile curling on her face. She reminded herself Gale had always been kind, and that thought lit up her smile. She remembered how he sat there, locked in, hanging on every word, even when the tale was about the undead. "But honestly, it freaks me out." She starts frowning like something's seriously wrong. You could tell she was clearly bothered by something, and it showed on her face. The girl with the sword burst into laughter, and she decided that she'd tell him everything, just not yet, later, right beside her. She flashed a smile, turned to the craftswoman, and said, "Everything's fine." The craftswoman just nodded right along, like it was the only ending that mattered. Gale strode up to the three of them and tried to show them something, and the craftswoman's eyes snapped wide with pure shock. The craftswoman started grilling Gale and Lysette, demanding to know if this was truly the Demon King's heart, and then she sealed it with a sharp confirmation. Lysette spilled the truth. The Demon King's heart was split into 6 pieces, each owned by a different empire, and the piece that mattered most was hers. The girl told him that Gale had cut a chunk of the Demon King's heart out of her before it swallowed her whole, and the master leaned in, listening like every word could change everything. As the craftswoman stared at the cursed gear in Gale's hands, she knew 1/6, soaked in pallid demon essence, would kill fast, because any normal warrior would drop dead, and even a priest wouldn't stand a chance. The craftswomen pressed on, their minds locked in a serious space. She stared at Gale, convinced he was a real master of curses, someone who could shut down even a power this dangerous, while his shocked face stayed locked on, artifact still gripped in his hands. Night had already swallowed the sky, and the craftswoman sat there, lost in deep thought about every single thing going on. As the first sunlight spilled over the village, an angry shout snapped through the air. Someone barked, loud and almost irritated. "We're an S-ranked team. 4 guilty men are jammed into a tiny cell, fuming out of their minds, one bad feeling stacked on the next. One prisoner explodes with rage, demanding with shaking emotion, what kind of unbearable, unacceptable treatment is happening to them right now." Meanwhile, the girls lounge at the table, trading calm words. Mora lets out a heavy, tired sigh and grumbles that this place is way too loud today, even as she hopes this awful moment will finally pass. Her friend elbows on the table, keeps it quiet, and agrees in a soft, resting sort of way. Then she finally clicks. This wolf fang that sparked the whole brawl can't just be taken back with 0 consequences, and she's dead certain this situation is deadly serious. She also realizes they only called that major meeting in the Trials City for this exact reason, until a surprise order detonates from the royal capital, ripping the future off its track and flipping everything. She sits with it and realizes the mounting debts around the city have pushed people to ask for a delay on the punishment of Cash and his whole crew. She goes along with the call, but she can't shake the truth that they never had to blindly follow it. The girl realized this had to be an incredible, brutally urgent, and totally unexpected summons from the royal capital, so they gritted their teeth and, even though they didn't want to, obeyed. The girl realizes she could have refused the order, since the official word promised every damage would be covered, so she looks back and smiles as Sharina, the farm's representative, swallows her rage for a moment and steadies her heart. Gimme leans in and asks the girl if she thinks Gale's in his workshop right now, working on something huge. She grins and says Gale was just talking about catching an inspiration spark, and he's rushing to use it before it slips away. She clocked that her friend wasn't really listening, so she snapped her name out loud, then giggled and gently poked Mora's nose, teasing, "What's with that serious face?" She couldn't help but wonder if it was because Gale wasn't around right now. Mora's cheeks flare as she blurts that she didn't mean it, stammers that she can't believe she said any of this, and asks why she's even talking about it. Then the person across the table tells her to chill, because he totally gets what she's talking about. Still mortified, Mora shifts the topic fast and admits the quest actually turned out interesting, then declares she's going to kick him out right now. Gimme grins, clutches the paper in her hands, and suddenly gets it. This is never as simple as it looks for a girl in a moment like this, and the two women are on the same page, because nobody doubts that some people won't even be shocked by the Demon King's heart. The girl says it's basically fate. When someone's got real talent and special skills, people notice them and they blow up in popularity, and she even admits she gets it, at least a little, because she can totally see why Mora and Listenette fell in love. Her smile turns warm and real, then sadness creeps in. She lifts her chin with total confidence and declares, without any doubt, that the only woman who truly wants him is herself. She lays it all out. Their dark elf clan was cursed, straight from the Demon King, and that brutal thousand-year curse has pushed them to the edge of extinction. The girl snaps into focus. This is when she has to get strong or watch their clan vanish for good, and then it hits her. They've been chasing that shattered piece of the Demon King's heart, and somehow it finally lands in their hands. The woman figures out there must be someone else who can tear away this horrible curse, and Gale throws herself into brutal work. No sleep, no rest, just non-stop labor, while the guy grins because the end of the grind is finally right around the corner. The man beamed as he bragged that he'd actually upgraded the Demon King's heart, then leaned in, because what he pulled out was a one-of-a-kind, ultra-rare artifact, and he quickly realized the material that had fallen away could suppress the Demon King's heart, so he used a huge amount of it without wasting a second. He claims that with the exact counterbalance, he can crush every flaw in the Demon King's heart without dulling a single one of its strengths, only to realize he can't erase the ugly parts, just blunt them, and then, when he equips it, he fires off a swarm of tiny spells to rein in those wild tentacles. He grins and says he crushed the appetite that made the artifact drink the owner's life energy, then pulls out the finished Demon King heart, an upgraded, dialed-in version built off Gale, better and better. Grinning wide beside the stove, the boy practically glows with pride over what he just pulled off, and he swears it's the newest, greatest creation he's ever made. The man slid a letter to the guy seated at the table, and he devoured it word by word, then snapped with outrage, demanding to know what it was and begging to confirm if it was truly a letter from Listenette. The letter said she was resigning for personal reasons, and the man snapped up from his chair, furious, roaring, "What happened to the Demon King's heart I gave her?" Then he snatched the note back into his eyes, and that's when he finally spotted something terrifying. The letter hit her with, "Take 1/6 of the Demon King's heart as severance," and the man crumpled to the floor, gaping in disbelief, because what kind of job pays in demonic hearts? After the man read Liznette's letter, they say Prince Belial's face drained of color, and he looked worse than any undead roaming the area. The night girl and the princess stare daggers at the tied-up culprits before them, furious and seething, clearly mortified. They duck their heads and look away. The princess walks up to the C-rank crew Wolf Fang and drops the bomb. She's been watching them the whole time, because she can't shake the feeling they still don't realize what's really going on behind those happy faces. The girl flat-out admits she knows every single thing that went down, then blasts them for thinking they can destroy her personal store and drag in all the guards like they own the place. The girl finally speaks up, and the knight snaps back, furious, claiming it was an official order and that what happened on the farm is just the kingdom's incompetence catching up. The girl tells them she's already handled every problem on the farm side, declares it all cleared, and asks for the information. Then the guys stare back in pure shock. She snaps that she won't weigh their feelings, because she refuses to let any shame stain the proud history of their glorious kingdom, and the boys blow up, insisting they did nothing wrong. They were only trying to smash those cursed trinkets the store was selling like junk, until the girl stares at them, stunned. She throws her hands over her face, devastated by Gale's brilliant creations, and begs him to hang on. Then she spins around with a hard stare and snaps that if they're going to use that logic, she can't help wondering what kind of punishment they're actually asking for. The guys froze at what they just heard, and the worried one shot his question through the air. Are we pardoned? Will they let us go? Right on hope's edge, until the girl knight quietly marched in, flashed a stack of papers, and smacked him hard. The girl blurts out that they opened an account under Princess Carla's name and went on a shopping spree from the stores. Then the princess fires back, counting up every expense, every payment to the farm, and demanding exactly 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver coins. She swears those expenses cover their hotel stay, meals, and fancy restaurant dinners. Then out of nowhere she snaps, so what happened to the equipment you bought? She admits they raided the state treasury to foot every last bill, then insists they'll pay it back, every cent. She even warns him, you can't, you've burned through everything and you've got zero savings. But the man smirks and shoots back, relax, it was all an expense. Rage flares across the woman's face as she screams at the girl, demanding where it says on that paper that the expenses are covered. After all, this was supposed to be investigative cooperation. The girl shoots back that they're about to be dragged away, and the guy snaps, indignant, asking exactly where they're taking them. The girl snaps back, if they can't pay, then they'll claw their way out of the debt, right there with their own hands, by doing unpaid work until they've repaid every bit of their over-the-top spending. The woman warns that this place is brutal, but then she drops the real twist. After their mess of a past, they're lucky anyone even wants them, because the man stares in shock, realizing they're about to be forced to work for free. The guy snaps up furious and demands how much they have to pay for everything. Then the girl, staring him down, coolly says they'll need about a decade. The boys' fear spikes the second they hear the verdict, because it sounds like a death sentence to their whole future. They get dragged away on the spot while she's left staring, frozen in shock, and then out of nowhere a man steps up, telling her, starting today, this job is yours too. The man fumes and demands what kind of job this is, asking what they're even supposed to do. Then the girl grins and tells him, first things first, you'll get some peace and quiet until we start, reassuring him they have nothing to worry about. The boys get spooked by the girl's face and strange behavior, but she snaps back that they shouldn't care about her kindness, and the guards haul the culprits off to the side. The princess peeks from behind the door, fires off a quick worried question about whether they've left. Then the knight nods, and the princess swivels her head with a sharp, irritated sigh. She plops down by the window, and I whip around to the girl, telling her straight up that those guys did horrible things. The princess shuts her eyes with a sweet smile and admits they actually helped, so she spares their lives. Then the girl snaps her eyes open and stares out the window. She cranes her hand forward, palm up, and nods, because in her mind, Gail Hamilton is hiding in the farm corner. She swears she finally found him, clenches her fist like a trigger, and you can tell, he's right there in her arms now. The princess breaks into a smile and admits she was only wondering where to strike next on her expedition. Then the girl whips around to Vivian and demands she contact her father, only for Vivian to stare at her, stunned, totally not buying it. She spins toward her, grinning ear to ear, hand pressed to her chest, and then she admits it's finally time to give agriculture the focus it deserves. Gale is out on the farm, locked in his workshop, hammering away at whatever he's building like his life depends on it. Suddenly the guy panics, he jerks his glasses up, eyes wide with worry, then turns toward the door and shouts for Lisnette. The girl pokes her head out from the other room, asking what went wrong, and the guy blurts an apology, saying he got so lost in his work that he never even realized it was time for her to change. He then thanks her for everything, but she waves it off, saying she's got nothing to apologize for, because it's honestly better this way, since she'll stay out of the way while he works on the artifacts. He wipes the sweat off his brow, eyes wide with relief, and tells her she's a lifesaver, because when she's working at the store, she helps him out so much. The guy gets it, she sees clients only when he's got a break, then, grinning, admits that he even managed to make a laughing turtle during all that downtime. He glares at the skull, crafted from a lich's own bones, then flashes that creepy grin straight at the guests, and the man whips around to the girl, asking if anything's bothering her. He glances at his stunning new girlfriend in her uniform and admits, point blank, that nothing tops having guests welcomed by a real person. Blushing and panicking, the girl finally admits the uniform came from the bar where she used to work part-time. She snaps that when the money vanished from her already tiny salary, rage boiled over. Then they hit her again with a uniform she'd never need, or so they said, and still in the end she got forced to buy it. She admits the labor law violation drove her into a furious spiral, but who in their right mind thought she'd be stuck needing that uniform after all? The girl grins at the guy and says she'll take the offer, she'll go first. Then Lisnette waves to her friend, promising, see you tomorrow. Gale pushes himself upright, letting out a breath like a weight just lifted. then throws his hands up and shouts that the artifact is finally finished, and it's absolutely incredible. He says he's now boosted every ability with 0 debuffs, because the same tentacles that used to wreck the human body are reworked to hit the right stimulation points instead. He snuggles up to his work, staring at it like it's gold, then admits the real magic is the wild design, especially those tentacles, because the whole concept is straight-up brilliant. He studies the artifact, and sure enough, this thing is cursed. Unlike the usual ones, it's got a musical solo trapped inside, and sometimes he even whispers to the owner in a low, quiet voice. He dances like a skeleton and confesses, being alone, I'll never be bored, loneliness doesn't trap me. The guy's shocked to learn that disability is just 1/6 of that struggle, and he realizes the world is huge, with way more fascinating things waiting out there. He leans toward the window, grins like he just found treasure, and realizes there's still a whole stash of amazing artifacts he hasn't even met yet. He made up his mind right then, no more waiting. He'd hunt down new materials and forge artifact after artifact, and when he stared at the monster's head, it hit him. The upgrade was done, so now it was time to craft something totally new from what he'd just taken. A young man, lost in his own thoughts, scrutinizes every ingredient like it's priceless, sorting them out with razor focus, wondering how to refine the Demon King's mysterious, irresistible heart, and that spirals into one hard question. What will he craft with it next, and what extra materials he'll need to pull it off? The boy figures if someone wants to buy it, I should plan on selling, so he puts it on display for now, then his mind races. Did the Demon King make something like this better, since normal dangerous stuff gets smashed or sealed? And he snaps back to reality. Why is he even wondering? This is his hobby, plain and simple. Out of nowhere, the man, still lost in his own head, feels something behind him and whips around, only to freeze in shock as a girl stands right in front of him, eyes locked on her own worries, and that instant spikes the tension like a live wire. They lock eyes for a beat, soaking up what's happening, frozen with fear, like the whole world pauses, so all they can hear is their own thoughts screaming in their heads. The man snaps out of it, and then the girl pops up out of nowhere, blasting his nerves with sudden fear. She just flashes a sly grin, and in the happiest, ta-da kind of way, she greets him like it's no big deal. The guy, wide-eyed with fear, snapped back and demanded why she'd shown up out of nowhere. Then she shot back that he should have asked the moment she'd appeared right beside him, and she started replaying every word he'd said earlier. The guy froze, blushed, and buried his face in his hands, shocked that she truly heard everything. With a tiny smirk, the girl confesses she totally heard his conversation, and instantly knew someone else was in the room. Then, when she sees what's going on, she pauses, holding her words back until the perfect moment. The man turns even more red, because her lines sounded awful to him the instant he heard them. Suddenly he snapped back to himself, stumbled up, and demanded to know how the girl even ended up there, because every door was locked tight, and he couldn't shake the thought that Lisnette might have forgotten to shut them, yet in his gut, he knew that wasn't possible. Laughing with a mischievous grin, the girl hands the artifact back and blurts out that she never even asked. She straight up came to steal the heart of the Demon King himself. The guy snaps it back with a flush of embarrassment, but he smiles and says, "Got it," like everything clicks instantly, no extra talk. The elf girl snaps her pretty eyes shut, smirking like she knows a secret, and he shoots back, telling her to stop grinning, because he's clocked it. What's going on right now is an illegal trespass on someone else's land. Gale, a little thrown off, blurts out to Skimly, "So why'd you show up here?" and wonders if she'd actually want to buy his artifacts, especially since she couldn't make it during the day because she's stuck running the guild. He stares at her sly grin and demands, "All right, what are you really after?" The girl flushes a little shy and blurts out that she doesn't need the artifacts at all, she only needs him, Gale himself. The guy snaps his head toward her, stunned, demanding what she means, and then he finally spots it. She's bowed before him. The man stares at the girl's moves, totally baffled, like he can't even figure out what she's trying to say, and all she does is go quiet, eyes dropping to the ground as if the right words are buried there. Gimli, speaking to the boy with respect, gushes that he's blown away by his talent as the greatest maker of artifacts, and that's why she steps forward and asks him, boldly, to listen to her. The boy watches the girl's move in shock, completely baffled about what she wants from him next. The girl pleads with him to listen to her people's plea. Then, with courage building step by step, she closes in on him and asks, straight up, if he'll really deny this important request from the Dark Elves. He stared in disbelief, stuck on the moment she dropped her usual arrogance, looked him straight in the eyes with real sincerity, and said something so heartfelt it hit him right in the chest. The girls stumble out of the bar, laughing and drunk. One of them, swaying hard, whips around to Gale, and her friend, gripping her shoulder, blurts that his shop is still miles away. With a sly little smile, the girl says she bumped into Mora by pure chance in a tavern, and they never got to toast the opening of his shop, so she hums and insists, "Then we've got to grab a drink with Mora in his amazing artifact shop." She flashes a confident grin and says Mora's sweet, modest heart won't let her show up to Lisnet, because she's convinced that dumb artifact maker is the one to blame for all of it. Her friend wastes no time, nods hard, and adds that once alcohol's in her veins, nothing scares her, because she's ready to jump into any reckless move. The girls stomp up to Gale's shop door, knock, and demand it be opened. Then one of them shoves it with a little push, and boom, it swings open like it was never locked in the first place. Mortified, they start giggling like idiots, still stunned they got in so easily. Still laughing, Mara struts in like she owns the place, loudly declaring she's definitely going inside, and then she bangs on the door, shouting to ask if he's home. With her whole heart she asks if they can grab a drink and talk life, and her friend in the background happily backs her up, proud as can be. In the blink of an eye, Gale freezes the moment, then steps right in, standing face to face as he wraps Gimli up in a warm, tender embrace with the girls watching. The guy, totally lost, blurts out in bewilderment what's really going on. Then Gimli smirks and slyly nods toward the girls who just walked into the room, and Mora freezes, hit with shock and embarrassment, not knowing whether to laugh, run, or scold him. Beginning of form. Mora spun toward the guy, stunned by what was unfolding and way too confused to catch the full picture, worry creeping in as she demanded answers, only for the man to look just as uneasy and admit he'd love to know the truth too. Once the boys were all gathered, they slid into their seats at the table for dinner, trading bites and buzzing about every big, exciting thing that's going down. Only the air in that room felt heavy and tense as if it could snap. Then Gimli finally locked in his nerves, looked around, and started talking to the boys. She claims the dark elves are trapped under a 1,000-year curse laid by the Demon King. Then the girl blurts out that the celebration wine they just bought might turn tasteless if this keeps dragging on, and still, she won't let them stop, urging her to keep going. So the girl barrels right back into her story. She claims the monster the brave heroes wiped out 1,000 years ago wasn't just scary, it was almost immortal and insanely strong. The girl takes a breath and says, "In the last fight, we couldn't fully wipe him out, so the ancient heroes ripped his body apart and forged it into artifacts scattered across the world, and now nobody has a clue where they all are." Mora finally gets the full picture and blurts out, "Was the Demon Queen's heart more than a title? Was it the real deal, an actual demon heart?" The guy freezes, stunned out of his mind at what he just heard, and Mora just smiles, warm, steady, and totally confident, as she confirms it's exactly what it sounds like. She tells him the Demon King is hunting a rebirth, slowly clawing back to his old power, and the only way is to track down his shattered body, piece by piece, across brutal years, until all those stolen fragments finally ended up as deadly artifacts. The girl steadied her breath and finally confessed it. On this brutal mission, he'd tapped into the Dark Elves, once tight with the demon race with no real choice left. She tells them even though you're sealed, you still carry insane magical power, because it's all fed to you by the Demon King. Then he gives them one brutal choice: team up with him and cooperate or be wiped out. And the second those words hit, the guys around the table are totally blown away. Gimli drops his head, admits he's fighting inner chaos, and tells them, "That's why we couldn't turn this down. Once we gather the Demon King's pieces, there's a real shot he'll claw his way back to life, just like the old days." The boy admits this is a real crisis, then asks if they should just trust the so-called heroes like they did 1,000 years ago, only for the girl to snap back that a big chunk of the artifacts is already in the Dark Elves' village, and that's exactly why the curse hanging over those ruins has gotten so ruthless. She stares at the man, convinced that while they hunted for parts, they were really hunting for the one person strong enough to break that brutal curse and finally save them. The girl insists this is when Gale Hamilton, the master of cursed items who can lift the Demon King's heart curse, shows up, and suddenly the whole talk feels like it might lead somewhere, and the guy leans in, listening hard. The girls lock onto the guy, stunned by what they just heard, while the man studies the sad Jima lie first, then tries to figure out the next move, asking the girls what they should do. She notices how deep in thought Gale has been ever since they met, and she sinks into her own mind, questioning whether telling him this crucial info was the right move, or if she just wasted everything. The girl can't shake the fear of it, because the Empire even turned the Demon King's heart into a weapon of self-destruction, and she starts to wonder if that choice was pure recklessness and madness. But when no one steps up to carry out the request, her hope crashes hard. Suddenly, the guy snaps, he can't hold it in anymore, bursts out yelling at Gimli, demanding to know if the Dark Elves' village really hides rumors of artifacts that are just as powerful as the Demon King's heart. The girl nods and backs him up, saying every artifact from the Demon King's scattered parts that's piled in their village hits with power so huge it's like a heart. Then the guy springs up from the table, practically vibrating with excitement, declaring that he's absolutely got to test them for himself. He clenches his fists and insists these artifacts will let him forge something truly legendary. Then he explodes into motion, shouting that inspiration just hit him like lightning. The girls swing the door open and immediately realize it's incredible for him. These artifacts pack power so brutal it even eclipses the Demon King's horror, and Gale shoots them a warning. For the hero, this isn't just some normal trip. The girl points out that the Dark Elves never knelt to the demons' greatness because they once fought alongside humans and demons in a brutal war against it, and in their eyes it was just another interracial clash from the past. Now that the fighting is over, the defeat is in their past, and they live without the old rage. The girl argues that because humans burn out fast, their memories fade too, so most of them don't even carry bad feelings toward dark elves anymore, and half of them have totally forgotten those elves once came from a demonic race. So tell me, what kind of rock does Gale bring to girls? Mora tells her listener that the Demon King's very existence is now just a fairy tale to non-humans, and her companion nods along. Then the elf grins that her family will be thrilled to finally meet him, and right then, a cheerful guy stomps up and agrees. Suddenly the girl snaps, wait a minute, and when she stands up, anger flares as she declares she hates this whole story, making the guys stare at her in total shock. She shoots Gimli a stern glare and snaps that she doesn't trust a single elf, and the girl just grins back, all sly and sweet, like she knows exactly what's going on. Sharina admits they've been close for ages. She blurts out, "Why have you been so quiet this whole time?" Because if she hadn't stumbled in here tonight with her friend, she'd never have caught the truth right when it matters, and then the girl bares her teeth as her partner keeps talking, spilling everything. She tells Gale that the Demon King's parts are locked down as top secret beyond the village, and anyone who even threatens it gets hit with strict punishment, so before she spills everything to him, she puts his abilities through a careful, no-mistakes test. Sharina's rage kept climbing. She bared her teeth, then the guy beside them froze, suddenly struck with déjà vu. Sharina snatched a sip from her glass and leaned in, asking the guy how he was doing and whether he liked farmage. Then he just blinked, totally lost, and asked what kind of weird sudden questions those were. She says she only meant how great life is here, so tell me, has he finally settled in? The guy grins and goes, "Yeah, it's a fantastic town, great food, tons of dungeons, and I never run out of undead materials, and you can practically hear the importance in every word." Then the girls just stare at him, stunned. The guy goes, "If only my shop's stuff sold better, then I'd be in business," while Sharina fires back that even with sales still struggling, thanks to Gale, this city's whole setup has gotten way more interesting. She tells him straight up that she's met plenty of masters over the years, and there's not a single doubt in her mind about his skills, and that leaves him totally thrown off. He blurts out, "Wait, are you sure?" She nods and says they've worked together for a while, but then hits him with the real shock. He's the first cursed items master she's ever had to face. Gale leans in and says this job usually gets ignored, because once the talented ones hit a certain skill level, they ditch it fast for something else. Then he shrugs and admits there's no trade worth obsessing over so hard, and the girl, staring right at him, nods in full agreement. She insists she's not useless at all, because every job has its spot and deserves respect, and when Mora suggests she's talking about seeing them out among the adventurers, it hits you. You only understand how brutally hard it is once you're faced with it firsthand. He finally gets it and snaps that this whole profession is nothing but dead weight, because the cursed item master is a support, not a one-man fighter. The girl fires back that he still fights in the battles, and the man just stares down, admitting that the money and everyone else kept telling him the same thing. Gale remembers the man shrugging and saying he can't fight at all. He's only a craftsman, nothing more, and the best he can do is toss knives from behind his back, with no debuffs to help him. The man insists he was warned not to push forward or play the advisor, and Mora says that the moment they told her that, she just quietly loaded stat buffs into their gear. Then the guy snaps back that he shouldn't have left in the first place, since they kicked him out. Gale's smile faded. He muttered that he'd pulled back so much his world felt tiny, and then out of nowhere Shirna slid up behind him, patted his head with her palm, and told the immunologist, "Don't you dare listen to fools like that." She says it's totally understandable. Once your self-esteem shatters, it's hard to rebuild. Then she leans in like it's fate and tells him, since he's now a resident of Farm Edge, he's meant to stay forever. The girl grins wide and promises, if he wants, she'll take care of him. The boy is totally baffled by the girl's words. Then Gimli blurts out that Sharina can see the same spark in Gale, and just like that the girl snaps them back to their conversation, insisting the boy isn't only needed by Gimli, she doesn't want him leaving, either. The girl asks if in a moment like this they should just run to the church, but the other person shuts it down, saying normal priests can't handle it, since even they once had to beg the church for help, and the shame still stuck. She admits they kidnapped and dragged famous priests in to break the curse, yet nothing worked. Then Mora snaps, asking whether this is even legal, and the guy fires back. Did they really let that man walk out alive? The girl presses Gimli hard. Why on earth must Gale be taken straight to the Dark Elves' village? Gimli shoots back that there's no other way. Sharina points out that Gale's a priceless specialist, so he can't be thrown into danger, and she turns to Mora, asking if that means there'll be rules. Mora nods, agreeing without hesitation. Mora and the other girls hang back behind him, and Mora declares she's jumping onto the mission too for support. Then Sharina clocks the vibe and boldly swears she'll be a vanguard fighter. The boy shoots a stunned look at the girl's words, whirls around, and demands what they mean, while Gimli just lets out a quiet chuckle, asking if they truly want to build a squad of 4 to lift the Demon King's curse. The man lets out a heavy sigh, shuts his eyes, and says it still makes him happy. Then Sharina steels herself and bravely asks if she can reintroduce their brand new group. The girl rattles off the group members' names, Sharina, Gimli, Mora, and Gale, and when it's time, Sharina lifts her glass and toasts them hard, vowing she wants them to crush it in their brand new endeavor. That brand new crew clinks glasses like a toast to fate, laughing over what's coming next, and the guys grin wide, because they all just got closer in a way that feels truly unbreakable. The guys tore up the whole evening around the table, stuffing their faces and clinking back drinks one after another. Staring at those smiling girls, he muttered that back when he was in the squad with Kashi and the others. He almost never got invited to drink like this, at least, not so easy and calm. Mora suddenly slides in from behind, dazzled, and asks the guy if he's had too much to drink. Then she blurts out how he's really feeling, and he only sighs a little, insisting she's fine. He looked back and swore it felt like forever ago, even if it really wasn't, then told the guy to talk to the girls. Some things have to come on the trip, some stay behind in Raqqa, and no matter what, they've got to forge new cursed items. And Mora shot back, good, because I'm counting on you. Oh. Gimli slips back home deep into the night, hurries up the stairs to her room, drops onto her bed just to finally breathe after a brutal day. Then, out of nowhere, she swears someone is talking right to her. The girl blurts out an apology, swears she's exhausted, and begs to bring it along with her. Then the neighbor whips around, eyes locked on the chest, thinking it's stacked with a fortune, only for an eerie curse-like aura to spill out of it, sinking everyone who dares to touch that wealth. The girl stares at the lady sprawled on the bed and demands, "Are you really sure?" Gimli nods, saying he heard she'd fought tooth and nail to carry it out of the village, and Gimli snaps back that every single effort still ended up for nothing. The girl blurts that Gale, the master of cursed treasures, is a total oddball, but if she wants those relics, she'll be fine no matter what, and then she commands her to get everything ready for the meeting, hands her a thick stack of papers, and tells her she already filed the usual reports. Gimli snatches the sheets, reads them, and suddenly it hits. Those monsters are awake now, and she can't ignore the sick feeling that this mess is tied to her. The moment the girl finished that letter, a wave of blue memories slammed into her, and Gimli blurted that she'd caught every word, so she'd be okay. Because right then the cockatrice attacks detonated, the behemoth went berserk, and even death itself stepped in, lurking and waiting for the next piece of the Demon King. The girl digs up every early memory and suddenly sees the whole mess click into place, like it was always meant to connect. She says it's no surprise, either. A king doesn't stay silent for 1,000 years, and this has to be hiding something big behind the scenes. Gimli snaps to attention and races to the best answer, scraping intel from both the Guild Network and the Dark Elf Intelligence Network, because Gale is a curse item genius with powers maxed out, yet he's wildly unpredictable. The girl claims his fighting skills are basically zero, yet his curses can smash even monstrous, deadly creatures, because he's both powerless and insanely strong, and when she finishes, Gimli snaps his pen in anger. The girl, trembling with rage, snaps that this is a contradiction, because she knows she couldn't possibly escort Gale safely all by herself, so she's relieved she managed to bring Sharina and Mora into the group. She realizes the whole trip is basically a brutal chain. First they ride the roads, then they follow the river, then they cram onto a ship to cross the inland seas, and after that, when the land goes quiet, they'll have to cut through a dense, dark forest where real horror and danger are waiting. The girl realizes that if they rush there unprepared, they'll get wiped out on the road long before the 1,000-year curse, and it'll feel completely normal to the universe. No mystery, no mercy, so Gimli whips around to Minerva, swearing he'll bring Gale to her no matter what. Gale strides up to Lisette and tells her it's time for him to leave, only for her to snap back that if her wound had healed, she'd have gone with him without question. Gale insists the Demon King's curse still needs time to fully burn out of her body, so she has to lock in on getting better, and Lisette meets his words with a heartfelt thank you. He stares down at his artifact, grinning as he says he upgraded the Demon King's heart. Liz once wore it, so it won't randomly snap at its owner anymore, but even then he admits, "I still haven't figured it out completely." He boasts that all an ordinary person has to do is brush against him, and the curse will rip through and destroy his soul and body, and Gale realizes just how brutal that curse really is. Gale leans in and tells Lysette straight up, this store is his soul, more precious than his own life. He'll finally rest knowing she'll be there, but the one thing that gnaws at him is whether everything might sell out before he comes back. The man snaps his head to her and tells her, fine, just take pre-orders from customers and promise you'll cook up extra batches later. She nods along, but inside she's thinking, I started working here, and sales tanked fast, so this won't actually happen. Then she watches the guy leave, waving hard. She realizes that even with those terrifying curses waiting for him, he's still somehow bursting with inspiration, and she straight up tells him that Gale Hamilton is the kind of guy you don't forget. Then she meets his eyes with a heartfelt smile, silently praying that luck never abandons him. The guy is strolling through the city when suddenly the girls spot him, and Mora yells his name. Then he glances at his girlfriend and waves back with a warm, effortless smile. Shelina shouts that everyone's here, and the guy fires back, asking if she's really the master of the Blacksmith's Guild. Then he doubts she can hold the reins that long. The girl grins and says the guild won't crumble, even if one of them steps out for a bit, and as she turns her head, she spots Gimli coming straight toward them. She tells him not to forget their deal, because she's the one who got the Belgians to say yes, but only under that condition. Then she straightens her hair and says, I remember. The guy, totally lost, blurts out, what are you talking about? Gimli answers with a grin. She chose to send ore from her own village to Shelina's forge. She claims the export is usually banned, and the guys are stunned, so Shelina's rage flares, and she snaps that the girl could be lying too, meaning she has to check it herself. Mora blurts out, is this ore so crazy valuable that Shelina even wants to chase it? The guy leans in too, asking what kind of ore it is. Gimli shrugs, since we're all going, we'll just tell you. Then Shelina shoots them a sly grin, and the boys have zero clue what's about to happen. The girl just shrugs and grins, it's orichalcum. Gale presses again, demanding to know what kind. Mora pauses for a beat, then leans in with a menacing edge. Are you sure it's really orichalcum? The man is stunned by the girl's reaction and blurts out, why are you so surprised? But she snaps back, then why aren't you? And realizes Gale knows zero about rare materials that can't be turned into magical gear. Nora studies him with wide-eyed fascination, ready to explain what orichalcum is. She says that this legendary ore, strong enough to forge a blade, is so priceless it could bankroll the building of a whole castle, and once you armor up with it, battles won't scare you one bit, because its hardness is downright unbearable. The guy instantly clocks it's meant for Gimli, so he'll get a rare magical treasure, and Shelina will score that valuable ore. Gale tells Mora it'd be awesome if she could snag something valuable too, and after hearing him out, Mora smiles, turns away, and promises that she'll go after something just as hard. Then she tells him not to worry at all. Gale blinked at the girl's bold nerve, but Shelina cut in like a spark. Time to go now. The guys piled into the cart, and Mora groaned that it had been ages since she'd ridden one, while the guy stared at the girl and realized that, to him, she was worth more than orichalcum. The boys piled into the carriage, and Mora stared at Gale with sharp focus. She knew it was finally time to ride with him. The wheels of Creek rode thunder along from Farm Edge, because a caravan of wagons barrels northwest toward a giant trading city called Eblance, far beyond the kingdom and deep near the empire. Gale and Mora trudge along the road, dead bored, until the girl wonders why that steady rattling makes her so sleepy, and Mora snaps that the drink always tastes better, somehow, which only makes Gale realize she isn't even surprised by Mora's whole act. He tells her it's fine since they've practically swallowed the whole cart, and Shelina shoots back, sure, half of this place is cargo, so don't pretend it's comfortable. The guy glares at her and mutters that she can't seriously not know the rule since the road's still long. Then Shelina just smirks and says, that's why I'm drinking, there's nothing else to do. Gale gets curious and peppers the girl with a question, where's her village? She points to a dark forest, but then reality hits. It's not close at all, and even if they sprint, it'll still take them several days. Suddenly she freezes and demands, is this the dark forest? Gimli nods, but you can tell he's lost. He doesn't know which forest she means, yet she only knows one with that name, so it has to be it. Mora yanks her hands up to the kid's head and bends over, and the boy panics, firing back, do you even know what's in that forest? The girl's anger flares and she demands, wait, is this really that legendary forest where the kingdom's army died? And Gimli snaps back, yeah, it really happened. She argues it's not a legend at all, but history, then fires the next question. So tell me, is this still the very same forest where the ancient dragon sleeps? Gimli snaps back that it's all wrong. These aren't asleep at all, they're busy building nests. The girl hears him and erupts in curses, demanding if this is really that forest where anyone who steps inside never comes back alive, and then she pushes, so you truly want to drag them to the forest of death. Gimli blurts that the whole realm army got gobbled up by ancient dragons, and that she actually watched them stalk humans, hunting for their young. Mora is terrified, and she demands, "Are you sure you saw it all with your own eyes?" She blurts the question with shaky nerves, so what difficulty is this for real adventurers? Sean Lee says the ranks can read the danger level for what it is, and Gimli leans in and warns, this is at least a C-rank quest, maybe even higher. The girls understood this was it, their final breath, yet Gimli snapped back that they weren't taking the road where the ancient dragons nested, so they had nothing to fear, because, as far as she knew, they were headed the safest way to the Dark Eld's village. Still, one girl stared at her like she didn't believe a word. The girls snap in anger, swear they're going to bed to rest, but then the guy snaps back to his senses and begs them to wait. Shenlina immediately asks if he suddenly remembered something. Gale warns that if they take that road, they'll run straight into the undead crawling out of that dead army, and Shelina's fury skyrockets, until Mora steps in, soothes her, and tells her the guy will find them in a dream. After a while, the boys finally crashed into sleep, and Gimli insisted, "Relax, of course, I'll lead you the way with the safest path I know." She reminds them that safer still doesn't mean safe, so everyone has to stay sharp, no exceptions, and with that, the first leg of the journey is over. Gimli beams with pure joy, cheers for the boys to wake up, and shouts, "Get up, this is the spot where you'll switch seats and make your move." The boys tumble off the cart, and then, boom, a huge ship looms in front of them. The girl grins and tells them she's set up the journey, then snaps a warning. Once the cargo is stacked, they'd better sit down like they're still riding in a cart. The guy can't help but wonder if she booked the ship ahead of time, and the girl lights up, proudly telling him it'll be way more comfortable than that cramped carriage, while Mora and Gale trade thrilled, happy looks. Gimli promises they'll push even farther down the Cactus River, a giant waterway that runs past the farming cities, and when the boys get close to the ship, they burst out that they can't wait to kick off fresh adventures. Gimli shouted that they were boarding the ship fast. Shelina begged everyone not to shove because she wouldn't bolt, and then Gale kicked off his first voyage, right alongside Mora. As the young man climbed aboard, he blurted out that the ship was shaking like crazy, yet the dark elf just smirked and said, "It's like this at first," then promised that once they settled into their seats, the rocking would finally fade. The sails snapped full of wind, and the ship slipped away from the shore like it had found its freedom. With a thunderous creak, the ship tore free from the pier and blasted off into a grueling, far-off voyage. Mora swore that sailing felt 100 times better than baking under that scorching sun, and the master insisted the steady hush of the waves worked like magic, soothing the mind, easing every worry, and letting him finally breathe. Jim Lee said it felt like they were about to hit their destination any minute now. The whole team huddled around the map, zeroing in on every single corner like it might bite back. They started asking if the guild even made that map, and the girl snapped back. This thing wasn't meant to be seen by anyone, but they got an exception. The mage thought snagging info like that from the guild had to cost a fortune. Then Gale spotted a bunch of odd markings on the map, and Gimli said they were all hand-drawn. The guy stared at the map, totally stunned by the detailed underground passages and the valuable artifacts it revealed, and before he could even catch his breath, his guesses were confirmed right away. He couldn't believe they were actually showing something this valuable to just anybody. Then they hit him with the truth. It was classified, kept under lock and key, and you only got it if you paid a separate fee. And that magician. She lit up, praising the chance to finally learn that rare, one-of-a-kind knowledge. She leaned in with a serious look and announced that this map held nearly everything the guild knew about the nearby regions, plus even more. Shelina blinked and realized the map was ancient, stuff on it that she'd never even stepped foot in. Her companion beside her shot her a look, eyebrows up in shock, because when Shelina admitted it, it hit hard. Even an experienced researcher still didn't know everything. Jinli kicked off her explanation, going over what she'd already told us in the wagon, and it hit me. There were a few ways to reach the Dark Elf village, and she pushed us toward the safer road, even if it meant swallowing a much longer trip. Shelina asked the girl which road she'd take if she had to go alone, and the girl shocked everyone by saying she'd just walk straight ahead. Right there, the girl confessed she meant to slip past the border fortresses without anyone noticing, and the team instantly realized that kind of move was way beyond what they could pull off. Mora jabbed the map with her finger and said, "We'll sail this river all the way to its mouth, swap to another ship, cross the bay, and drop off at the port. Then we'll march straight into the dark forest." Shelina warned them that the area ahead is brutal, so they'd have to detour, then slip into the Dark Elves' village through the back door. For the mage, that chosen path turned into a brutal trial, and Gimli just calmly said, "Yeah, this is exactly how it's going to go." Mora kept pushing, saying once they slipped into the dark forest, the boys would have to get off, because carts and ships were getting left behind, and they'd only need to trek a little, since most of the path hugged the water and the roads. The girl added that the dark elf had already mapped their route, and now they were gliding along it with zero trouble. She even said the path was spot on, making the whole trip feel smooth and downright pleasant. Gimli snapped to the truth that this expedition was their rare shot to break an ancient curse that had crushed generations, and her companions backed her up, recognizing just how huge this mission's history really was. The girl stared at Gale and realized he was the one who'd have to break that ancient curse, so he couldn't afford anything less than peak physical condition to make it to the right spot. The boys started staring at that castle symbol by her village, and then they spotted it, something weird sitting right in the heart of the forest. The dark elf snapped back that this was the Demon King's castle, and the ship went dead silent. Everybody exchanged worried looks, suddenly feeling how dangerous this really was. Gimli rushed in to steady everyone, shouting that the castle was gone for good, nothing but ruins left, and that the builders even scavenged the old materials to raise brand new buildings, which made the boys stare in disbelief, calling it the most unbelievably brave move. Mora pointed out that the Dark Elf village sat right at the Demon King's old castle's doorstep, and with how tightly the Demon King and the Dark Elves were linked, that twist didn't even feel shocking. Gale glanced at the map and instantly realized, holy hell, the sea is absolutely enormous. The magician nodded like it was common knowledge everyone learns as a kid, because with water that vast, nobody can seriously argue the truth. They spotted the map's center. Right there, a massive squid was sketched out, looming like it was alive. Shalina couldn't believe her ears when she learned squid actually swam in these waters. Then she lit up with an idea, let's go squid fishing, and promised that once they were caught, they'd cook up those shellfish and wash them down with a great drink. The young man figured a razor-sharp knife could come in handy for everyday life, so he quietly packed it and trusted his own clever instincts. The girls were genuinely overjoyed with the choice, because they knew he'd whipped up mouth-watering food like a pro, turning plain ingredients into full-on culinary masterpieces that could satisfy anyone. Gimli snapped that yeah, a knife makes sense, but a squid that huge isn't some quick little snack. It's a whole situation, and the others leaned in, begging her to spell out exactly what she meant. She swore it was the Kraken's calling, and worse, this sea demon could sink whole ships. Shalira snapped, asking if she'd built a dossier on every sea monster out there. The Kraken, a giant squid that charges in and attacks, doesn't just scare you, it seals the fate of anyone who dares to stand in its way. The boy asked, voice shaking with panic, if we suddenly have to face that terrifying monster, what do we do, and is there any shelter at all that can keep us from dying for sure? The girls trembled the moment they pictured it. The magician blared in terror that she refused to die, then demanded they turn back right now. Gimli snapped at the group, trying to shut the panic down, while the two stared and blurted worries. Could they really dodge the Kraken after all, and did anyone actually plan this perfectly before they set sail? The Dark Elf told him this was a well-worn trade road, ships streamed through it again and again, and trouble almost never showed up. She prayed their ship could sneak through, but Gale snapped that this was just wishful dreaming, nothing more than craving home again. Still, the Dark Elf slammed the truth down, you can't just hop off this ship. The others blurted that she'd accounted for every single possible twist. Gimli knew facing the Kraken men escape was nearly impossible, but their crew had zero options, because the Dark Elves' village could only be reached by sea. And get this, there's a curse master on the team with stunning luck, and if you can't beat him, then it's smarter to steer clear of him altogether. She pinned her hopes on the Master of Curses, betting that his power would be the key to making the expedition succeed, while the guy who ran magical powers lounged in total bliss, soaking in the warm springs and flat out, forgetting every threat waiting on their next voyage. The girls snapped at Gale not to even try spying on them in the women's bathhouse, and he shrugged like it was nothing, like those towering high walls would have stopped him even if he'd wanted to. He dubbed it pure bliss and had no idea a hotel with hot springs even sat on his route. Then the men chimed in, saying it was obvious the kid loved this place, because you could drink and soak in the bath at the same time. And they kept insisting on the same thing, where people crowd together, money and supplies pile up too, so the boatmen mostly park there, hauling goods down the river, with plenty of stops along the Cactus River. They questioned him, name and hometown, and Gale shot back that he was from the agricultural town of Farm Edge. They told him they were traveling merchants, hopping from city to city to hawk their wares. Then the young man cut in, saying he'd just opened his own shop under his name, because trading isn't exactly smooth. His shop was stacked with rare treasures you could barely find anywhere else, but luck didn't show up, sales were painfully slow, and one of the guys watching it all muttered that even the best goods don't always find the people who will buy them. He also made it crystal clear, just having quality products and the power to make them isn't enough. You win trade by pitching right, making the right noise, and pulling buyers in. Gale latched onto the advice and swore he'd act on it, then added one crucial detail. The shop was being watched right now by a girl battling health problems. Good news is she's not buried in work, but people claimed the guy ditched his wife for trade, calling out how messy family ties get. Then he insisted he only went after goods, and that the woman wasn't even his wife. He thanked them for the help and demanded their names, only for the men to shrug it off, calling themselves no one special and insisting he didn't need to know. The young man flashed a confident grin and claimed they could do whatever they wanted, so the others immediately started buzzing with whispers, trading excited thoughts about the perks and marveling at how amazing this place was. They marched out with purpose to check out the young salesman's stock at the shop on Farm Edge. Gale had no clue that right then he'd run into brothers, robbers who slipped between towns disguised as merchants and hit the road to steal. The men locked in their next hit, and they picked the shop Listenet was guarding as the one to take. Shalina admitted she's got serious doubts about whether Gale and Mora's relationship is the real deal. And to top it off, she pushed her companion over the edge, joking that late-night hotel room gossip about romantic stories is basically the ultimate women's conversation classic. Even back then, the moment she saw them side by side, her heart screamed, "That's a secret lover's escape from the capital," until someone told her it was nothing more than pure coincidence. Mora leaned in and told us the truth. Gale didn't quit. He just swapped to a new team because the old one was awful, and he was chasing a shot at something better. And somehow, pure luck landed them in the same carriage. Then right on cue they rolled into Farm Edge by chance too. Your friend just shrugged and said those moments were way too many suspicious coincidences stacked back to back. And she insisted it looked like they really had run off together, but Mag slammed that idea down hard, saying the guy turned out to be a genuinely decent person and kept showing up to help her again and again. Gimli told them we survived mortal danger together, and he couldn't help but admit that real affection had sparked between them, no matter what. Mora's fury flared at those assumptions, and she snapped that her friend was spitting pure nonsense. She kept insisting that if anyone demanded the whole truth about their bond, it only came down to this. They weren't anything more, just loyal comrades. The magician burst out of the water, and with a thunderous shout, declared they were nothing but comrades. Her friends shot her weird looks, and you could feel the whole mood shift the second it hit her. Gimli realized the other girls stood a real shot at winning the young man's heart too, and Shalina went even further. She insisted Gale was insanely talented and could become a worthy successor to their guild. Mora's breath caught at that bombshell. She knew exactly what it meant to take over the Blacksmith's Guild, like being handed someone's life as an official successor. And once she fully grasped the stakes, she snapped her gaze to the last speaker and asked, straight up, whether they wanted to be this guy's mother. Shalina snapped that not a single soul here was truly a mother, and the mage fired back that elves and dwarves live way longer than ordinary folks. She just couldn't shake the fear of what that huge age gap would mean. And the first one cut her off, barked "shut up," and turned to Gimli with bewilderment, demanding why she looked so thrilled. The girl kept going, gushing that even the oldest of them found the young man attractive. Then she brought up that night they visited his shop, when he suddenly promised he'd start making moves. Gimli told her that Gale was an eye-catching young man, and as long as the other girls came right out and claimed him boldly, she wouldn't stand in their way. She'd been waiting for her happiness for ages, so tell me, how could that even compare to the crushing weight of a 1,000-year curse? Mora flat-out insisted that she and Gale were nothing more than friends. Then the girls snapped, "Let's use our time in the hot springs, sip some alcohol and enjoy it," but she made it clear, don't overdo it while you're bathing. The mage sat there with a glass of sake, lost in thought, replaying the words she'd just said, claiming she and that young man were nothing more than comrades. And she believed that's how it would stay, just friends, until he finally showed up with real interest in her. During the young man's brutal long trip, not one customer dared cross the shop's doorstep. Every last bit of it was left in Lisnet's hands. The girl was dying of boredom, the whole place felt hollow, and even though the store doors were wide open, every customer seemed to have vanished into thin air. A brutal, sudden blast erupted, and Lisnet instantly got slammed by pure panic. With a crack, the skull erupted into wild laughter, then snapped free and plummeted straight down. For her, what she was seeing felt totally unreal. She couldn't figure out why that figurine toppled by itself, and on top of that, it was smashed to pieces. Her gut twisted, screaming that things were going south, and that something nasty was about to hit hard. She couldn't stop worrying that disaster might strike Gale, or hit her instead. Or maybe disaster is about to smash down on them both. The whole crew on the ship was out there, throwing their lines and reeling in fish nonstop. After 3 nonstop days on the sea, Shalina fumed that the poor kid couldn't land a single fish. Then he blurted out that the bad luck had hit everyone, but nobody got bitten even once. Zero, not a single scratch. Gimli threw out the reassurance that there's nothing to fear in a situation like this, because the big win was dodging the Kraken entirely. And with Krakenra backing it up, he said their food supply was still plenty. The dark elf leaned in and asked Shaylin if she wasn't even a little hungry, and she shot back with pride that snagging a fish with your own hands, slicing it up, cooking it, and eating every bite you made yourself was a thrill you simply couldn't pass up. Gale finally confessed that he'd been itching to test that brand new knife, just one fish, and he'd make it count. The moment the team heard him, every single one of them went still, staring wide-eyed at the blade like it had just started glowing. Shalina bragged that even a giant fish was no match for this knife, then tossed out a sharp question: was it really an artifact? Mora snapped back, swearing she was hit with heavy déjà vu, like she'd seen something just like it before, and Shalina chimed in again that it all felt familiar, like she'd handled this kind of thing before too. Everyone there went quiet, staring at the question hanging in the air. Did this weird relic really come from the legendary scythe of death? The young man didn't even flinch. He calmly said he reshaped it into a normal farm tool, then carved the leftovers into a practical little knife. Gimli felt real relief. No one had caught that fish, because with a tool that strong, they could have sliced straight through the ship's hull by accident. Shalina scoffed that these so-called adventures sounded unreal, then snapped her eyes toward the far distance, because she just spotted something. She kept wondering when that tiny stream finally grew up into a real, roaring river. Mora stared at the shoreline, barely visible, and Gale snapped that the whole landscape suddenly looked like the real deal sea, and Gimli chimed in, saying you could practically taste the salty breeze and hear the waves whispering in the distance. The crew was hit with a stunning sight. The endless ocean rolled on, stretching past the horizon like it would never end. Shalina inhaled the soft sea breeze, while Mora practically beamed as she pointed out how close they finally were to the real sea element, and the girls soaked up that light, free-smelling wind as it wrapped the air in pure adventure. But just as the moment felt nice, a foul stench of rotting flesh burst out of the box where that mysterious thing was hidden. Gale figured that stench was leaking from the cursed material he just brought from the undead he delivered, so they snapped, shut the lid right away, and told him to stop talking about it like it was wine, before it planted the wrong idea. From out of nowhere, a ship's bell chimed like music from a distant horizon, warning that the vessel was about to shove off. While the city kept buzzing, the steady hush of waves creeping up onto the shore filled the air. The fresh fish sellers, sharp cries cut through the rough shouts of sailors who'd been out for a stroll the day before, everything turning into pure chaos. Gimli demanded a closer look at the massive river harbor, where dozens of ships sat at anchor in eerie calm, just waiting to load up goods and passengers. Their final destination, the river port, was right there, almost within arm's reach. The boys stared at the giant ocean liners gliding by, grinning in pure amazement at how massive those ships were, while Gimli, still laughing, pointed them toward their own faces, insisting they catch the real shock and surprise written all over them. She told the boys to hold up for a bit, then slipped off in a burst and promised she'd hunt down a merchant ship they could use, waving her friends to stay close to the pier, while the boys fumed, stuck alone in a place they didn't know. Non-in-port smells of fresh sea air and chaos, seagulls shriek nonstop, and right here, the massive inland bay links up with other countries, turning the whole place into a major trading hub. Gimli burst back to her friends grinning, announcing she'd snagged a merchant ship that was ready to depart, and like the universe had their backs, luck was finally swinging their way. She slid in some juicy news her friends were practically begging her to spill, rumors of a fresh Kraken attack on a warship from one of the countries, and Shalina couldn't help but ask herself, what good could possibly come out of something like that? Gimli said the merchant captain swore the Kraken hardly ever struck. Just once it smashed a ship, vanished without a trace, and left everyone holding their breath for days, so Mora joked it was probably its way of unwinding after a long break, and Gimli nodded at the pain of everyone who'd fallen to it. The dark elf said this was exactly why one ship would hold tight until the perfect moment, then slip out for open sea today, and she whipped her finger straight at the ship docked right beside them. The ship looked hammered by years of battle, worn down to the bone. Crewmen sprinted to the ship, slamming heavy bales and boxes into place, each one set down like a decision that could make or break the entire voyage ahead. Captain Nick lounged there with a smoldering cigar and a cheeky grin, and the whole crew bristled with instant irritation and open hostility. Morris snorted that it was as clear as daylight the captain was lining his own pockets off starving passengers, using the perfect moment to cross the sea before the Kraken showed up, and Shalina chimed in coolly that every crisis is your chance to prove who you are and come out better. Gale burst into the conversation, promising to load everything onto the merchant ship first, then stepping in to help carry the luggage herself. Shalina snapped at them to kill the petty bickering, and get straight into a real plan for what to do next. Even after everything fell apart, the sea route was still the only road left, and as the guildmaster, she already had the game plan for how to organize every bit of transport. Mora admitted straight up that she still couldn't see the full picture of what was going down, and Shalina decided she'd have to run through every detail of their recent talk all over again. She swore that nobody with a shred of sanity would have dared cross that border unless Gimli had pushed them, because even if they'd filed for permission, approval was a long shot, and the kicker was their final destination, the Dark Forest. Lately, the kingdom's army has swelled up like something big is coming. People are whispering that the soldiers' behavior has turned strange, like they're already gearing up for major military operations. Mora blurted out shaky what kind of trouble that tension could spark, but her friend shoved the panic down and insisted that right now it was only rumor, whispers with zero solid proof. The guild master went on, warning that the capital had been rocked by rumors of multiple assassination attempts that all failed. Then he dropped the real bombshell. A deadly political showdown between the empire and the kingdom is rapidly heating up. Shalina wrapped up her tale by saying that right in the middle of all this political chaos, there's a ruthless artifact, one that could shatter the state's very foundations. And honestly, it's hard to believe something like that could be real and have that kind of power. Mora blurted to her friend to talk clearer and say it straight. Yeah, that crazy new artifact really is being handed off to other people now. And then she snapped, now shut up. Shalina spilled that the kingdom and the empire were rumored to have clashed in a brutal showdown. Gimli pointed out the sunken warships as rock-solid proof, and Mora started to panic, because if the Navy stepped in, this situation had to be terrifyingly serious. The Dark Elf clocked it instantly. Both sides were scrambling to keep every single shred of information from getting out, no matter what it cost. The girls spelled it out. This is why the border is tighter than ever. These are the exact security measures, and now the fleet's job is to stop any chance of those valuable artifacts leaking out. Morris made it crystal clear. The border land routes have gone completely out of the question, so the only real option is this merchant ship, the perfect answer for the journey ahead. Shalina broke down everything with fierce clarity, stressing that with things the way they are now, the only way out is to sail by sea. The girl added that on the trip to the Dark Forest, they'd have to cross the borders of several countries, and she insisted ordinary people should sail through, because if they don't, the trade between nations will grind to a halt. Mora, lost in deep thought, snapped out her stance, and honestly, it felt wildly wrong to her, because everyone had said the kingdom and the empire stayed locked in a steady balance, until things recently started slipping. Gimli nodded, convinced her friends. Arguments hit the nail on the head. What if these states really were running secret political chess games, hiding their true moves from the very people they ruled? From the outside, it'd look exactly like they were trying to keep the power balance perfectly on lock. She pushed the point harder. Once the balance gets knocked off, priceless artifacts start popping up on the market out of nowhere, and even the military power of both sides, once perfectly matched, now shifts either way, flipping the whole strategy on its head. Now it's crystal clear. Two terrifying forces are going at it, clawing for control of the world. One key player finally snaps into place as the Demon King, hungry to claw back his lost power and seize total control over every nation and territory. And then there's this mysterious player, moving in the shadows, handing artifacts out to the people all across the world. Shalina was totally baffled. Who was this mystery player, and what did he want? Mora flat-out refused to get pulled into a state-to-state war, and Gimli calmly said all three of them were hunting the same target. The terrifying Demon King. Even the three who had felt Gale's magical items firsthand couldn't bring themselves to believe it. Someone like that could actually grab power, because there's no way to stack a world-ending threat against a magic caster everyone already calls useless and a total flop. Turns out the hero those girls were talking about wasn't some mystery guy at all, it was Gale. Gimli realized the moment had come to pack up, and Shalina snapped that it was wrong to make the kid run back and forth. Then Moria warned them they had to cram every last belonging onto the ship before it sailed, and told them to wait just a little. They stared in total disbelief at the young man, towering under an insane mountain of massive bags. The two companions stared in disbelief, wondering how the guy could lug around 4 people's luggage all at once, and somehow still stand there breathing like that crushing weight didn't even faze him. Mora leaned in and told him the young man had strapped on a homemade bracelet artifact, custom-built to make carrying the weight way easier. She kept going and it hit her. Gale wasn't getting more human by the day. She was turning into a walking storage locker, because every single new flight hauled even more luggage than the last, and the whole thing kept snowballing bigger and bigger. Shalina clocked that the trip stretched all the way from early morning to late evening, and the jokes about the young man were finally starting to wear her down. Rage surged through the boy as his friends mocked him, and then Gimli clocked it. Wow, even the most ordinary artifacts were seriously impressive. She could feel it, this goofy little weirdo everyone laughed at might be the one who flipped the entire world upside down with his cursed things. Gale shot her a worried question about what just happened, and the girl stared back utterly lost, like her own thoughts weren't even real, only to panic, assume her imagination was spiraling out of control, and try to shove those disturbing thoughts away as fast as she could. Gimli shot out an apology, admitting she'd drifted off into her thoughts, then promised him, "I've got you, I'm already on my way after you." The soldiers were furious, saying they'd been pushed way past their limit the day before. And standing there at the post, under that scorching sun, turned out to be a brutal test. The warriors told the crew to recheck every piece of baggage before the shift even took off, and Gimli grumbled through her teeth, because the last thing she wanted was to get pulled into yet another inspection. Shelina told the soldiers to start the inspection with her, and that warrior lit up. He praised her blacksmith skills and thanked her from the heart before they moved on to check the young man next. Gale blindsided them with a warehouse packed wall-to-wall with corpses. The soldiers couldn't decide if Gale was unleashing terrifying cursed magic or hunting people like a serial killer, but their panic finally drained away when his bizarre artifacts were locked up safely on the ship. From that moment on, the whole team's survival hung on the mysterious, dangerous artifacts Gale forged with his own hands. While the rest of the crew fumed and begged him to get rid of those risks, Gale took their request as pure disrespect and snapped, offended to the core. Gimli greeted her politely and pointed out that they'd never actually gotten a chance to talk before. The stranger lined in and announced, loud and clear, that he was the bosun of this very vessel. The bosun leaned in and told him the merchant ship wasn't new at all. It was a seasoned veteran, the kind that had already conquered a ton of sea routes. Even with sails that look worn to the bone, they still snatch every tailwind they can, and with quick, careful tweaks to the tension, the crew keeps control through the crosswinds like pros. And the ship's got loads of cargo room, plus when you pack goods in, the weight steadies the whole vessel, even when the storms start raging. The young man excitedly showed the girl a jaw-dropping crossbow, hoping, fingers crossed, they'd make it through the journey without ever needing to fire it. He got yanked away in a rush, blurted an excuse, and sprinted out, and that's when Gimli realized the ship looked way better than it first appeared. Mora and Shelina started feeling wrecked with seasickness, and the girls groaned that these ocean waves tossed them way harder than the usual river currents. Honestly, they just missed the calm ride of their home riverboat. In the middle of the sea, his girlfriend shot him a worried look and demanded, "Are you really okay?" Gale leaned in and told me he'd strapped on a special choker that magically keeps seasickness from wrecking his stomach. It looked to her like a cruel set of bony female fingers, reaching in to clamp an invisible grip around her throat. The guy swore the accessory was carved from the bones of a sailor's wife, the wife of the legendary hero, who, no matter how brutal the weather got, stood on the Cape shore every single day and prayed with all her heart for her husband's safety. Mora snapped awake in an instant. This decoration was carved from the worshipper's own remains. He said his girlfriend nailed it from the very beginning, and yeah, the tale didn't end there, it dragged in a sequel. This sailor kept torching his paychecks in port after port, stacking massive debts like it was a hobby, and the girl could only assume he'd left home just to gamble again. Gale kept spinning the tale and swore the sailor, besides everything else, was obsessed with sparking romances in every port he hit, with rumors that he even had multiple official lives. Shelina just laughed, because the man basically drank, gambled, and partied all at once. Even as mistresses swarmed her doorstep and creditors showed up demanding her debts, the woman finally uncovered the full truth. When her husband stormed back home again, his wife clamped down on his neck with everything she had. Tara hurried to pull Tim back and begged him not to spill a single more detail. Shelina snapped that this isn't just some accessory. It's a choker soaked in a grief-stricken woman's fury and despair, and even Gimli swore that no matter how wild the dead person's emotions were, it steadies them during sea rolling like clockwork. He apologized to the girls for only having one of that kind of thing and panicked that he'd left his teammates behind, but his girlfriends laughed it off, insisting they didn't want to go through the wild rush of wearing an ornament like that, because they'd rather suffer the worst motion sickness than feel that hit. Gale kept ranting about how nobody was thanking his miracle cure for seasickness when a sudden, wild noise ripped through the air, and chaos exploded across the deck. Sailors scattered across the deck in total panic, barking confused orders at each other while scrambling to make sense of what the heck was going on. Shelina blurted, "Have we arrived yet?" Gimli shook his head and swore, "No way, there are at least 3 more days of sailing left before we reach that spot." And then the first one, quiet as ever, finally said she'd spotted something sketchy. Suddenly, a tiny mound burst up out of the water. Gimli was totally lost, blurting that they still couldn't see a thing, yet it sure looked like a ship, and Mora, thinking of the old trade routes, shrugged that it made sense. Other ships were always running into each other there. Gale flashed a grin and said it was probably a pirate ship, like a fun little pun, and one of the girls burst out laughing, basically saying the chances of actually running into real pirates were next to nothing. A blaring alarm siren suddenly screamed across the ship, and Shalina snapped, demanding they stop it because the noise was pounding her head into a brutal, severe headache. One of the sailors blared that a massive, suspicious body had been spotted, then shouted the order to scramble to combat positions, right now. Everyone on board jolted into action at once, grabbing weapons in a wave of hot, fear-fueled panic. Shalina snapped that the sailor was hiding something bad, and Mora shot back asking if a giant kraken had sunk a warship, so pirates were crawling around nearby. Gale snapped back fast that they weren't joking, because if pirates were really here, they'd get crushed. Gimli reeled in pure shock at what she saw, and those dark doubts swallowed her whole. She remembered the new report. Monsters were suddenly moving way more than usual. That news slammed into her with real fear. Stuff like this almost never ends well. A sailor gripping his binoculars spotted something sketchy lurking ahead. When he stared harder, he finally recognized it, the legendary giant kraken. A heartbeat later, every doubt got crushed. Then giant tentacles surged up from the deep, and the nightmare they feared, the kraken, was real. The sailor kept shrieking at the top of his lungs, yelling that a kraken, fresh from tearing apart an entire warship, was barreling straight toward them. Gale could tell this attack didn't belong in the plan, while Mora screamed that everything was spiraling off course, and Shalina clenched up, tracking a monster that was closing in at terrifying speed. The whole team went rigid with terror, staring in awe as that massive monster ripped open the sea's surface with one brutal, earth-shaking strike. The crew froze in terror as the colossal kraken tore open the sea's surface, and its savage tentacles slammed the ship's hull like it wanted to crush it for good. The crew erupted in cheers, screaming that the kraken was massive, so huge it was almost the same size as their own ship. People are saying the returning Demon King's power won't stop at the land. It's creeping even into the deep sea too, and the sailor snapped orders, demanding everyone gather right now. Then the young man barked an order to raise the sails and blast out of the danger zone as fast as they could. Captain Nick let out a shaky, nervous scream, firing off brutal questions into his own head. Why were the monster attacks ramping up lately, and why did the kraken suddenly start hunting ships again? Gimli snapped that this wasn't the moment to plant berries. Survival was all that mattered right now, in the middle of this critical crisis. She snapped that arguing to no end was pure waste, and it could get every single crew member killed, so they needed to lock in an action plan to take down that deadly monster. The sailor faced the captain with absolute certainty, swearing that sprinting was the only shot at salvation, because if they didn't run, they were doomed, and the captain nodded, grabbed that belief and thundered, "Move out full speed." The ship surged forward, roaring past its limits, desperately trying to put distance between itself and that terrifying monster. The kraken shot downward out of nowhere, plunging back into the ocean's deep darkness until it vanished from sight. The kraken charged straight at the ship, and the sailor yelped in a high, panicked scream that it didn't just catch up, it swung around the vessel, already outpacing them, and the captain's stomach dropped as he realized the thing was moving way too fast. Gimli reminded herself that octopuses were built for speed, darting through the sea like living rockets. With those sharp, evolved fins, this creature can stay perfectly still in the water, and then, in the blink of an eye, snap into action, rocketing off and smashing into any direction it wants. A monstrous kraken erupted out of the dark and slammed itself right in front of the merchant ship, and the crew and passengers instantly panicked. Terror roared through everyone as they stared at its nightmarish size and dread-filled stare, feeling completely helpless as despair took over. This monster heaved its massive tentacles up from the deep, then stretched them toward the ship like death itself was reaching. It felt like this never-ending wave of shifting, twisting limbs had no end in sight. The monster slammed into the ship with savage tentacle strikes, shattering the hull, and rage and indignation ignited in Gimli's chest. First, the kraken smashed the main mast to splinters and shredded the sails, leaving the ship stranded, unable to steer or keep its speed. The sailor wailed in total despair, screaming that hope was gone. Then the captain barked for someone to rush in and save them. Shalina blurted that the captain had to keep doing his job no matter what, and Mora shot back that the crew was armed for one reason: to fight, repel the threat, and smash the enemy out of here. The sailor snapped with pure disbelief, saying the whole idea was insane, because this ship's gear was built only to ward off tiny predators like sharks, not to battle something as gigantic as the kraken. Gale shot the others a wary look and warned them, someone's charging straight into those choppy sea waters like they've got zero fear. Shalina frantically grabbed at him, yelling that he'd freeze to death in the cold water, but Jinli grimly admitted the truth. Terror had shattered the poor guy's mind, and reality was slipping right through his grasp. Turns out the poor guy chose death over the Kraken's cruelty, so now the friends had to throw everything they had on their own. The entire team locked arms and fought for their lives in a brutal, desperate brawl with the monster. Gimli declared she'd climb to the very top of the mast to take an observation post, then relay every move the Kraken made. Shalina nodded at her friend's bold plan and snapped the signal warning the monster to get ready to unleash an attack. The monster's crushing gaze locked onto her, and her heart started battering her chest with pure, gut-twisting dread. The girl shrieked like her soul was cracking when she locked eyes with that monster's huge, terrifying gaze, pure mortal terror. Right then, Gimli snapped, warning his friend the beast was poised to hit from the flank. Moria didn't hesitate. She fired up a special power that boosted her companion by pouring energy straight into her. The Guildmaster unleashed a rare double activation skill, and the whole party erupted in real admiration and jaw-dropping surprise. Mora finally clocked it. She tapped a brand new power from a special quest, evolutionary enhancement magic, and the moment it doubled her friend's might, it also started guzzling her energy like crazy, so she threw her whole soul into keeping him standing and pushing it through. Shalina spun toward her friend and lit a spark of pride in her, remembered defeating that cockatrice like it was nothing, so she trusted her own instincts, activated her weapon's boost, and unleashed her combat skill, scorching heat ***. The girl barked like a war general that together they'd blast the hated octopus out of the ocean, hammer blazing, firing that burning strike straight into it. She erupted in triumphant shouts, screaming that the Kraken was making a massive mistake by underestimating their strength. Shalina kicked off with one mission: wipe out the annoying tentacles that kept slamming the brakes on her progress. The attempt collapsed instantly as her skin's insane strength stopped it cold, and the girl was left crushed, staring in total bewilderment. The other fighters just stood there, stunned, because that brutal, powerful strike couldn't scratch a single thing off the enemy. Gimli finally clocked it. This monster's slimy skin was basically a shock absorber, swallowing every hit, and the moment she realized that, her stomach dropped at the thought that all their attacks might bounce right off uselessly. Shalina unleashed her fury on the monster, shouting sharp, furious speeches at it. The moment it struck, everything snapped to life, an instant reaction, and the Kraken shot out a tentacle, snagging the girl's hammer and yanking her high into the air. Gimli snapped to her with real worry, begging her to drop the weapon, because if she didn't, the next tentacle would snatch the hammer's owner in seconds. She said the Kraken doesn't just maul with claws and fists, it tears in with something worse, and the rumors swear it can gulp its prey down whole. Shalina cracked a cocky grin and told herself she was too muscular and bland to bother with, then begged the Kraken to stop trying to swallow her. Seeing how this had to end, she steels herself, lets go of the hammer handle, and drops free like fate just yanked her forward. She realized she was trapped in something way above her skill level, and as her comrades watched in sheer panic, the tension in their screams hit the roof while she dropped down fast. Shalina was snatched back at the last second by a sailor and a captain, who shoved her out of harm's way before she could hit the ground. Turns out the rescue came from an old safety rope, frayed and barely holding on, but still saving the day. The young man let out a heavy breath, relieved that even something trivial could still do something real. Gimli admitted that she'd heard legends about sea monsters acting like this, but this was the very first time she'd watched a showdown like that play out with her own eyes. The dark elf clocked it instantly. The Kraken's long, bendy limbs were the real threat, snatching its prey with ruthless skill and dragging them into total ruin and death. The monster's tentacles whip through the air at lightning speed, crushing its victim before they even get a breath. Then the victim fractures into glittering dust, rides the wind for a heartbeat, and vanishes, absorbed by the sea foam. She realized that one touch from the monster meant certain death, so she blurted to her friends, "Stay back, don't get near it, and don't let those tentacles grab you." Mora's legs started to tremble, barely managing to hold her up. Panic gripped her so hard it felt like she couldn't breathe. She knew this enemy towered over her and was far more dangerous than that giant cockatrice they'd just wiped out. Shalina's hammer had already crushed the adult cockatrice, but this time it couldn't even slow the monster down, because its monstrous power could turn any opponent into nothing but dust. And since they're out on the open sea, the monster has total freedom, moving however it wants, and that raw advantage makes defeating it feel nearly impossible. The Kraken locked onto the girl with its huge, saucer-like eyes, and she stood there, utterly frozen, her body turned to stone by fear. Gimli realized the squids weren't just packed with wild physical tricks. They were insanely smart, and they could learn new things like it was nothing. She could tell the mast and sails didn't get smashed by chance. They were wrecked on purpose, a cold strategy powered by the monster's terrifying intelligence. Since this was the first time they'd met, Kraken wasted no time. He clocked that Mora was the guy holding the whole crew together. The dark elf let out a terrified cry, shouting to her companion to be absolutely, brutally careful. The Kraken's tentacles snapped shut around the girl's fragile frame in the blink of an eye. Shelina instantly knew her trusty hammer was gone, and panic didn't have time to set in. She had to fight using pure grit and her own ingenuity. And she knew if she lunged in there unarmed, it would only end one way. Those relentless tentacles would snag her and drag her into capture. The girl panicked and frantically searched for the next move before it all fell apart. Out of nowhere, Gale showed up out of pure force, barking that the monster had to free the captive girl right now. Gimli spotted the knife's gleam and realized the crafty Kraken couldn't foresee what the wildest player in their squad would do next. Gale slashed through the tentacles with one sharp, pinpoint strike, and in the blink of an eye, the girl was free from the monster's deadly grip. Mora couldn't believe her eyes. Kraken's flesh particles drifted around her in a chilling, swirling orbit, and her heart hammered like it was trying to escape, a mix of terror and raw relief. She was still alive, and now she had to fight. He met her stare and realized his own blade, crafted by his hands for himself, felt downright effortless, even when he swung it at something that massive. The Kraken, used to ruling the deep where tentacles fall like weather, got blindsided the moment one got ripped away. Pain surged through it like lightning, and for the first time it met real resistance, trembling as its dominance slipped. The young man bolted up to the girl, scanned her face with worry, and blurted out, "Are you okay? Did the attack hurt you?" She met his eyes with warm relief and poured out her thanks for saving her fast. His courage and quick move kept her safe and sound. Mora couldn't believe she'd panicked in the middle of the fight, until the monster slammed its crushing tentacle around her, and a surge of adrenaline snapped her mind right back into focus. Right at that make or break moment, she suddenly spotted the enemy's weak spot, and it might just be the key to winning. She said that knife isn't just any blade, it's the weapon of the world's deadliest reaper, and when the fight starts, it slices through anything and everything. Even the Kraken's giant tentacle, untouchable after every attack that came before, got snatched clean off in seconds by one elegant swing of the magic blade, proving just how unstoppable that legendary weapon really is. But here's the brutal catch. The owner had to charge in close enough to strike, putting himself in the giant creature's crosshairs and risking a savage counterattack. The mage locked eyes with Gimli and barked an order. Keep your focus locked on the Kraken every second, track every shift in where it's moving, and alert her the instant its position changes. She snapped at Shailene to lock onto the monster's remaining active tentacles and give them her full focus. The girl told him, if you can keep those other tentacles from lashing out, Gale will finally slip in close and strike the Kraken. She promised that next, she'd throw support magic on Shailene and the young man, boosting their fighting power and stacking the odds that their attack would actually land. The mage grinned and told everyone she could cast magic on 2 people at once, because she'd just unlocked a brand new level of mastery that let her handle that crazy technique. First, she shut off the water's rocking influence on the boys, then snapped a spell into place that let them adapt to everything around them at the exact same time. Mora then turbocharged every fighter's abilities, boosting their defense and sharpening their reactions, while constantly yelling for the team to swap between striking and slipping back, slowly boxing the monster in and grinding down its defenses. Gale realized that if they chopped off the last 9 tentacles, the Kraken wouldn't stand a chance to strike, and Shelina shot back that then they wouldn't have to worry about cooking squid dishes anymore either. The Kraken snapped back to its senses, surged into motion, and fought like a nightmare, ready to smash away the next wave of attacks from the heroes. Gimli screamed in terror, yelling for her comrades to brace as the monster's last tentacles lunged from both sides, and the whole team had to scramble, huddle up, and fight back fast. The young man instantly understood how dire this was. Everything had blown up fast, and one wrong move could wipe out the whole team. Shelina figured it out in an instant. When the tentacle got ripped away, the Kraken didn't calm down. It exploded, hurling its rage like a full-blown storm and smashing everything in sight. Now it was hunting to wipe them out at any cost, surging faster, striking harder, and pushing the guys into a fight that was getting brutally harder by the second. The guildmaster triggered the blacksmith's kick technique, and Gimli's eyes went wide as her friends snapped into action and cleanly redirected the Kraken's whip-like tentacle. Moro knew plain as day that if he tried to fire off multiple spells at once, his magic reserves would get ripped clean out of him. The question that wouldn't let her breathe was brutal. Would the heroes finally beat the monster, or would she be the first to crumple, burning through her own magical energy until nothing was left? Shalina flashed a sly grin, blared, "Don't sweat it," and teased the Kraken, mocking it for only losing one tentacle, then waved her hand like, "Go on," daring the beast to come try and get that advantage back. But the second the monster lunged closer, she exploded into action, raining attacks on the wounded enemy and using his sluggish, broken movements to tear him apart. Breathing hard, the young man realized in a jolt that Jinli's magical boost was still active, keeping his body solid and letting him push through the brutal fight. She saw it clearly. Shalina was pulling the monster's rage onto herself, while her partner, still fresh out of fatigue, surged back into the fight, stacking his strength for one last, decisive hit. In her eyes, the young man was clawing to rush to Moore's side, but you could still see the fear holding him back in every move. Gimli figured that if the enemy wasn't one of the undead, the boy's specialty, then this disaster was only a matter of time, and tossing a rearguard fighter into the vanguard at the start was brutally unwise. Then the dark elf snapped into action with her allies, smashing forward and blasting the monster with a raging burst of fire, her face twisted with pure hatred as she stared into the Kraken's awful bulging eyes, disgust ripping through her, and one burning wish to end this nightmare right now. But those huge, bulging eyes were basically begging to get hit, so Gimli seized the moment and tried to blind the enemy, cutting their sight and turning their threat into nothing. Even after the blowback, she already knew it wouldn't really hurt him. His body was way tougher than it looked at first. And she had the foresight to pop a special smoke grenade, sending up a massive cloud on impact that gave them a moment to hide and slip into position. Gale sprinted straight into the attack. Gimli roared at the top of his lungs, sure this was the exact moment to smash in the final, decisive blow. He triggered his special skill and snapped on grinding mode, unleashing brutal cutting strikes that tore the monster's flesh apart like it was getting sawed through. The dark elf figured it out fast. If the young man wanted that attack to land, he'd have to blind the enemy with a crushing wall of smoke, because without it the Kraken would snap into action and swat the strike away before it ever hit. Gale was a walking contradiction, so fragile he looked doomed, yet so deadly with his weapons that when he finally struck, his blows flipped the whole battle. Massive chunks of shredded tentacle flesh tore loose from above and rained down everywhere, flooding the air with the stench of blood and entrails, as chaos and destruction erupted into a truly horrifying nightmare. Shalina burst out in joy, beaming at the series of strikes Gale had landed, and Mora watching by the side couldn't help thinking, that's the kind of talent an old chef has, knife work so precise it's pure magic. Gimli counted the monster's remaining tentacles and grinned. Half its limbs were gone, leaving just 5 dangerous appendages, which made the detachment's next move way easier. As the smoke started to peel away, the Kraken snapped back into full view, and once again, it loomed as a nightmare threat over the whole crew. The dark elf snapped an order at the young man, back up now, to a safe distance from those tentacles, before the monster could strike with a nasty surprise. He sprinted nonstop, constantly glancing over his shoulder, scanning the chaos, and picking the safest route to fall back. A massive Kraken barreled in after the running hero, and the sheer size and close distance hit Gale like a punch. Shock and panic ripped through him until his last shred of confidence and self-control finally crumbled. Gimli's nerves snapped. He blurted the boy's name at the top of his lungs, desperate to catch his eye and warn him before the danger caught up. The Kraken erupted in a massive burst of pitch-black ink, swallowing the waters in one violent splash. The monster's ink exploded into a brutal wave, slammed into the ship's deck, ripped through everything like it was nothing, and swallowed the whole vessel in pitch-black darkness. The wave smashed through his grip, and the sword ripped free, spinning helplessly in the rushing water before clanging onto the deck. The girls shrieked when they saw Gale tumble straight beneath the crushing wave. He coughed in violent, broken bursts, desperately clawing at the thick ink choking his throat and lungs, but all he got was dizzy spins and a sharp, suffocating lack of breath. The boy realized the ink had sunk deep into his eyes, searing his mucous membrane and wiping out his sight for the moment, leaving him blinded, furious, and in a situation that felt even more dangerous and impossible to predict. Gimli realized the Kraken could fire off ink jets like some giant squid, using that filthy blast to scramble its foes and slip out of danger. His vision got totally snuffed out, and for a while he was completely blind, trapped, helpless, and forced to lean on others until that annoying liquid finally stopped wrecking his senses. The sailor gaped at the blade as a savage wave of ink hurled it back at him. Right then he lunged for that mysterious blade and planned to hurl it at the Kraken, but his partner yanked him back mid-step, shouting that the thing was leaking a sickening dark aura, like it was wrapped in some ancient curse. Gimli warned that even if the owner dressed it up with modern steel, it was still the same brutal scythe of death underneath, so if anyone else grabs that blade, you've got no idea what kind of disaster will follow. She swore that this blade would slice through everyone here, friend, foe, it didn't matter, and then even dare to cut off its own owner's head. The bosun stared at it with a hard, sober look, realizing this artifact was the deadliest power he'd ever seen, able to save lives in one breath and ruin everything the next. Shelina grabbed her friend's attention and demanded they look, because strange changes were already creeping over the Kraken, and they had to act right now. His massive frame started to twitch and tremble from the inside, like something wild was gearing up, signaling the next phase of the fight, or the moment he'd try something truly insane. To the hero's shock, the monster tore through its own damage and regrew every missing limb, snapping back into a full set of deadly tentacles and turning the fight into an even more vicious nightmare. Every fighter in that battle went rigid with sheer shock, terror, and confusion hit them all at once. They realized their hard-won progress had been wiped clean, and Gimli snapped out that sure, the Kraken regrew its tentacles, but its strength and life force had clearly drained away. The team locked in their battle plan, baited the Kraken into a perfect kill zone, and trapped it with nowhere to move, forcing it to face a swarm of attackers all at once. Shelina's voice shook as she admitted Gale was trapped in a nightmare, his eyes totally swallowed by ink, and nobody on the team could grip that blade right, while Mora snapped that they'd just lost their only real way to bring the monster down. The Kraken's wrath finally hit its peak, shining on that young hero. His stubborn grit and raw talent had driven the monster into humiliation and brutal defeat. The young man kept rubbing his eyes with all his might, and slowly his vision clawed back, still cloudy and blurry, but it gave him just enough hope to keep fighting and survive the battle. With his sight finally coming back, the guy cracked his eyes open, heart pounding, and demanded to know what the heck had happened during that blackout, and how he could help steer what came next. Before he could even finish his sentence, a Kraken tentacle whipped out lightning fast and slammed around the young man's body, crushing him tight so there was zero way for him to wriggle free on his own. The Cursemaster dangled high in the sky, trapped in the sea monster's tight tentacles, thrashing and clawing for freedom as he burned every last drop of magic and willpower to break the hold. Gimli snapped to it. The Kraken had fired up its deadly special move, and every single tentacle swing became a death sentence for anyone foolish enough to step into the cursed zone. Mora's stomach dropped when she realized Gale was about to get hit with the exact same fate as that hammer. Shelina's anger and panic surged at once. She screamed over the chaos of battle, begging the monster to let go of her friend, who was seconds from dying. The Kraken smashed her outburst to pieces by flinging a free tentacle toward the girl, whipping her aside with brutal force, leaving Mora choking on pure, excruciating panic over her friend's fate. Gimli got crushed by guilt and regret, spiraling into doubt as she questioned why she ever dragged her beloved friend into this nightmare of unknown threats, where one wrong step could mean losing them forever. Her soul got crushed again and again by the past, because it was her who dragged a young man she'd never even known into the Dark Elf clan's secret chaos, sparking a fight where one wrong move could get him killed. Her soul got ripped open by crushing doubts, and if she hadn't pushed him to join, that young man would have dodged the death they were both staring down in this last, desperate duel. I'd keep my life calm and steady, running my cozy little shop, doing what I love, savoring the small, real joys, no bloodshed, no looming threat of death chasing me every day. Gimli hushed out a prayer of forgiveness, begging to make amends for her guilt in the fate of that young man, sure she was the one who set the tragedy in motion. Mora, crushed by love she couldn't confess and furious at fate's cruelty, lost it completely, screaming her loved one's name at the top of her lungs, as if she could somehow halt the deadly ending closing in. The Kraken unleashed its deadliest move, deadly destruction, blasting streams of ruinous energy that could turn any living creature into ash. The girls froze in place, horror locking their bodies up as the catastrophe ripped across their ship, trapped, helpless, and watching fate slam down in front of their eyes. Gale snapped his reverse death destruction power on in an instant, hurling a wave of destruction right back at the Kraken, tearing it apart from the inside out and shattering its defenses as it fought to hold together. The girls stared in disbelief, scrambling to understand what they were seeing, stunned by this wild twist of events, made possible only because their companion refused to back down. Gimli's eyes went wide when she realized it flipped the other way. The energy blast got yanked back on itself, and that destructive force turned right around and slammed into the wielder, and she couldn't believe she'd ever doubted it could happen. Moro's jaw dropped as the Kraken instantly crumbled into countless fragments, while Shelina spun in confusion. What in the world caused it, and what terrifying fallout was about to slam into their group next? The two turns snap into focus for the young man. He slowly spun around, caught the girls staring with burning curiosity, and flashed them a small, confident smile, steady like he'd already won. Gale told them the whole mess started because the artifact was dangling right there on his neck. With trembling care, he slipped the jewelry off piece by piece and set it down in the open of his palm. The second he finished his sentence, the necklace exploded into tiny shards with a loud crash, spraying across the ship's deck. Mora snapped to the truth. This destroyed artifact was none other than the legendary cursed necklace. Gale explained that if someone lands a crushing hit, the damage doubles and snaps right back onto the attacker, triggering a special move called Wife's Revenge that can multiply that first blow by many, many times. Shelina held up the strange amulet and declared it the mark of justice and revenge, promising to hit every aggressor back 100 times over for what they did. He kept talking and then it clicked. First the Kraken tore back its lost limbs, burning its own strength to do it, and then it pulled its deadly technique out again, only this time doubled, and that's exactly why it got wiped out instantly. No matter how many sunken ships this sea predator crushed, fate still snatched its end, turning it into a snack for tiny fish, like life's rules love to flip the script without warning. Shelina grilled the young man, asking if he ever expected things to turn out like this. He shook his head and told her success was pure chance, luck swinging with every hard step. Gale made it clear he was laser-focused on carrying out his mission, saving his comrades and driving toward the same goal, so he never once saw this weird turn in the conflict coming. At the same time, he snapped that if the Kraken had changed tactics, landed a straight hit, or hauled the victim in instead, then the artifact would have done nothing special, and the whole fight would have flipped in a completely different direction. Mora couldn't contain her joy and relief. She was sure all her friends were safe, alive and well, and that the danger finally slipped away, leaving her to dream of a bright, happy future. As she closed the distance, she wrapped him in a warm, tender embrace, then poured out her love and pure joy through both her words and her touch. The young man shot her a warning, stay careful, because the ink he carried could stain her in a heartbeat. But for Mora, it didn't matter at all, because the joy of being beside someone she loved crushed every little hassle and inconvenience. She spilled her heart to Gale, saying the brutal tentacle grip filled her with dread and anxiety, so she traded that fear for warm, soothing embraces that finally gave her peace and confidence. When the girl brushed the man's shoulder, her partner's face went blank with shock, because right there, in front of outsiders, her open tenderness and raw emotion put him on the spot. The young man took the lead, slowly brushing his fingers through Mora's hair, trying to soothe her panic while pouring out his own worry and sympathy. Jinli grinned and said that when the leader fell, the whole trade route got cleared of the species, other members, no more threats. Looks like Gale's crazy luck and his one-of-a-kind skills are about to become the shield that keeps travel safe on this route, dodging a ton of threats so trade can keep growing strong. One crew member stared in total confusion at what sparked the Kraken's explosion, but the rest of the crew instantly started shouting. Victory was all that mattered, and nobody wanted to dig into the details. The crew shot their hands up in victory, cheering that the ship was saved and the main threat was wiped out, because that win meant everything for the crew's future peace and prosperity. Gimli knew no matter how legendary they were, no matter what they saved or who they brought down, the authorities would never see their boots, never pay their dues, because in this world the real heroes almost always get passed over. Captain Nick snapped, asking in disbelief if the Kraken still had any life left, and that one question sent the girls spiraling into a mix of stress and wild excitement as they leaned over the ship's deck and scoured the sea for any movement. The sailors couldn't hold back anymore. They urged the captain to turn back and get to the ship, right now. The captain kept pressing for rescue boats, demanding they go out and grab them from the scene. They got the word, as soon as the ship was fully fixed, the mission would be declared officially over. The bosun rushed over to fix things, bowed his head, apologized and warned everyone, "I've got an ugly surprise coming." The blade that had carved through the Kraken vanished, so the crew had no choice but to haul it onto the deck, because using that cursed weapon could unleash consequences they couldn't afford. Amid that violent explosion, it likely got blasted straight into the sea's deepest depths. The disappointed sailor leaned in and told me this too, how even that massive mast, shattered by the monster, vanished without a trace, like the ocean swallowed it whole, proving just how massive the disaster was and how brutal the losses really were. The man swallowed his grief and admitted the property was gone for nothing compared to the lives saved, so he accepted the hit, clinging to one truth: stay alive, stay healthy. The other guy nodded right along. Gale leaned in and reassured the bosun, insisting he didn't need to apologize, because the materials to forge another blade were easy to get, and once he was back home, he'd hammer out a brand new weapon that was just as deadly as the last one. And then most of the damage, like 99% of it, got wiped out, so the item could finally be used with zero risk of nasty side effects. He was so busy clawing at those sticky ink stains in his eyes that he ignored every word they said, completely missing the important details. The girls stared in total shock when that guy claimed he had rare components for forging a new blade and said the curse tied to those materials was almost fully neutralized. Then they just couldn't believe it, convinced he was pulling a prank. Shalina yanked the guy in clothes and snapped that he better stop messing around, because his nerves were already fraying. The young man insisted he wasn't joking at all, he was telling the truth. And that's when Gimli realized this man really could hit her with the wildest surprises, the most incredible possibilities and discoveries. She slumps against the ship's railing, lost in heavy thoughts about everything that happened today. Then her mind drifts back to the young master who walked in and somehow won her heart. The girl was seconds away from heading home, buzzing with anticipation to finally introduce this man to Madame Minerva. That's how Gimli pictured Gail Hamilton's wild, unique brilliance. Then he gathered the courage to introduce him to the people she loved, ready to let the whole world see just how unstoppable his talent and ingenuity really were. She flopped down on a big gray stone nearby, basked her face in the warm sun's glow, and soaked up the forest's quiet silence. It was Minerva, the wise, majestic queen of the Dark Elf clan, who stared into the future and saw what was coming next. And yeah, everyone knows troubles don't roll in solo, and even Gimli, all battle-tested and sharp-eyed, couldn't possibly guess the brutal trials waiting for her and the crew ahead. A brand new maritime threat just surfaced, and it was going to shake the seas. A fresh nightmare tore toward their ship at full speed, closing in on the crew so fast it promised a brutal showdown, forcing the young warriors to dig deep and prove they've got courage and spine. Staring at the shattered remains in front of him, Gale's heart sank as memories of the once beautiful artifact flooded back, his trusty companion, his spark of inspiration, now gone for good, useless forever. The girls kept cheering him on, reminding him the whole mission was already done, defeating the Kraken, watching the artifact do its job, and saving the entire team. He nodded along politely, then shot in a quick clarification. As a craftsman and collector, losing those rare, one-of-a-kind pieces hits like an irreplaceable heartbreak, like the sting of losing a dear friend. Gale was furious. Everyone kept ignoring the sheer genius behind the artifact's design, and it crushed him that nobody even noticed the originality of the idea or the breathtaking beauty of the finished product. Suddenly, his face lit up with the kind of brilliant idea that fixes everything, simple, elegant, and ready to bring justice roaring back. So many artists pour their hearts into a vision nobody understands at first, and the world only gives them their flowers years later, often after the creator is already gone. The only person who really understood this guy's killer taste for cursed artifacts was a single girl. She shared his obsession with diving deep into forbidden sciences. So Gale's heart fluttered with sweet excitement as he pictured their next meeting. He couldn't wait to hear all the stories she's lived, every wild adventure and personal detail. Vivian strode up to Princess Carla and told her straight up she planned to join the inspection of Pharma Edge, and when the princess asked if the girl could be left out, Vivian shut that down with a firm, unshakable no. Bright, colorful birds swept across the sky like living sparks, soaring over the sea and blasting the whole shoreline with dazzling wing flashes. Shalina zeroed in on fixing the ship, hands flying as she worked without blinking. Every so often, she'd catch the sailor blurting out apologies, scrambling to calm things down after their last fights. Even after he insisted she was just a passenger, the girl refused to sit back. She admitted she wasn't a professional ship repair expert, then boldly declared that as a seasoned blacksmith, she'd do everything she could to help the team finish the job on time and do it right. So far, their teamwork has saved the day. They sealed the hulls and bolstered the ship's structure, stopping it from sinking before catastrophe could strike. The sailor's voice cracked as he realized the real nightmare. The central mast had been wrecked by the Kraken's tentacles, sank to the bottom, and there was no way to bring it back with the supplies or tools they had. Gimli shot back that without a repaired mast, steering this ship would be nearly impossible, so we'd better scramble for another way to reach our destination right now. So yeah, everything turned against them. The crew was stranded on a battered ship, sealed off in the middle of an endless ocean, desperate for urgent help and supplies just to keep moving. Gale said their ship now looked like a bigger beast than any sailing vessel, and Mora shot back that after everything they'd survived lately, they had every reason to celebrate, because it was still floating, not swallowed by the deep. Gimli chuckled along, fully nodding at her friend's opinion like it couldn't be anything but right. She started spiraling into loneliness, and it swept the whole crew, staring down an endless ocean, until panic gnawed at their chests and nobody knew which way the future or the rescue plan was headed. As time crawls on, that feeling keeps exploding, and with food getting scarce, hunger starts clawing at him harder and harder. With everyone trapped out there, passengers and crew running low on everything, emotions start to snap, and sanity slips, fueling fights and chaos as people scramble for the last supplies. Gimli begged the gods with all his heart, praying things would turn around before the fighting even started, because once hunger hit, the passengers had to take desperate measures just to stay alive. Captain Nick burst in with a blazing smile and a confident speech, saying their early checks showed the ship wasn't in danger of sinking after all, because the crew fought hard to stop it, and there were no big leaks to worry about. Now it was time to prove what a true sea-loving captain could do, him pouring his whole heart into the ocean and getting the water element's love right back. Mora asked, voice shaking, if anyone could truly steer a ship in that kind of emergency, but the man just smirked and promised everyone would see the real art of control and walk away sure his choices were right. Turns out the captain's big move was nothing but firing off some basic signal smoke. The man said they'd only be saved if some random ship happened to pass by, and it all boiled down to pure luck, so Mora told them not to start flashing signal fires, while Shalina just kept asking herself how on earth any right vessel was even supposed to show up out here, right now, in the middle of this endless sea. Gimli said the one bright spot was that the sea was calm, right now, but the sails were wrecked and they couldn't even set things normally. So if a storm hit, the crew would have to grit their teeth, ride out the nightmare, and pray the outcome turned in their favor. Shalina warned them that patching the hull was just a stopgap, it wouldn't truly hold, and if a savage storm hit, the damage would keep spiraling, while no one could predict where the water would tear in next, turning sinking into a very real threat. Mora squinted at the horizon, spotting the clouds suddenly turn and the wind flip direction, like the sky was warning her that bad weather was about to hit and the situation was about to get worse fast. Gale clocked a weird phenomenon lurking nearby. Before long it was crystal clear. We weren't staring at some random thing, we were staring at a ship. The observer confirmed the ship was barreling straight for the accident site, and Mora burst into delighted relief. Shalina flashed a grin and reminded the captain how ridiculously fast it showed up, basically proving once again that everyone knows he's the sea element's favorite. The heroes shouted for help in total unison, and their cries snapped the crew of the oncoming ship to attention, begging them to come close and hear every grim detail of what had just happened. Mora's face drained of color as she stared off into the distance, whispering that the ship coming closer looked weird and totally deserted. Shalina confirmed her friend's worst fears. This ship looked so shady it raised alarms instantly, and it even looked worse than their own vessel. Gimli's stomach dropped when he realized the old ship was charging toward them with a power that felt supernatural, like something out of this world was breaking the rules of physics. She gasped in pure terror. Turns out it was a ghost ship. Old sailors swear that if you spot a mysterious ship still sailing even after its hull is smashed to pieces, it's a bad omen, like the world is warning you that massive trouble, and even worse misfortune, is coming. Gale's words sent a wave of dread through the girls. Their hearts started pounding like crazy, and the young man, swept up in the talk about details, didn't even notice the terrifying tension creeping all around him. Rage and panic hit him hard, so the bosun started frantically hammering the ship's bell. Panic ripped through the crew as men and women shouted over one another until their voices fused into one warning. After they crushed the Kraken, a ghost ship was stalking them, hiding an invisible menace that promised fresh misery and brutal hardship. Gimli snapped his eyes to the Empire's familiar emblem blazing on the ship's mast, the official Imperial Army standard. Then a storm of mixed feelings hit him all at once. Replaying their old chats, she realized that the warship the Kraken sank was part of the Imperial Army flotilla, so we weren't dealing with some spooky story at all, but a real ghost ship that rose to life after the crew died, then kept haunting the seas as a living phantom. Captain Nick kept his eyes glued on everything and noticed the mysterious ship had swung its bow straight toward them. Then he prayed the mooring ropes would hold firm so the crew and their ship could meet safely, with zero danger. The bosun broke it down. A ramming attack is when a ship full throttle smashes an enemy vessel with its horn-like bow, while naval fighters also rely on shots, ballistas and catapults, and even boarding raids. Captain Nick warned that if they got rammed, a massive hole would rip straight through the ship's hull. Then Gimli snapped to it. The ghost ship wasn't just chasing them, it was going to hit their merchant ship hard and fast, and suddenly that saying hit him, being struck from every side with no chance to breathe. She realized there was no way to outrun the pursuit in their busted ship. After the Kraken battle, their defenses were gone, so the only shot at survival was to try bargaining with the attackers and pray they stop. The Dark Elf insisted the ghost ship was packed with the souls of everyone the Kraken swallowed, so revenge was already done, no new attack needed. The captain snapped back that she was spouting nonsense, because you can't exactly chat with ghosts. He urged her to lean in and study the figures on the ghost ship's deck, insisting they had to confirm what was really going on and figure out exactly what kind of enemy they were facing. The captain broke the truth to everyone. Those people's minds had vanished for good, crushed by the nightmare they'd lived through. These things don't want joy, they crave grief, sorrow, failure, the whole crushing package, because they're not really alive. Their death-made flesh drowned spirits with nothing left but one mission: tear everything apart and unleash pure chaos. He had zero clue that one day he'd be staring down the undead out in the middle of the sea. The bosun swore the minutes before the crash were God's final mercy, then rushed to write one last letter to his wife and daughter still waiting in the harbor, sealed it in a bottle, tossed it into the sea, and begged for it to reach them safely. Fear and stress crushed him so hard he could barely grip his pen, and the ink came out in shaky, uneven lines you could barely read. Then Shalina just watched his spiral and said deadpan that since there was no escape, they'd have to go out with one last drink. Gimli fired off a furious mental complaint to Lady Minerva about how pointless everything felt, and even Mora agreed. She knew the drowned weren't cursed by anything mystical, but by one brutal motive: envy of the living and the need to punish them just for existing. Then it hit her like lightning. The girl claimed they'd found someone who could talk to the undead. Gale snapped in shock, because nobody expected to run into the undead out in the middle of the sea. The dark elf let out a dramatic sigh, basically begging everyone to notice they were all chanting the same words, while only one person, Shalina's eyes widened, seemed to see the problem in a whole new way. Then she spun toward the young man and asked if it was really true he could hold a conversation, even with the representatives of the world of the dead. Rain hammered the streets like a storm on steroids, and the girl called out to the guy in the black raincoat, so tense and shaken, you'd think the downpour couldn't even touch her. The girl urged the boy to track down the ghost ship's crew and break the curse, because if they're all undead, that's the key. Then she reminded him how he'd pulled off the same kind of stunt before. She clenched her lips and stared at his face like it might betray him, then fumed while she waited for his answer, until Gale snapped in, "That's a great idea," and his smile looked way too bright for everything they were standing in. The girl mumbled that out on the sea, fighting a swarm of enemies feels nothing like battling inside a dungeon. Gale was asked if he had a plan, and the boy shot back, no hesitation at all, that he did, so there was just enough time left for him to slap the magical artifacts into place. Focused like his life depended on it, the young man bolted 3 eerie amulets onto the ship's different sections, each one weirdly shaped like an upside-down slingshot, with a skull staring out. Once the job was done, Gale smirked and strode up to the ship's captain, who stood on the deck frozen in horror as an ominous ghost ship bore down on them. The man in the hat clocked how deadly this was and snapped that when someone launches a ramming attack, it doesn't just wreck the target ship. The attacker takes brutal damage too, and that can spell disaster. In the absolute worst-case scenario, he realized their ship could go down too, taking the enemy with it. Then every single crew member would be in a disaster. His stare locked in, his pupils shrinking tighter and tighter. Then he went on to say this rough way of judging combat had slowly died out, because ships cost a fortune. But the ghost ship tearing toward them didn't care about any of that. It sliced through the waves like it owned the sea, with torn sails snapping and fluttering in the wind. Gale went for the captain's nerves, trying to soothe him while his mind was stuck on the ramming attack, telling him he had to be right there the moment the ship made contact. Right now, the young man finally taps into the ultimate power of magical artifacts, right at its peak. After he was done, she leaned in and asked if he truly meant to pull his usual move on the undead, only this time, with a whole ship. With a grin he couldn't hide, Gale said this was exactly what he'd do to break the curse and save the whole ship, and every single soul on board. The long-eared girl didn't buy it at first, so she pressed him, asking again if it was truly possible. The young man said, on paper, yeah, but they'd never know for real until they tested it themselves. The elf, drowning in her own thoughts, finally lifted her gaze to the endless sky, and her voice cracked with fear as she warned, if our daring plan doesn't work, this place will swallow us for good, a nameless grave nobody will ever remember. So it came down to this: either death was waiting right around the corner for all of them, or they could finally break the curse that clung to them like a nightmare, and the time wasn't on their side. Disaster was sprinting toward them, inch by inch, sealing their fate. The whole team huddled in a tight circle, chanting that terrifying phrase in unison, and you could feel unity and grit snapping into place. Then the girl with the glasses perched on her head stared straight at the spellcaster and fired off words of courage, telling him they had to trust his strength because their fate rode on it. The long-haired girl, bursting with the need to step in, beckoned Gale over, hands pressed to her chest like she was about to do something huge, her eyes blazing with the will to help him right when he needed it most. One heartbeat later, the girl snapped the spell out, adapting to the environment on the spot, and a glowing magic circle erupted between them like lightning. The guy froze, utterly stunned. Mora promised that the moment the ghost ship loomed in, she'd steady the boys' footing no matter how hard their merchant vessel got tossed by the waves, and Gale flashed her a warm, good-natured smile in thanks. The girl blurted out, bright-eyed and fearless, that she'd bet everything on the curse lifting, not death, and her confident, hopeful words rippled across the whole ship. Moore felt like she didn't have nearly enough time left with Gale, but she kept that worry locked in her chest. Gale nodded along like he understood, then strode straight toward the ghost ship with unstoppable confidence. The hero snapped his gaze up as the ship tore closer. Ancient and battered, the planks splintered, most of the hull worn thin, and the weapons sitting there in rusted, grim silence. From the ship, a whole crew of dead men stared at the boy, rotted skin, bloodless faces, half-blind with missing eyes, yet every single one of them still wore a crisp uniform like they hadn't died at all. Like any proper Imperial ship, it loomed way bigger than a merchant vessel, while the crew huddled together whispering, "If they hit us, we're done for," and on top of that, they were so hard to communicate with it was like trying to talk to a giant squid. Clutching a chunk of the ship, the captain snapped that the impact was coming. This was a collision, right now, so everyone surged into action, grabbing onto anything that could keep them alive. The magic caster threw his arms wide, stared down at the ship with laser focus, and his eyes burned with pure confidence. Gale snapped off the great curse removal, and massive magic circles erupted beneath both ships, flooding the sea with blinding light. The young man pushed every ounce of strength he had, grimacing like exhaustion was crushing him, and you could see the worry eating at him, because all those lives were hanging on his next move. Mora's eyes went huge as she stared at Gale, begging him in her head to save not just the people on their ship, but also the ones trapped aboard the ghost ship. The whole world blazed bright, empty, and dead silent, while eerie flickers danced through the air. Gale stood face to face with the ghost ship's captain, and behind her dozens of sailors lined up in a tight row, ready for whatever came next. The dead man in the captain's hat fixed the young man in a dead-still stare, hollow eye sockets gaping at him in eerie silence, and the boy, totally unprepared for this, stared right back, stunned, like his brain was desperately trying to figure out what on earth was going on. Then the magic caster broke into a warm smile, nodding like he was sealing a crucial truth, his eyes soft and understanding, no fear, no contempt, something downright shocking for someone standing face to face with a dead man. Right before the massive ship could smash into the tiny merchant vessel, it finally swung away to avoid the hit. Clinging hard to the side of their ship, the girls stared in total shock, and one of them, bursting with curiosity, blurted out at the top of her lungs, "What is all this?" Two ships sat side by side, so close it felt like you could leap across from one to the other. No safety net, no buffer, and that made the tension in the air feel razor-thin. The merchant ship was only half the size of that majestic ghost ship, but it looked way better. Its sails glittered in the sun, and its hull sat patched up with no visible holes. The wind had died, the waves finally went quiet, and this eerie place settled into a strange, uneasy calm. The dark-haired elf snapped that the ship halted the instant it bumped against their transport, and the captain swore it looked like the thing had been perfectly, neatly moored, side by side, like it knew exactly where to land. They stared at each other, baffled, and, at the exact same moment, both blurted out what it meant. The whole crew erupted with joy because they dodged the ram attack at the very last second and got away. Some sailors were straight up crying from relief, and Mora stared at the sky, certain this wasn't the only thing that had just happened. The wild squall that had been tearing the sea apart finally started to fade, shrinking into a soft, almost weightless breeze, while the ship's proud flag stopped whipping and began to sway calmly, like it was waving hello to the world beyond the waves. With her glasses perched on her head, she leaned in and stared straight at the water, then froze as the raging storm waves she'd just seen were suddenly nothing but plain little ripples. The shock hit so hard, she blurted out what she was noticing. She lifted her eyes to the towering sky, and in a steady voice, told them the dark clouds were finally breaking apart, like the weather itself decided to bless them with a little light and clarity. Meanwhile, the striped-shirt man crouched beside the cabin table, and the whole world suddenly went still, like the storm finally ran out of fury outside. When he lifted his head, he zeroed in on every sound. Still, he shoved his doubts aside, chose to leave the cabin, cracked the door open, stepped onto the ship's deck, and scanned the whole place. His gaze snapped across the empty space, and when he locked onto that massive ship, it hit him. Everything from their weird journey had led here. From the ghost ship, the captain and his crew stared down at the people below, blank, lifeless faces, like they were holding their breath, waiting for the next command to drop. Gale locked eyes with the dead man in the captain's hat, then raised his voice and pulled the entire merchant crew's attention onto himself. He stayed perched on the wooden beam, snapped his hand to his head in a sharp salute, and told every one of his men, "Do it too. They exchanged shaky looks, unsure of what to expect. Then in the next heartbeat, the whole little ship echoed him, saluting that ghost ship and its crew like it was alive, and as the souls of the dead broke free, they drifted up and melted into the sky. The dead captain's ghost snapped into view above his body, glowing with light as he saluted and mirrored the young man's gestures. A gentle smile rested on his face with his eyes shut, and the magic caster grinned back, like they'd finally found the same understanding. The spirit, like it could touch the world itself, slid its sword free with breathtaking, royal grace, the motion so smooth and certain it felt real in your eyes, even though what it held was nothing but a memory from long ago. The captain, brimming with respect and thanks, carved a bold symbol into the air and dipped his head, clearly thanking the young man for everything he'd done for him. Gale leaned in with bated breath as the freed soul's silhouette crumbled into nothing, fading away into the endless expanse. Then sunlight knifed through the clouds, spilling warm light on the emptiness like the world was being reborn. A long-eared girl with dark skin leaned in and asked if it was truly an incredible sight, and Mora just smiled, like she couldn't believe what she was seeing either. Gale got asked if it was really true that these were the souls of every undead on that ghost ship, but the boy shook his head, closed his eyes, and answered no. The girls snapped to their feet, back to back, scanning the area in terror as they demanded the caster if there were any more dead people left, while the guy kept his distance, wearing calm on his face but exhaustion in his eyes. He scratched the back of his head like he was begging forgiveness, then insisted the exact opposite, that the pull was so wild it even ripped the lost souls from the depths of the sea free, and both girls just stared, thinking, no way, that's way too much power. A dark-skinned elf clambered onto the ship, eyes darting as they wondered what crazy move came next. She told him that even after the undead were wiped out, this merchant ship still wouldn't budge, so yeah, she was convinced they'd hit a wall, and the girl just stared up at the sky, thinking hard. Mora sat there talking to the seagull perched on the ship, let out a small sad laugh, and admitted she envied birds for one reason: they get to fly. Gale clocked the crew's mood, kept his head up, and stepped in with the fix they all needed. Smiling wide and friendly, he told them to just swap over to another ship. After hearing his proposal, the girls went on edge and quizzed him again, asking, with worried hearts, what he really meant by that strange offer. Mora looked totally lost, not getting what kind of transport the guy even meant, until the elf caught on that he was talking about a ghost ship. She tried to shut the idea down at first, but once the danger hit, she swallowed hard and admitted there was no other escape. Gale grinned, eyes blazing as he pointed at the ghost ship. Just moments ago, it nearly sank their own vessel. The girls shot the guy and his proposal down with pure disdain, totally unimpressed, like they couldn't believe anyone would seriously entertain such a dangerous gamble. With that smile stretching even wider, the young man grinned and told them, "Move to the ghost ship, and we'll keep sailing from there." The ship groaned like it was dying, with half-rotten boards and torn sails that made you brace for disaster, yet the sorcerer calmly insisted they move, like fate wasn't already falling apart. Right before the crew stepped onto their brand-new transport, Gale leaned in and spilled everything the dead men had told him. Turns out the last crew was so thankful for taking down the Kraken that they handed over their precious ship as a gift, and the girls nearly choked on the shock of it all. The sailors weren't convinced this was the right call at all. They huddled together and argued whether they'd really have to drag themselves onto that cursed ship. The girl with the glasses perched on her head muttered to herself, trying to banish the ghosts, and right then, Gale suddenly called out to her. Shalina snapped that even after the repairs, the merchant ship was wrecked beyond saving, and it was only a matter of time before it went under for good. The guy understood every word. One of the sailors snapped that they had no choice and shoved everyone into reloading at once, while the merchant captain sprawled on the deck, trying to cling to his ship like it was a friend, rage in his face as he sobbed, because he was being forced to leave his precious companion behind. The giant ship's torn sails, once proud in the wind, snapped and billowed under brutal gusts, fluttering like they were roaring, proving just how unstoppable this beast of a vessel really was. The very next day, the whole crew packed up everything they needed, hauled it all in, and finally got the green light to hit the road. The girls stared at the merchant ship with tearful eyes, watching it sail off after hauling them all those miles. The ship groaned and sank inch by inch, like it was finally admitting its time here was over. The friendly sailor grinned and said the cargo got heavier, which pushed the ship's draft down and made it rock solid in the rough waters. Then Mora blurted out a loud, heartfelt thank you to the ship for every bit of help and support it gave them through this brutal time. The girls stole one last look at their old transport, smiling softly as if it was still glorious, savoring every final second of its grandeur. The next moment, they heard their brand new ship roar back to life, and their faces instantly darkened with dread, because they suddenly understood every terrifying risk waiting right ahead. They both leaned over the ship's side, staring at the barnacles and mollusks that had sprouted like a whole tree right out of the boards, and the girls murmured that their new ship was downright haunted. Look at all that seaweed and the underwater creatures clinging to it. Mora swore the sea voyage nightmare was finally over, and the elf didn't waste a second. She just praised Gale for dealing with two problems at once, even as the ghost ship came crashing in and attacked their trapped vessel. Even the dark-skinned girl kept insisting that seasoned heroes couldn't pull this off. Only someone who truly mastered the cursed weapon could. Right then, Shelina came up to them, grinning like she'd already struck gold and saying she'd found a bunch of good things. With a bright, adorable grin, she carried a tiny military crossbow and an imperial battle axe, then clutched them close like they were her most precious toys. Still humming to herself, Shelina told them, "Even if we've been dunked in the sea, a good clean will make us last forever." Then Gale stepped up to the girls and froze at just how much was still packed on board. He hauled in 2 bags of fresh materials he'd ripped out of the undead, and even with dirt smeared all over the young man, he just kept grinning like nothing could touch him. The girls backed away from him and snapped insults, and Mora shot back, "How could that be fresh if it's undead? Everything's rotten and it smells disgusting." The captain yanked everyone into a circle, then shouted the good news. Thanks to Gale and the crew, they were finally back on their old route, and the whole group exploded into applause for their saviors. Rubbing the back of his head again, the awkward magic caster admitted he'd fired enhancement magic at the ghost ship, while everyone else hauled the cargo all night, so now they'd cruise anywhere way faster than any other ship, and the girls stared at him with pure, furious disapproval. They clapped their hands over their faces and whispered, wide-eyed, getting a ghost ship was already unheard of, and somehow turning it into a magical artifact. That was never done before. Besides the ghost ship, they got handed ownerless gold bars too, and when the crew stared at the loot, one sailor couldn't resist. He decided to test whether they could really steal it all. The long-eared, dark-skinned girl leaned in and swore it was true, then demanded the ship would have to stop at every port the sailor named, and in that exact priority order. The man grinned, nodded, and said it was no trouble at all as long as they could repay the heroes like this. The captain said he'd already told every single person on board who helped them earn this ship and who stood by them to crush the Kraken, so there wasn't a soul on this deck who would dare to refuse the savior's request. Gale cleared his throat like he was about to rip into a speech, then spoke in a stone-cold, serious voice. As the creator, he was finally going to lay out the true traits of the magical artifact forged from a wild ghost ship. With pride blazing in his chest, he threw his hands up, shouted to the crowd, and made it crystal clear that everyone was about to hear just how ridiculously outstanding his abilities were. The ship's crew stared at the guy, utterly stunned, trying to figure out what on earth he meant, because not a single word he said made sense to them. With tense, awkward faces, the girls listened to the young man, whispering to each other about how this mess had started again, until they remembered what he'd pulled off yesterday, and suddenly it didn't feel so terrible. The caster kicked things off by laying out the artifact's dark history, how it started life as a massive imperial ship, then slowly transformed into what it became after it rose as undead. Now the ship is packing insane power, it's blistering fast and practically impossible to sink. Everyone stared in awe at these transport skills, and one crew member blurted out that this was a sailor's dream come true. With a proud grin, Gale flaunted another one of his creations, and swore the judge would be safe even if anything charged them. Then a brutal catapult slammed into view, decked out in fangs and bones. With curiosity blazing in his eyes, the young man grabbed a skull off the deck, flashed a grin, and said like it was nothing, that those things were basically projectiles. The sailor's eyes flared with excitement. This strange sight felt like the perfect shield against pirates who kept coming for them, while the elf stared at it awkwardly and muttered that they'd just shut their eyes to survive that awful taste. The boy bolted toward the upper deck, itching to tell the crew about his brand new invention, an upgrade he built himself that would make their sailing way safer and run far more efficiently. As he pounded up the stairs, he unleashed a majestic line that hooked the sailor even deeper. Gale spoke with total confidence, promising them they were about to witness something no mind could map, far beyond anything anyone called normal navigation. Leaning in toward the steering wheel, he watched it spin on its own like it had a heartbeat, then grinned and announced that control was locked in automatic mode, no hands needed. Every soul on deck stared in awe as this wild, strange sight unfolded, so incredible it nearly blew their minds. Mora squinted toward the helm like she'd just caught sight of something, then blurted out in confusion, trying to make sense of what was happening. At the helm sat a spirit that commanded the ship, and at first it looked like there was nothing there, until the girl caught the truth almost instantly. She snapped at the caster, yelling that it wasn't autopilot at all, it was a ghost pilot, and Gale, a little mortified, shot back, "Yeah, sure, there's barely any difference." Just point the way, tell the ghost ship the destination, and it goes there all on its own." With a face split between pure joy and awkward shock, the captain blurted, "This is just unbelievable." Then he stood there, waiting on the caster's team to tell him where the ship was supposed to go, and the elf answered on the spot, wearing a small, confident smile. She thrust her right hand toward the horizon and told them they had to punch northeast into a new course to hit their next target. Mora, Shalina, and Gale shot glances at her, nodded like she'd just passed the biggest test, and grinned because they all felt it. A brand new adventure was about to kick down the door. At the very next moment, like they'd rehearsed it, the boys all shouted that their road led straight into the mysterious dark forest, calling them in, packed with secrets only it could reveal. The wind smashed the torn sails, and everyone felt it, like the ghost ship had awakened, surging forward in the right direction and wiping every doubt clean out of their minds. When the captain finally realized the ship had actually kicked into motion, pure delight exploded across his face, and the creator, eager to finish the tour of his masterpiece and wrap up everything already said, chose that moment to voice the last key thought about this crazy, one-of-a-kind ship. The girl's expression snapped into something sharp and sour, and before he even finished a word, they already knew what he was aiming for and what ugly secret might be hiding behind his mouth. The captain and the sailors just stood frozen in total bewilderment, blank, unmoving, and staring like nothing made sense, their faces screaming pure confusion at the chaos unfolding before them. Still grinning and jabbing the air with his index finger, Gale laughed, of course the ship's cursed. The three girls let out heavy breaths because they just knew, somewhere, a trap was waiting, and that guy was so obsessed with this stuff, it practically screamed that this exact outcome was coming. Still scratching their heads, the crew of the ship dove into the mystery, trying to pin down what kind of curse someone was talking about on their brand new beauty of a transport. He threw his arms wide and grinned that once he stepped onto the ship, there'd be no way off again. Then the whole crowd froze in pure shock. The captain clutched his head and burst into loud sobs, fully realizing what had happened, while the long-eared girl, right hand over part of her face, shot the question back. "When we finally reach our destination, what do we do if we can't get off the ship?" Gale beamed and said, "Just lift the curse, that's all it takes." Mora snapped back, "Only you can do it, kid." And right then, one of the sailors, same as the captain, clutched his bandage and broke down in sobs. The girl blasted the guy for arrogance, like he was handing the poor cakes instead of bread, and his own words hit with the same nasty pride. Then the young man yanked out a handful of talismans to break the curse and shoved them into the captain's and sailors' hands. Gale told them, too, if they ever needed more amulets, they could just swing by his magic shop in Farm Edge. The caster also made it crystal clear, those catapult skulls aren't permanent, they're consumables. The crew grabbed the talismans, but the others snapped that they couldn't live without them, like they'd just been played. The glasses girl leaned in and told the guy he finally looked like he was getting the whole trade. The elf dropped her gaze, and sadness flickered straight across her eyes, and the moment she heard about the magic item shop, her mind snapped into deep, heavy thought. She hauled her comrades together, Gale, Mora, and Shalina, and the moment they heard her call, all three snapped their eyes to the elf, hanging on her every word like something big was about to drop. In a shaky, barely there voice, Gimli finally said she'd never found the courage to put into words what had been haunting her for so long, and now she was begging her friends, straight from the heart, for forgiveness. Guy froze when he heard how sudden and deadly serious her plea was. She snapped back to the chaos that just happened to them, the Kraken strike, the wild chase after that ghost ship, and her heart sank as she realized, once again and again, they were getting dragged toward death, and then it hit her. It wasn't just her life she'd put at risk. She'd endangered every single one of her friends, too. Gimli snapped with self-blame, convinced none of this would have happened if she hadn't dragged her comrades into the Dark Elf clan's mess. Then she rushed to apologize again, only to get cut off mid-sentence. Mora and Gale threw themselves into calming her down, telling her that was it, no more words needed, because the whole mess had been handled, and somehow they were all still alive. And yeah, everyone here instantly agreed to stick with the elf as her next wild adventures kicked off. Because honestly, steering a ghost ship isn't something you can do on land without being hit by emotions you've never felt before. The boy wrapped up his thought by admitting they were having a brutal time on the road, but even so, he couldn't stop smiling, because stepping into the unknown and pushing through it together made it all worth it. Shalina rubbed her head like she was piecing something together, then jumped into the talk, because she's convinced that if the Demon Lord fully returns, it won't just spell trouble for the Dark Elf clan, it'll be a disaster for everyone. She burst out laughing right away and said she refused to end up in some mess where she couldn't even sip her drink in peace, and Gimli shot his friend an awkward look. Gale, Mora, and Shalina stared at the elf with bright smiles, and she shot one back, then quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, saying the salty wind was what was burning them. While the heroes kept rolling forward, the long-eared elf with dark skin snapped into Mora's name like she'd just remembered something important. She pressed, asking whether the long-haired girl had told Gale anything, and whether she'd already forgotten her promise, only for the embarrassed girl to squirm and dodge the question. Mora snapped that not one single good moment had given her anything worth saying to this insensitive jerk, and the elf shot back, glaring with distrust, asking if she'd really just keep her silence. A sly smirk flashed across her face, and the blonde snapped that Mora had fooled everyone and that she should retrain, like a real swindler, so the girl shot back with a cute, annoyed look and begged them not to tease her. She tried to defend herself by saying the guy kept scavenging materials from the undead, then spent all night conjuring over his artifacts, like he was totally lost in mania. Mora kept insisting the kid would never be the first to blurt out, "I love" or "I hate," because all he cared about were obsessions and curses. Then the elf coldly chimed in that this was the girl's gift. Keeping distance from love, and Mora shot back again, begging them not to mock her. With her head on her hands, the long-haired girl shut her eyes and finally made peace with the mess she was in, telling herself she'd stop defending every choice and every feeling, and it left her friend staring in stunned disbelief. Mora admitted, voice trembling, that she was terrified of getting rejected. The long-eared elf stared at her with laser focus, then listened the whole time, refusing to interrupt. Mora said that ever since she's been around Gale, she's felt happier than she's ever been, like nothing else matters. And if she reaches for bigger happiness and then nothing at all happens, panic claws at her fear that she'll lose everything she has right now, so she stares at that guy who's right there, fired up, breaking down the materials and what they could be used for in that very moment. Mora kept going with her confession, warning that things could get so awkward later that she might never be able to stay on the same team with him again, and that thought crushed her. With a serious look, the elf stared at what her friend said, like she'd finally felt the full weight of her own heart. Then she declared, "Everyone thinks their own way, because we all see the world through the lenses of our emotions and fears." She said that while Mora was stuck in those thoughts, some other woman could swoop in and steal Gale's heart. Then the long-haired girl puffed her cheeks, fighting back tears as they spilled into her eyes. The elf flashed that cute, goofy face again, jabbed a finger at herself, and announced she was one of those women. Mora burst out like, "All you do is tease her." As Gale's crew's voyage wound down, trouble was brewing on land too. Two masked men in cloaks sprinted into the agricultural town of Farm Edge, faces hidden below their masks. One of them stared at the sign in the artifact shop, Master of Cursed Items, Gale, and when he said they hadn't heard a thing about it, he turned to his brother and demanded, "So what do we do?" The second man shot back that since they'd come this far, they were out of options, so they had to act. The brothers slipped into the shop one after another, and right at the door a friendly maid greeted them, yet the men didn't even spare a glance. Her expression flipped in an instant, her eyes turned cold with contempt as she snapped that these two were obviously not clients. The men snapped into conversation the moment they realized she'd clocked their gear, because they'd only got one move left. Relieved there were no witnesses, one of them smirked that they'd quietly set up a tiny check of the goods after they disposed of the girl. Then, at the last word, the man whipped a dagger straight at the maid. She twisted out of the way and sucked in a breath. Then, just like that, she spotted a storm of throwing knives coming straight for her. Without missing a beat, she yanked up the stand she'd been hiding behind and slammed it forward to stop the attack cold. The men blinked in shock as they demanded how she could turn the countertop into a shield against their brotherly combination. The girl snapped, calling them dirty robbers, and swore she'd already laid traps for exactly this kind of mess. Then she shot them a sideways look like she didn't take them seriously for even a second. She snapped the tabletop back into place, and the brothers erupted with praise, because her speed was so brutal that any normal person would have been torn to a sieve. Her eyes gleamed as a wicked smile spread across her face, and she said, "Yeah, but I'm not some ordinary maid." The dark-haired girl declared she was born from the darkness, and the men froze, faces tight with terror. The maid sneered at them as pathetic, and said that if she'd been in fighting shape, she'd have snatched at least one knife midair and hurled it back to end their lives right there. One of the guys barked that she'd better not get cocky since it was 2 against 1. Then the girl rolled her shoulders, cracked her fingers, and basically said, "Let's see." Her brother snapped that she had zero chance in that agony, then charged at her, lunging in and trying to grab the girl mid-struggle. Still, the girl grinned and said close-quarters combat was her home turf. Lisnette hurled herself past the attackers, landed a flurry of strikes, and then pivoted on one elegant leg as if the fight were already hers. She swung with everything she had, smashing one of the men down in the blink of an eye. She grabbed the other man by the head and stared down at him with pure contempt. A moment later, the maid sprang to her feet and launched a flying knee that left the attacker gasping, with a red spill leaking from his mouth behind his mask. As the second man lunged in to sneak behind her, she flipped midair and snapped back into attack mode, ready to hit again. The fighter whipped in a spinning elbow that smashed into the man's face, dropping him to the edge of unconsciousness. While the fight raged on, she snapped that knees and elbows are built to smash, no matter your size or shape, because the living body's got its own natural weapons. Attacking her like a martial artist with bare hands is just laughably ridiculous. Right when the two brothers dropped onto the floor, the maid sneered at them and demanded to explain what happened, then pressed, "So you've really got nothing left," talking straight up about those throwing knives with that pathetic reach. She kept insisting that no matter how many times they hurled those things, they'd never even graze the girl. And then, right then, one attacker's gaze locked onto a strangely shaped sword hanging on the wall. The man yanked the blade into his grip and burst out laughing. There it was, the weapon sitting right in his hands, while the second man steadied him. Suddenly, one brother shot a glance at the other and noticed he was standing there with nothing in his hands. The moment the sword turned black, it looked like you could see souls crawling right across its blade. The unarmed man grabbed his brother's attention and shouted, "Stop, this sword could be cursed," but the words hit the air too late. The curse seized the man, and in the blink of an eye he lunged at his comrade, too fast to dodge, leaving the second with a painful wound across his arm. He froze in disbelief at what just happened, and horror slammed into his eyes. Slumped on the floor with his back to the wall, the man pleaded with his brother, ripping into him that he'd swung his weapon at the wrong person and demanding to know what he was thinking. The attacker reached with his other hand to stop the cursed sword from striking, but his own body betrayed him, so he couldn't just drop the blade. The maid watched it all unfold. Her sinister smile flared again, and she stared at the two of them like she was savoring every bit of their weakness. She stared down the attackers and snapped that once someone loses their composure, they start making blunders no sane person would ever touch in normal times. She snatches the cursed thing on pure instinct, and the power to think clearly just vanishes. Then the men stare at her in pure horror. Lisnett said she kept baiting them nonstop, trying to knock them off balance and steal the psychological upper hand. The girl realizes this is exactly why, still confused and surrounded by a horde of undead, she got crushed by Gale, while he stayed cool as ice. Spinning back to the brother with the blade, the maid told him he'd picked the right path, then he grabbed that bloody sword in his hands. A thick red drop slid down the blade, and Lisnett kept talking. This artifact's power, vampirism, turns every hit into the owner's restored health, letting you strike and heal at the same time like it's pure genius. As she slipped back into her memories, the girl replayed the caster's words in her head, line by line, like vampirism was being explained all over again. She didn't hesitate when Gale asked. She snapped back that this power lets you heal yourself, but only by taking the damage you hit, and the guy immediately felt completely satisfied. As he kept inspecting the blade, the young man grinned and declared that this sword carried vampirism with the absolute highest coefficient. Lisnett tapped her chin and insisted, with a sweet little smile, that even 20% would be downright impressive. She spun toward the spellcaster and demanded, "So you're saying it's all 50%? He shot back, asked for the number again, then smirked and declared it wasn't even close. The girl shut her eyes, and a little disappointment slipped into her voice as she realized she'd been right. Gale snapped back that the sword was 100% real, and the maid nearly fell over from how hard that hit. She yanked the guy by the shoulders and yelled that it was impossible, stuff like that just didn't happen. Then the spellcaster grinned and said it all came down to the material. That's the crazy magic of cursed artifacts. Lisnett stared at him like she couldn't believe what she was seeing, suspicion blazing in her eyes. This blade isn't just holy, it's dripping with blood, its edge ripples like it's alive, and the handle is carved with a tiny skull. In a certain country, a man tore into the inheritance battle, and he killed his own brothers with his bare hands. People swear it was that very sword that drank their lives. Now this weapon's been locked up in the artifact shop, mounted right on the wall for anyone who dares to come claim it. Lisnett said the sword was cursed clear through its bones, but if it ever landed in Gale's hands, the top-tier cursed item's master, then even the wildest enchantments would turn real, and the boy nodded right along. With a sharp lift of his index finger, he added that the sword had a wild trick from the start. Its blade slices straight through anyone nearby, no matter what the owner wants. The maid fired back, so how would you even use it? And the guy shot back right away, like this solo quests. Then the girl went quiet for a second before saying, "And if that's the plan, there's no reason to panic about it going after our allies." She also said that solo quests might make you feel lonely, but in a fight that loneliness turns into fuel, like a secret way to boost everyone's morale. Gale kept rubbing his chin as ideas hit one by one, and he even pointed to organizing a mutiny, because when panic strikes and hesitation creeps in, this sword will let him finish the job, no second guessing. The girl admitted that among contract killers, a trembling hand can turn a clean hit into a total miss, or outright failure of the whole operation. No matter how shaky her doubts get, that sword will still pull off the job. She replayed those words in her mind, like a promise with teeth. This ability hits like nothing else. Even the strongest artifacts can't touch it, and it's exactly what makes those cursed objects of the darkness stand out. They hide a depth you don't see at first. Liznit stared right at the young man. She wasn't even surprised. Gail Hamilton's obsession with cursed objects made perfect sense. Back in reality, the girl snapped out of her memories and said this sword somehow pulls the blood of siblings harder than anything else. Once it's equipped, it can't be ripped off. No matter how drained the user gets, it still drags them back into the fight, and right now those two men look absolutely terrified. The maid kept spinning her spooky tale, like she wanted to rattle every naughty kid into fear, and she swore that the master would swing that sword all the way to death. Tears streamed down the brothers' faces as they screamed in terror, just like scared little kids. The girl could have just kept watching, cool as ice, but she snapped that scrubbing the blood off the floor wasn't happening on her watch, so Lisnette pivoted her gaze from the killer's face straight to the maid's, and the brothers couldn't stop their eyes from locking onto her. The girl slapped a paper covered in symbols onto the swordman's forehead, and a magic circle snapped into existence above him. The maid promised that, since it was his first visit, she'd hand him an amulet that could break the curse. Then the sword finally slipped free from his bandaged hand. Lisnett scratched her head and told them, if we rush the treatment, maybe he'll actually make it. In the next breath, her eyes turned murderous again, and she snapped at them to get out, right now. Spitting curses and blurting apologies, the brothers shot out of the artifact shop at full speed. Lisnett stood in the shop, alone and fearless, watching those men flee in panic. She let out a smug chuckle and told those pathetic robbers, go ahead, watch me not flinch. Because this girl had already survived a storm of deadly battles, and her heart had turned to stone a long time ago. And get this, the Demon King's own power is coursing through her veins, and she presses her palm to her chest like it's proof. The maid leans in and stares at the cursed sword sprawled on the floor. She told me that even if he wasn't here, Gail Hamilton would still take down the bad guys, because honestly, he was just incredible. The girl moved in slow circles, clutching herself like a shield, and whispered that the spellcaster would guard his home even from far away. When Lisnette thought about Gale, she swore to herself she'd guard his shop with her life until the boy came back. Meanwhile, the young man's team closed in on their goal, ditching the ship and hopping into a small boat to push onward. In total silence, the boat glided onward, driven by one of Gale's summoned ghosts, rowing the oars without a sound. The girls all chimed in. Automatic control is super convenient, sure, but it also sends a chill down your spine. The elf dipped her ears just a little, and then her eyes widened as the forest finally crept into view on the horizon. She warned the others, we're almost there, hang on. The spellcaster yanked his driving force to a halt, and the girls instantly got that creepy vibe again, because he was still chatting like a normal guy with a ghost. The boat ground to a slow, creaking halt. The dark-skinned girl grinned, darted into the water like she owned the moment, and declared she'd go first. Then the others sprang out of the boat right after her. The heroes finally reached that creepy dark forest, and when they stepped inside, everything would change wildly, so they tore off from the shore and headed straight for the towering trees. The whole team pushed through a thick, choking forest, where towering canopies blocked the sun, so it only struck the ground in a few scattered pockets. As the heroes pushed through the tall grass, Gale warned, this forest is packed with thickets everywhere you turn. Mora nodded, saying, the goal isn't far, but then she shook her head, this untouched wilderness isn't going to be easy to cross. The girl with her glasses perched on her head nodded and promised to make a path for them. Then she whipped out her brand new axe, the one she bragged about like it was precious, and told Gale and Mora to stick close while she pushed Ghibli to take the lead. They pushed ahead faster than ever, and the axe chopped through the weeds so hard most of that annoying grass got cleared out. Shalina kept catching faint noises drifting out of the grass from every direction, like the ground itself was whispering. The girl shot a warning to everyone, but as soon as she said it, Mora snapped back that they could not afford to relax for even a second. Shalina let out a long breath, shut her eyes, and drawled that it was a damn good thing she'd managed to get a first-class battle axe from that ghost ship. She snapped her eyes open so wide it startled her, then shot her gaze upward at the sudden sound. Dragon-like creatures surged over the forest, beating their wings in the sky as they swooped overhead. The girls craned their necks. Shelina blurted out if they were wyverns, and then the sky shook with giant footsteps. Gale snapped his gaze upward and froze at the monster's massive size, then blurted out what it even was, and the guy guessed it might be a troll, right there and loud enough to make the whole moment echo. The dark-skinned elf yanked her friends close, then flung them into the grass in the blink of an eye, hissing at them to shut up and stay still. The trolls snapped toward the noise, but the spot where the heroes had just stood was empty, like they'd vanished into thin air. Gimli hissed at her teammates to go silent and stay out of sight. Good news was, the creatures barely looked their way because they were so small, so if they kept their heads down, no ordinary person would ever get grabbed. That troll hung around for just a few more heartbeats, then shrugged off the moment and vanished along the exact same path he'd been taking. Terrified, Mora blurted out that the sea offered no escape at all, so in her eyes, the forest had to be safer. At least that's what she kept telling herself. Still sprawled on the grass, the elf threw out a sharp reminder: don't ever let your guard down. She kicked off the story by saying that cutting straight through the forest or mountains sounded like the simplest thing in the world. But people don't even realize it. They gravitate toward the easiest path, their balance shifting as the center of gravity tips, usually pulling the leading leg along with it, or falling back on whatever habit they've always had. You can end up pacing in circles without realizing it. Your brain swears you're charging straight for the goal, but you're just wandering the same patch over and over, and that elf's words terrified Mora even more. After she wrapped up her story, she flashed a sweet smile, lifted her finger like she was about to unveil a secret, and told him this weird phenomenon is called ring wandering. The long-haired girl crumpled on the ground in pure terror, frozen in place and too afraid to even twitch. Mora hesitated, then snapped that she never should have been careless in this forest, but Gimli stepped in, trying to calm her down, because hey, everyone messes up sometimes. She yanked an old map from her things, spread it wide in front of her, and said even she has to do it too. Shelina shot a question about what that dark-skinned girl was really trying to say, and Gimli flashed her a grin as he looked at her. After a breathless pause, the girl finally confessed she had no idea where she was. She'd gotten lost. The moment that hit, the whole group froze in panic, and the other girls pressed her again, demanding she confirm they'd understood the elf right. Gimli snapped their mouths shut on the spot, afraid the monsters would zero in on them. Shelina and Mora pushed that the elf should know these spots since she lived nearby her whole life, while Gimli snapped back that she hadn't been here in ages. The bespectacled girl tugged at her hair and snapped, "Okay, what do we do now?" Because the forest was already swallowing the light and turning pitch black. The dark elf shot back that the forest was swallowing daylight way earlier than usual, and she urged them to drop camp right there before it went pitch black. Standing in the middle of the grass, the heroes eyed their surroundings with heavy doubt, because deep down they didn't trust that they'd make it out safe. Shelina marched up to Gimli, her voice shaking as she asked if the forest was really okay, because the girl hated what she felt in her gut. Then Gimli, with a dramatic pout, shot back, did she trust her? Gale cut in and demanded they end the fight, because finding a camp spot had to happen right now. No debate, everyone agreed on the spot. The boy took the first step, crunching through the long forest grass, and the spellcaster struck back with a promise: "I'll go first," then ordered the girls to follow right behind him. Shelina teased him, asking if he knew the way, and the guy shook his head, then admitted he was used to the dark. With zero hesitation, he strode forward and pushed through the tall sedge to find the path. The girls trailed the boy and couldn't believe it. Thick brush and lumpy ground didn't slow Gale a bit. Shelina leaned in and said it felt like he'd been surviving terrain like this for ages, because even they could barely keep up. Mora basically confirms it. Gale is a total ace at poking around ruins, cemeteries, and every creepy spot crawling with the undead, and Gimli chimes in that the bleak dark and same-old landscape are just his normal vibe, because in places like that, bones are scattered everywhere. In the spellcaster's eyes, the dark forest was basically just another day of normal adventure, so the girls felt like it was no different at all. The whole crew tiptoed their way across a fallen giant tree, like one wrong step could spell disaster. Next, they stumbled upon shimmering dark fruits that lit the whole area like tiny, glowing gems. Gale finally snapped, calling the girls over, figuring there had to be water up ahead. Shelina pressed Gimli for the truth, but the elf shrugged and said he had no clue where she was in that whole area. They snapped into another argument, and Mora shot between them to shut it down, saying the long-eared girl couldn't possibly know the whole dark forest from start to finish. Gimli told them that if they'd headed to a place she already knew, she'd spot where the boys were the second they arrived. A tense, awkward silence slammed into the air. Then, the only thing you could hear was the forest breathing around them. Shalina wore pure displeasure and snapped, half sarcastic, that they only ended up lost because they couldn't find that place. Then Gimli slumped back and apologized, defeated. Teammates' conversations again when he spotted something. He shouted them over and told them to listen up. The girls snapped to attention as he spoke. He swore there were tons of fruiting plants around, so he figured there had to be water close by. Right when the talking finally died down and everyone could focus, they all heard it, drip drip, hitting a leaf nearby. Then the noise sharpens and grows louder, and suddenly it's crystal clear, there's real water nearby. Mora burst out that she could hear the rushing water, and Shalina lit up, praising Gale for his jaw-dropping craftsmanship. Gimli scooted a little farther to scope the area, and when she spotted a tiny stream that sank underground in spots and kept running as hidden channels, she rushed back to tell her friends. He peered out from behind another bush. Then, boom, a pond came into view, and his face lit up with a huge grin as his eyes sparkled all over again. Through the thick forest, a tiny beach suddenly opened up in front of them, glowing like it was lit from within, the water flashing with shimmering reflections. The guy, straps of a huge hiking pack digging into his shoulders, grinned and scanned the whole area like he was about to start something big. Here, towering trees and tiny saplings crowded the place, and right in the middle, you could pitch a camp and settle in. The girls burst into joyful screams, and wow, the place was unbelievably gorgeous. Above the water, the treetops split open and poured sunlight onto the land, while the water below gleamed clear and inviting, as if it wanted you to wade right in. Plus, nearby trees even had mushrooms sprouting up like little secrets. Gale quizzed his friends if this place was their kind of spot, and one by one they all nodded, saying it was exactly perfect for a camp. He leaned in and asked, was it unanimous, and flashed his trademark good-natured smile like nothing could rattle him. He shot his right fist up and blurted that this was where they'd set up camp, and the girls all nodded at the exact same time. Everyone stuck to the plan. Then when Shalina gave the signal, every single one of them dropped their stuff in sync. Gimli started scanning the area for landmarks he recognized, but he didn't wander too far, just enough to stay oriented and not get lost. The new axe's owner hustled out and started stacking firewood nonstop. Meanwhile, Mora and Gale slipped out to hunt for food nearby, and the girls swore it was life or death because they had zero clue how long they'd be stuck here. He stared at the pond, watched the fish churn the surface, and snapped that there was way too much going on in here. Seeing that clean water was a good sign, the young man rummaged in his backpack for the essentials, pitched the idea of making a simple fishing rod, and Laura leaned in to ask, "How are you gonna do it?" Gale started talking about how the forest teems with insects that would make perfect bait, and the girl nodded, confirming every word. Then, like a dare, the guy tried to use a bone, and Morris snapped back that only he walks around with bones in his pockets. He offered her a front row seat to what he could do. Then the guy snatched a bone, snapped it cleanly over his knee in one vicious move. He snatched up one fragment and explained this wild trick. Put a dried, thick bone part inside, and you'll get fibrous bone marrow. Pull it out, though, and it snaps into something so strong and razor-sharp it can even swap for a fishhook. With a swagger, Gale strapped on the line and bait, hid the bent hook, and even explained it to Mora so she'd know exactly what was going on. Then the guy flicked his fishing line into the calm lake, praying he'd reel in dinner. The bait hit the water with a sharp splash, and the guy and girl leaned in, eyes locked on the line. Then, after a short wait, the tug hit. The kid yanked the rod up hard, and the water burst with glittering scales. Then the whole fish showed up. Gale leaned in and asked Mora how his hook even worked, because Mora was stunned it caught anything, given how mere seconds passed from casting the bait to getting that bite. The boy launched into it, saying that deep in the forest the fish were bigger than anything from the sea or river, and the girl kept staring, stunned by his survival skills. Mora was convinced Gale had pushed past every human limit. After tossing in another chunk of bait, they hauled in a second fish fast. Then the girl couldn't stop herself, screaming in disbelief at what she'd landed and cheering like she'd struck gold. She stared at the guy so intensely that he caught her ambitious glare, burning with sparks, screaming for more. Gale leaned in and asked Mora to go fishing, and right when he expected a yes, her face flushed. She squeaked that she'd rather just in case. He handed her a fishing rod and she blinked like, "Wait, how do I even use this?" So the young man leaned in and told her, "Just cast a worm. If something nips it, don't yank, wait a beat." Then he warned her the hook's delicate, so the fish should swallow it first, because that's how it comes out better. Mora flicked the bait into place and settled in, bracing for the moment. Right away the hook snagged something. Gale barked, "Hold up," and made them wait just a beat before ordering, "Pull it out." The girl gasped and yanked the bait straight out of the water. A busted hook dangled off the end of the line, and Mora's whole body started trembling with raw indignation. She was crushed with rage, because for the very first time, it actually went right. Tears burned in the girl's eyes, and Gale quickly thrust the fresh, ready-to-use bait into her hands. The girl blurted, "Can I really keep going? I'm just in the way," and the guy snapped into calm mode, telling her, "Don't worry, just trust me." The bait slapped back into the water, and the young man urged, "Let's reel them in again." This time, with a little more effort, I finally hauled in a gorgeous fish. Her eyes sparkled with pure joy from that first catch. Gale's eyes widened in surprise, and he praised Mora for hauling in a fish that big. Then the girl started to speak, but her words slipped out in a low whisper. Clutching the fish in his arms with a death grip, he stared at his girlfriend like, "Wait, are you really okay with this?" The girl latched onto Gale with pure joy, yelling that she'd finally managed to catch it, while the guy nearly dropped the fish in shock. Shelina heard that brutal scream and knew something was wrong, so she bolted straight toward the danger. She spotted Gale and Mora locked in a warm hug. Turns out those two weren't on some secret mission at all. They were just out on a normal fishing trip, so the girl flashed a sly grin and hurried off to give them space. After a while, once the heroes had their fire blazing, they finally got down to cooking the fresh catch they'd hauled in. The fried fish filled the air with a mouth-watering scent. Mora clocked it instantly, and the guy immediately pushed, "All right, let's start eating." A brutal smack rang out, loud enough to make the whole room flinch. Gimli and Shelina dug into their meal with big smiles, raving that even plain baked fish tastes amazing. Then the guy chimed in that there's still plenty of meat left, so the girls can eat their fill without a single bit of embarrassment. Mora fired the elf a question about how the observation went, and the girl just shrugged, like she didn't even have a clue. The direction felt right, but the exact spot vanished into the dark, and she lifted her eyes high into the night. Gale gave a small smile and said there was nothing left to do, so the second they finished eating, they'd jump on the camp. First, they split up the ships, so nobody had to keep watch all night alone. Gimli caught it right away. Sure, they'd stuffed themselves, but the long journey had left everyone dragging their feet. Even she looked full, peaceful, and utterly worn out. Gale asked if setting traps could spare them all from taking duty, and the girls stared at him like, "Wait, what?" Gale's instant traps don't just paralyze you, they steal your movement with a ghost ship-style curse, then lock you down with a freezing spell drawn from the bone-chilling cold of the seabed. Fresh off the installation, the guy proudly scratched his nose like he'd just won. Skeletons crowded the camp in a grim little army, each one wearing a hat and a cloak, already blazing with spells. The girls froze in pure disbelief, their mouths hanging open as they stared at what they'd just seen. He told them that the moment these traps spot hostile monsters closing in, they snap to life and pin them in place with instant paralysis. The young man admitted he'd enchanted them in a rush, so every trap would only last one night. So thanks to Gale, they got to spend the night without monsters tearing them apart. But once they were stuck among those creepy stuffed skulls, the hours dragged by in a way that felt seriously wrong. At night, their camp was ringed by creepy scarecrows with blazing, glowing eyes, standing guard and locking down every shadow so no monster could sneak through and reach the heroes. After a brutal day of adventuring, every single one of them crashed into sleep because nobody had to stand watch tonight. Right then, Mora curled up in the tent and fell into a dream. Gimli braced on one knee as the others stared ahead, utterly baffled, and right there on the rocks, a dark-skinned elf with long hair tied back in a stunning ponytail stepped up before the heroes. With a bright, welcoming grin, she greeted the guests. Then, at last, they rolled into the village of the Dark Elves. Mora felt like someone was greeting her, but none of the words made sense. Then she clocked it. The elf's skin tone and ear shape matched Gimli's perfectly. The elf beamed at her guests with warm, gentle kindness. The second morning hit, the boys started blurting out their dreams. Then Mora swore she saw an odd meeting in hers, and boom, every single one of them had witnessed the exact same thing. Gimli snapped out an answer to the question nobody even dared to say. This guy was their leader, and her name was Lady Minerva. The sea itself seemed to nod, like it instantly knew exactly where that grace came from. The spot that showed up in their dreams is the Hill of Promise, so when the travelers step into the dark forest, a greeting hits them, and then the real dream begins. Shelina blinked in surprise and said, "Turns out, once you're a leader, even something like this falls under your control." Gimli nodded hard and then added, "And we're right around the corner from Lady Minerva." While she kept firing questions, the girl with those glasses perched on her head leaned in and demanded to know if their leader was only awesome, or if she was also super attentive. The boys were saying, "If we make it to this hill, we'll finally meet in real life," so she had to slip into their dreams to pull it off. Meanwhile, Gimli slumped, eyes dull, like her mind was wrestling with something she was desperate to hide. After taking a sip of that hot drink from her mug, The elf smirked and said the group was right, plain and simple. The adventurers pushed deeper into the thick, tangled forest, with Gimli fighting to keep her bearings, while Gale guided the other girls forward. Mora felt the supplies shrinking with every step, while the exhaustion just kept piling on, and even with the campsite looking helpful, she knew it was time to move on. Even then, they still couldn't shake the nagging fear that they might have been heading the wrong way. After tossing the fish leftovers and sticks into one messy pile, the heroes crushed the rest of their meal and called it finished. Shalina snapped that they'd been chewing the exact same food for 3 days straight. Gimli propped the girl up and told her he couldn't even swallow another bite of that grilled fish anymore. The glasses girl nodded, saying she was sick of the fish too, but then she leaned in and warned me about something far scarier. Shalina burst into loud sobs and frantic screams, shouting that her sake was totally gone, while 2 empty bottles of alcohol sat right in front of the boys. Mara leaned in and tried to soothe the girl, telling her she got the hurt, but she couldn't keep screaming like that. Gale then jumped in and pushed for a real fix, starting with sorting the whole mess out. After they finally set up camp, they've been scrambling for the right path over and over again. Gimli snapped that he didn't recognize a single place, and the heroes kept circling back to square one, again and again, until the elf lowered her ears like she was apologizing. Mora backed his logic, saying the camp was fine, yet the heroes wouldn't budge an inch, while Shalina, still choking on tears, screamed that this whole thing was pure delusion in the forest. Gimli pored over the map, then warned them, "We tried a shortcut once, and it failed miserably." Gale tried to soothe the elf, telling her nobody was blaming her, but Shalina's fury flared anyway. She couldn't believe someone could get lost in her own forest. Gimli scrambled to defend herself, insisting she hadn't realized just how vast the dark forest really was. He glanced back at the lake and told them they had enough water, then admitted the real nightmare: they were running short on food. That stream doesn't have infinite fish, so you can't keep gorging on them forever. The guy wrapped up his thought and said they had to move on, and Shalina backed him up. She insisted she couldn't stay resting forever. The guy said she runs the Blacksmith's Guild, and he made it clear he won't dump all the work on Liz. Liznette was already passed out in the store, fast asleep, because it had been ages since a single customer walked through the door. The whole team called it, "Grab your gear, pack up, and let's move out." The girls were thrilled at the idea of finding a guide to lead the way, but in a wilderness this wild, where on earth would they even find one? The very next moment, the caster spotted something lurking between the trees. He halted to double-check that a shadowy silhouette was lurking behind one of those massive tree trunks. He spilled his discovery to the girls, and Mora snapped, "That guy can see in the dark, perfect for this place, because even in daytime it's dim and the clouds choke the sky." The girls couldn't sit still, buzzing to reach their destination, so they sprinted straight toward the figure, while the guy tried to halt them, insisting that running was just burning energy. Gimli, Mora, and Shalina burst out of the bushes like they'd been waiting for the perfect moment. They spotted a bunch of black-cloaked figures and boldly tried to catch their eye. After scrambling down the treacherous roots, the heroes crept closer, only to stop short. Gimli lurked behind the hooded silhouette and snapped that they were completely lost. Mora stared at the figure's legs as they came closer, and her stomach dropped when she saw bone with rotting flesh hanging on it, so the girl snapped a desperate call for her friend. The dead man had already spun around and glared at Gimli, rage blazing in his eyes. The hood ripped right off his head, and when it fell away, a bare skull stared out underneath. The girl shrieked in terror, realizing it was the undead right in front of her. From the uniforms the skeletons wore, it was clear they once belonged to the disbanded royal detachment. Shalina snapped that if it was like that, everything changed. Then she demanded a quick retreat, but one of the dead men was already dangling over her. The girl screamed in pure horror and stunned disbelief. Gimli, Mora, and Shalina saw what the evil spirits were doing way too late. Then boom, they were boxed in on all sides. Dozens of sinister scarlet skeletons crawled up from the ground, and the horror didn't stop. More kept surging out. Hooves thundered somewhere behind them. Right out of nowhere, a rider with a spear dropped in from above on a dead horse, locking eyes with Gimli and swinging straight for her. Right at the last second, Gale lunged to the elf, fired off dispel curses, and wrapped the girl in a fierce hug. Then a huge, blinding magic circle snapped into place, lighting up the dead man. Gimli's legs buckled and she crashed to the ground. Then the boy shot forward, asking if she was okay, and she brushed it off like everything was fine. Shalina came rushing over right away. The elf stared at the young man and suddenly remembered the way he hugged her, grinning like it meant everything. Her heart skittered in her chest, and heat rushed to her cheeks, because she'd been secretly hiding her feelings for that guy. After he met them, Gale couldn't think about anything else. the cursed skeletons had him locked in because running into them is insanely rare. The undead surged toward the guy, and with a grin blazing on his face, he charged in to meet them head-on. Gimli tilted his head and watched those purified souls, freed by Gale, lift into the sky, glowing like a blazing trail of light. Mora told Shailena she'd spotted it again and again, yet it still blew her mind. While Shailena clocked one thing right away, the caster was unnervingly calm. It felt like he was waltzing through a battlefield, so smooth, so untouchable, like every enemy couldn't even catch up to his steps. After he wiped out the attackers, the young man paused, then scanned the whole area with sharp, relentless focus. Telling the girls, he said most undead don't roam at all, they're fast asleep in the daylight. But in this thick, magic-soaked forest, mud packed tight with power and a sky choking on clouds, this rule finally got broken. The girl with her glasses perched on her head stared at the guy, dead tired, and muttered that he looked way too happy about it. Gale clutched whatever he had and asked what she was even expecting, while Mora spotted the find in his hands and demanded, "So, what is it?" The spellcaster leaned in and said the cursed skeleton doesn't just vanish, it drops an undead core, a deadly, condensed form of the curse that's almost impossible to get. Shailena leaned in and asked Gimli if she'd ever heard of something like this. Gimli shook her head hard, saying it was the first time she'd ever seen it, because undead materials just are exactly the popular kind. Unless they're being used for alchemy, the guild sometimes scoops them up, but out on the market, they're way cheaper than materials from run-of-the-mill monsters. The elf had never even heard of this core, and curiosity immediately lit a fire in their chest, driving them to learn everything they could about it. Gale clutched his lute in his fist and said it was meant to enchant all kinds of gear and even scrolls. You can even slip the core into normal weapons or armor, then watch the whole thing get supercharged, transforming it into a true magical artifact. It looks like nothing special, a plain old material, but with it the guy can supercharge the girl's gear. Mora shot back, "So, is the core cursed?" She was convinced it was, yet she still had to ask. The boy's words started to trip into a stutter, but she snapped, "Yes," and right then bragged with pride that she could control the curse. The girls shot him disgusted looks that practically screamed, "Absolutely not." The boy shot up his index finger and said he'd swallow the curse himself, but if he pushed past the limit, it would snap right back instantly, and Shailena was shocked to learn curses could come roaring back. She eyed the guy with sharp apprehension and warned that he could forge terrible, deadly things, and Mora nodded like she finally got it, so that's how he beefed up the cash and the others' gear. And that's exactly what she figured, why nobody had a clue she was cursed. With a small, sad smile, Gimli told the boy they'd gotten all they could, because for him, those cores were basically rarer than gold. Gale cut right through the elf's thoughts and blurted that another rare item had just dropped. He asked the girls if they remembered what that guy said about the undead, and when the answer was yes, they showed up, pulled straight into the world by all the desires life never gave them. Staring at the skeletons lined up in a row, he kept talking, how they'd tried to flee the dark forest again and again, only to die in despair and get trapped here forever. It dragged on for ages, maybe even hundreds of years. The guy began to tell this wild story about wandering through the forest for ages, then he snapped shut and demanded a map from the elf. He jabbed his finger right at where their group stood right now, and the girls stared him down like they were afraid to blink. With a grin lighting up his face, the young man clenched his right fist tight and burst out that this discovery could point them straight to the way. A tiny pendant dangled from his palm on a cold metal chain, nothing less than the watch's pendulum, forged from the royal party's crystallized tears after they got lost in the dark forest. Gale swore it would lead straight to a dark elf village, then she hung the find right above the map, and after a few heartbeats, the pendant started to move. Everyone stared at the artifacts Gale had hauled in, and Shailena couldn't miss it. Right beneath the muffled sobbing, the pendulum started swinging. The pendant abruptly jerked and locked its point toward a single direction. The boy snapped his finger toward where the artifact whipped through the air and yelled that the Dark Elves' village was right there. Then the girls burst into awe, shouting that this meant they could finally escape the forest, even as their eyes locked onto the item, and they couldn't stop wondering what it was. The young man also kept an eye on those two war horses, and the undead just loomed beside the tree. Mora and Shailena cheered because they finally got to hold their strength back, while Jinli let out a huge sigh of relief. Now they could sprint to the village with zero trouble. As she closed in on the horse skeletons, uneasy doubts slithered into her mind, and her old confidence started to crumble. Mora swung into the saddle and rode on, blurting that people talked about something called horse bones, then immediately questioned it like, but what in the world would a bone horse even mean? As the creepy hum crawled through the forest and buzzed in everyone's bones, the girl stared him down and snapped, hold on tighter. Then both of them whipped their heads toward the trees, following the sound that's blasting out from there. Right then, the ground erupted under their feet, so hard and sudden that the boys had zero warning and no way to brace themselves. Once the ground finally stopped shaking, the group snapped out of it and decided to hit the road. The heroes huddled up and asked one burning question: why did the royal army vanish into this remote nightmare? Turns out, once the demon seal shattered, the kingdom marched straight into the forest of darkness and unleashed their troops. But an ancient dragon slammed into them and turned them into prey, and Gimli reminded everyone, "We already talked about this back in the carriage." The very next moment, her worst warning somehow landed in Shalina's head. Then Shalina finally snapped, froze the elf, and blurted the truth. They were standing right in the leftovers of the royal army, now twisted into undead. Gimli's face crumpled with pure terror, then snapped into sickening realization. Earth buckled again, and the horses reared up as if the ground was suddenly alive. A thunderous roar cracked the air, and the long-eared girl snapped, tense as a wire. "I let my guard down, I felt too safe." Right then, a massive clawed paw smashed through the trees, rage ripped the air, and Gale's team charged straight into the ancient dragon's territory, only to realize they were terrified. Horses thundered full speed, and the dragon shot out his long tongue, cranked his jaws wide, and tried to trap the intruders who dared to ruin his peace. The spellcaster screamed that the dragon had finally spotted them. The ancient giant creature's throat ignited, unleashing a fierce blue flame. The heroes clocked it instantly. This monster was seconds away from unleashing a blast. Dragon's breath is pure nightmare fuel, burning everything in its path to cinders. Gimli let out a gut-wrenching scream and shouted for everyone to run. Heat surged around the dragon's throat, and glowing magic sparks popped into the air nearby, like fireflies dancing in the night. A second later, a raging column of blue fire erupted from the giant creature's mouth. The heroes swerved out of that magic blast, but the warhorses turned to ash, and as they burned, the boys' run slowed to a crawl. The girls cheered because the fire beam barely missed them, but even so, the blast left their world in total, massive ruins. Fire erupted all around the heroes. The team was boxed in by roaring flames, and they realized, yeah, this was an understatement, that they were in a truly nasty situation. Shalina screamed that they wouldn't die here, and Mora instantly backed her up, yelling at everyone to grab their weapons and get ready. Gimli refused to believe that it was even the dragon's deadly breath, burning everything to ash in an instant, that truly made it the master of this deadly forest. His real power is the heavy, scaly armor that shields his whole body. Mora roared at everyone to land just one brutal strike, because if they wanted to bring down that dragon, they had to pour out every last drop of power. She hurled the spell, and a blazing magic circle snapped into place beneath the other girls. Then Mora surged their power straight to the max. Shalina burst into the battle first, determined to slam the dragon with everything she had, then leapt up into the air. The girl rocketed a lightning-speed punch straight into the creature's skull. The dragon never landed a single scratch. He just shook his head, hurled the girl off his back, and the warrior was left staring, stunned that it was even possible. The elf realized that even imperial weapons couldn't stop him. Regular attacks just wouldn't work. Gimli lifted her black, drow-forged calcum dagger to her face and went in for the strike. With the grace of a beast and the speed of lightning, Gimli bolted toward the giant dragon. She prayed her plan would work, because if that blade could just nick this creature, even a little, it might finally tip the fight. As she surged forward, she readied her orichalcum weapon. The moment the girl got close to the monster, she drove her blade straight into its tough scales. The elf lit up when the blade finally pierced the ancient dragon's skin. She knew the top-grade steel could do it, but then her smile vanished because the weapon was way too short. The monster lunged to hit back, but she snapped her instincts into gear and dodged it at the last second. Gimli barely dodged the worst of it, and she realized the damage still wasn't fatal. She'd only managed to scratch him. Mora dropped to her knees and leaned her weight on her staff. She'd burned through every last shred of strength and magic, then realized, too late, that she'd completely misjudged how much power it would take to pull off all those effects. Gale watched the elf slip past the strike with pure grace, but the boy was stuck there, powerless to do a single thing. Gimli yelled to the young man, "I'm fine, now take care of the other two girls." The spellcaster rushed up to Shalina and Mora, hauling them to their feet, yet the girls could barely stand, like their strength had just snapped. The dragon stared down a band of adventurers who dared to shatter his hard-earned peace. He snapped his eyes on them with a chilling stare, and a dark elf blade jutted straight out of his body. Rage surged through the monster, and it growled with a thunderous roar that rattled everything around. Gimli warned that the ancient dragons were unbearably proud, and they'd never stand for anyone invading their territory. That's how the royal squad got wiped out. No survivors, just ruins. The guys straight up grabbed his reverse scales with their bare hands. The elf barked for everyone to lock in, so the monster couldn't latch onto a single target, and then they scattered like sparks in every direction. Even a legendary dragon can't lock onto 4 targets at once, so we've got to weaponize that opening and turn it into our advantage. Gimli stared at the flames and realized that even this slick maneuver was just a temporary bandage. Shelina shouted at the boys to turn and look toward those specific trees. The flames on the ground finally guttered out, and the heroes bolted for escape down that road before the monster could catch up. Gale and Mora lit up at once and urged each other to sprint in that direction. Gimli thought she was lucky too, because she watched her 3 friends march off that way. But for some reason, the elf felt something was terribly wrong, and she couldn't figure out why. The girl already knew the ancient dragon wasn't just hot-headed, he was ice-cold in every sense, and she couldn't believe he couldn't see it staring him right in the face. Right then the girl froze in place, her legs shaking with sudden, unsteady fear. She spun around and stared in horror at that sly, smug dragon, and it hit her a beat later. He'd planned the whole thing. It looked like a dead, dried-up fishing trap. Only this time the net isn't a net at all, it's fire, and instead of fish, it's them. Gimli let out a gut punch of a scream, blasting at the top of her lungs to try and slam the brakes on her friends. She shouted that the giant monster planned to wipe them all out in one blast of dragon breath while they sprinted in a straight line. The monster's throat flared blue once more, and Gale snapped into action, throwing himself over Mora and Shelina, while Gimli lunged to reach her friends. In that exact moment, they fully believed death was coming for every single one of them. Then out of the forest, a cloaked stranger emerged out of nowhere, and the heroes immediately heard a desperate cry calling for their princess. A fiery projectile slammed into the dragon's head and exploded in a brutal flash. That hit was so disorienting that the massive monster couldn't even find its footing for a while. The heroes spun in place, stunned and confused, desperately trying to piece together what just happened. They couldn't figure out why they'd been spared, but Gale suddenly spotted something blasting out from the dragon's side. Right after that, fresh figures in cloaks stormed onto the battlefield beside Gale's team, and the girls were left totally stunned, no clue who they were or what was coming next. Strangers with weapons close in on every side, and the crew scrambles to shield each other from a terrifying ancient dragon. The cloaked man said the self-aiming crossbow packed with incendiary bombs couldn't seriously hurt this creature, but if the monster's reflex made it flinch and dodge the blast, that split-second confusion would shut down its deadly breath attack. Around the team, roughly a dozen hooded strangers circled in tight, their eyes locked on the dragon, waiting for its next move.